A very good morning, a very good afternoon, a very good evening, depending on what part of the world you are in. Welcome to this session 14 of the World Universities Summit 2023. The title of the morning session today here in India is Being Global University as a Site of Local Innovation and Meaningful Community Engagement. I have with me today, joining me as a part of this panel, Mr. John Moloney, Pro Vice Chancellor and Vice President, International, Deakin University, Australia, Professor Dr. Nee Newman Pushpanan Singh, Vice Rector, Research, Innovation and Community Development, Airlangga University, Indonesia, and my dear colleague from Jindal Global Law School, Professor Alexander Milanov. The title, which is Being Global, is something which is a mix of global as well as local. And it touches on a very pertinent aspect that is basically, evolving every single day, which is innovation, and that too at a local level. Now, a university's commitment is not just to its own academic community, but also towards the local community, region, nation, and the entire world, which should serve as the motivation of its institutional planning, initiatives, decisions, and actions for the greater good of humanity and our planet. The ambition and scope of reputed universities in the world are global, but they think and act locally before they do so globally. Meaningful engagement with the community in which they operate is a hallmark of their mission and culture. With constant engagement through a variety of ways, including research and scholarship, social outreach and services, consultations and advocacy, experiential learning and training opportunities to boost local innovation with the university as the site of external investment, they strengthen the development of their communities. However, the success of universities in contributing to community engagement hinges largely on their ability to connect with society through its faculty, staff, students, and alumni. Interaction with the communities should be woven into the fabric of everything they do. Specifically, they should have to sustain their connections with both rural and urban communities that help cultivate long-term collaborative and reciprocal partnerships. But how will they define community university engagement, identify and respond to community issues, produce positive outcomes, and create a lasting change? This panel today will explore ideas about how we can ensure an inclusive and dynamic university governance that inspires broad-based community engagement programs, partnerships, and initiatives with local as well as regional communities and neighborhoods in ways that have an impact on society and stimulate local innovation. Without further ado, I would like to take this opportunity to also welcome the fourth speaker for this panel today, Professor Paul Dangerfield from Capilano University, Canada. Professor Paul, a very good evening to you, I would suppose, right? It's morning here in India. It's evening in late evening in Canada. So I would like to first invite Mr. John Moloney to put forth his initial thoughts on the title of the talk today.
Thank you very much, Manveen, and colleagues. It's a pleasure to be here today, and particularly so for me representing Deakin University. OP Jindal Global University is a dear partner of ours, a strategic partner of ours, in fact, in India. For Deakin University, we've had an office for 29 years and a local representation in India. So we're deeply embedded, deeply connected with India. And recently, in recent years, we've really put a sharp focus on which priority partnerships that we want to focus our attention and resources. And OP Jindal Global University, an outstanding private university by any measure, is a really important partner for us. So great to be here. So Deakin University, I'm talking from Melbourne today, but actually the university is headquartered in the second city. We have a regional Chancellery at Geelong, which is the second city of Victoria, and I'll talk a little bit more about that. But we're a young and a dynamic university, 49 years of age. We've got a great trajectory as a university that's progressive and moving forward across the mission, the teaching and learning mission, the research mission, and also the third pillar, the community engagement, is very important to us. So we're about 65,000 students. We're a large university, and we operate for a number of physical campuses. So our largest campus by student population is based in this great education hub, higher education hub of Melbourne. And so we're very much a part of the community here in Melbourne. But as I say, we're at the Chancellery, and we're established formally in the second city of Geelong, and we have two campuses there. A waterfront campus located on Corio Bay, a beautiful location. And we have, in suburban Geelong, we have the Warn Ponds campus. And then about 3.5 hours from Melbourne on the southern coast, west on the southern coast in the west central of Victoria, we have a smaller rural campus at Warrnambool. So the theme that we're addressing today, global, and how we engage communities in a meaningful way, and of course with my portfolio in international, this is something we've thought deeply about at Deakin, including in our latest strategic planning, which was released just a couple of years ago, Ideas to Impact 2030. So we said some really fundamental things in that document about delivering impact both locally and globally, and connecting the two, and empowering ourselves to serve our communities, both here in Australia and abroad. And India is very much a part of where we locate community. So we talk about being internationally connected, and in our case, we have a special, we recognize that we have limited resources, so we want to focus where we're going to be active. We've identified one region, the Indo-Pacific, and 5 key countries in that region, foremost being India, where we want to put particular effort and concentration of focus. So we talk about international connection, and we talk about very much when we're talking about our international plan. So there is no single section in our Ideas to Impact 2030 about internationalization. It's embedded in all that we do, and it spans the mission as we work across. But we do make particular note as to, why we're motivated to be internationally connected, as any world-class university is, but really to bring the community along and to connect community as we're going. So I'll read one quote from the strategy document. So Deakin's social contract with Australia extends to our ability to teach, to learn from, and to collaborate with the best minds in the world. So we're really about building those bridges, and I think we do it well. So I'll just spend a few moments now putting some of that to life, to making it real through our experience at our Warn Ponds campus in Geelong. So Geelong, as I said, is the second city in Victoria. It's a population of about 300,000, but in recent years, it's the fastest growing city in Australia. So it's a very dynamic city. It's also a city that's undertaken a long period now of 15 years of economic transformation. The Ford Motor Company was headquartered. Its Australian headquarters and manufacturing was based in Geelong. But about a decade ago, production of vehicles ceased in Australia. So that was a big challenge for the Geelong economy. But it's also left a lot of residual advanced manufacturing. And Geelong has Deakin has played an important role in harnessing that power and connecting it to what is the Warn Ponds campus is very much a STEM-based campus. Our medical schools there, our engineering schools, and many of our leading institutes in areas such as material science, artificial intelligence, sustainable and green energy and environmental sustainability. So there is a lot going on, and we build spaces. So we have research that we want to connect with communities and industry, and we build spaces for that to occur. So for example, we have an advanced manufacturing hub where we selectively invite companies to establish at that hub. Some of the criteria is that they need to be in a startup mode or early stages of development, and they need to have to be working in an area where they can connect and support our research agenda. So that's the Manu Futures, Deakin Manu Futures Hub has been a great success, and it's been very warmly met by that local industry, but not only local industry. So, for example, one of the areas that of particular strength is energy capture through battery technology, advanced battery technology. And one of the clients subsequently at Manu Futures is a advanced battery startup from Singapore. There are other examples. So I mentioned that we're world-class in material science. We have one of just a couple of carbon fiber mills that is located in a research environment at a university globally, the only one in the Southern Hemisphere. And that works with industry. So we have an industry partnership that Carbon Revolution that manufactures carbon fiber components, including having a contract with Ferrari to make vehicles for their top-end sports cars. So there's a lot of connectivity there. We've got a particular ambition to play our role in the transition to green energy, and we're focusing on the fuel stations of the future. So what are fuel stations going to look like when we're reliant on green energy? We have a large solar array on that campus, and we're ambitious to go carbon neutral by 2025. We actually brought that timeline forward, and we're making good progress on that. So it's a living laboratory in terms of green energy. We're also doing not only in carbon, but in hydrogen, and we have some projects working in hydrogen as well. Finally, I'll just say, given that I'm talking to a global audience, I'm aware of that, but also the particular focus into India. So Deakin is working with a long-standing partner, IIT Madras, in looking at some of these green and sustainable energy solutions. And we're putting forward projects currently into the what's been agreed last year, the Australia-India Energy Initiative. So I hope that gives an example by looking at our STEM-based campus at Warm Ponds of how we're taking the international and connecting it to the local in a powerful way. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. John. Mr. Paul, I would like you to kind of reflect a little bit on how the innovation ecosystem has been functioning in Canada over the last few years, just to kind of give a background to take this talk forward.
Sure, thank you, Manbir. Capilano University, we are not the size of Deakin. We have about 10,000 students, although we are considered a regional university, and with 5 campuses spread across what we say is the North Shore of Vancouver. Some of you will know the connection all the way up to Whistler, which is one of where the Olympics were in 2010. The Winter Olympics, and up the Sunshine Coast. We have in our region that, and I say this word specifically as it connects to innovation, we have a region in which we serve 8 different municipalities, 8 different chambers of commerce, 5 school districts, 5 First Nations communities, and the way in which we're seeing this innovation locally and then moving out internationally is that not dissimilar to John's comments, that we embarked a number of years ago on a 2030 plan. We call it Envisioning 2030. But what we specifically did, Manveen, is we went out to those communities that I mentioned and said, what do they need from the university? What can we do as a university to actually serve you? And as we went through that process, we heard the spectrum of asks of any university that you would see, but innovation was one of the key elements of what they were looking for. However, there were other, and those innovations were not just restricted to climate action. They were not just restricted to engineering. They were also asking and reaching out to us, looking for innovations and support around really issues related to justice, equity, diversity, and inclusivity. They were looking for innovation around how municipalities can actually have good governance and oversight of their organizations, and looking for ways in which we could support that. So part of what we did was we did develop a 10-year plan, Envisioning 2030. And in that, we came up with a vision for the university, which is a university inspired by imagination. And I want to talk about that just for 30 seconds here. Our faculty and our students said, well, you can't have innovation or creativity if you don't have imagination. And so we have anchored everything that we do around imagination. And then we looked at, okay, what can we do to differentiate the university? And we landed on a purpose, a social purpose of for the university, which is to cultivate life-enhancing experiences for our employees, our students, our alumni, and specifically the communities that we serve, those ones that I mentioned. When we did that, we then bridged that with a new international strategy that saw how can we reach out around the world to like-minded communities that believed in and had those same values as ours, not simply just the same academic values, not just same research values or research agendas, but those that had the same values. So what we're seeing, for example, is a variety of innovations around everything from, as you will probably know, in British Columbia on the west coast of Canada, we are considered Hollywood North. We have a significant film and animation program and the related supporting programs that go into that. So the bringing everything to that industry around the technology for digital animation, the technology for film, but I would put on top of that, bringing in what we are learning from our First Nations people, what we're learning from our immigrants and from our new Canadians around justice, equity, and diversity, and putting that all together to say that you cannot have innovation if you're not actually also thinking about the impact it's having on its communities, both locally and internationally. So what I would say is the secret sauce in all of this for us has been around looking for international partners that have the same shared values that we have around community. So I think I could probably pause there and simply say it's the two. It's the actual innovation in the technology, but it is also innovation in terms of what we're doing with socially with our communities.
Right. Professor Paul, thank you so much for that insightful background to all the initiatives that have been taken up by Capilano University there in Canada. And I'd like to invite Dr. Nee to throw some light on how the innovation initiatives have been carried out in Indonesia, and more specifically Erlanger University. Prasani, over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Singh. It is our pleasure to join this program. So Indonesia, in the Ministry of Higher Education, Culture, Research and Technology, we have 3 pillars compulsory done by the higher education institution. The 3 pillars of higher education is the one is education, and then number 2 research, and number 3 is community development. So it's mean that all Indonesian university will do for all the 3 pillars in higher education, and also involving is not only for the teacher or researcher or lecturer or the professor or any other the civitas academica, but also involve the student. So the student also will do for the 3 pillars. They will learn about the teaching and learning process in the university, but they are also doing for their research as the part of the final of their study, and also for the community development. So we call it now, like also Professor John already discussed with me, related to the Merdeka Belajar Campus Merdeka. So we call it independence learning for the student. So students can study with the society, community, the stakeholder, industry, local government, and also university beyond their home institution, national and international. So how about Universitas Erlangga? So our university have the strategic planning 2021 until 2025. We call it SMRR&T. So the Smart University. So it's mean of the S is meaning of the sustainable education for all. So for lifelong learning, anyone can also reach Universitas Erlangga to like more formal or informal learning. And also the second one is the M. This is my responsibility for the meaningful research and community development. This is M. And the A is advancing the linkage with the stakeholder or maybe industry, and also enterprising, because our university is autonomous university. So we are also would like to becoming the entrepreneurial university in the future. So we also made research and community engagement with the stakeholder and also industry. So the R is responsive and lean management, and also the T is topping up the tangible and intangible resources utilization. So for this meeting or conference today, we are also by responsibility in research and community development. So the M is very important. So for community development, we would like to strengthening and also encouraging the people, so centering in the meaning of research and community development and services to support the achievement of the SDGs. So how we can do that? So we have grand design to do the research and community development to give the impact. So what also already mentioned by Professor John and Professor Paul, that the grand design of research, innovation, and community development in Universitas Erlangga, from the input we have been not only achieving the output or reaching only the output, but we would like to more forward to the outcome and also the impact for society and community. So how we can then designing this by using the hexahelix collaboration scheme. So we already have best practices of implemented the hexahelix collaboration scheme. What this mean of the hexahelix? I think all the distinguished guests already know that the hexahelix is not only triple helix of academia, industry, and government, but we also have another 3 sector, the community, and then the mass media, and can be like NGO or law. So the best practices of this, we successfully do for producing COVID-19 vaccine for our community in national demand. So we have produced and already got the emergency use authorization for COVID-19 vaccine that called by our president INAFAC. I think we can also see from the internet website that INAFAC is already now produced in Indonesia. So we use this hexahelix collaboration scheme. So it's been that community, what the mean of community? The community also students who do the research, the hospital, medical doctor, also the society, the community for the people who becoming our clinical trial. And then until now, we still finalize for the permanent use authorization to do for this kind of the 4,005 totally with the clinical trial, the third phase, the second and the first phase, totally around 4,500. And we are also due for the booster, heterolog booster for this vaccine. So this means that this hexahelix scheme of the collaboration is successfully, we done it for the INAFAC vaccine. This is also, we invited and discussed with the African ambassador in Indonesia and also Indonesian ambassador in Africa and university there. We're discussing how, and at the time before the G20 hosted by Indonesia in Bali, we also sharing about our vaccine. At that time is still in clinical trial. So how our vaccine also can giving the meaningful in African people. So another side for the community engagement in local area, we have also Erlangga Community Development Hub. So like also mentioned by Professor Moloni from Deakin University, that this hub, we choose 3 areas in Indonesia. Because Indonesia is archipelago country, so we would like to give a good impact, positive impact to our community in Indonesia. So we choose 3 parts of the Indonesia in coastal area, remote island, because we have 17,000 islands in Indonesia. So we are focusing on remote island in Indonesia. And then this, the last one in our hub is border island, because Indonesia also very near with Australia. We are very near with the ASEAN country, Malaysia, and also Singapore. So we do now in our pilot project with the Bintan Island. Bintan Island is border island, Singapore, Malaysia, and Indonesia. So what we do for this kind, we have 5 priority strategic program: the green economy, blue economy, circular economy, health, and tourism and conservation. So why we put tourism together with the conservation? Because it's mean that we have big mega diversitas of natural resources. So we have to maintain for the sustainable development goals, actually for the village. So we call it SDGs village. So this is the community engagement that we do. And for supporting the global community engagement, in Universitas Erlangga also initiated as the founder of WUACD. This one is World University Association for Community Development. So this established in 2018, and until now we have 13 universities member, international universities members, and one of them also Jindal Global University as our new member for WUACD. We have also a university member from Australia, from Asian country, from Europe. So we do together for the impact of our university academia to the community, not only in a local or national Indonesia, but also in global. So now we do for the Turkish society or community that impact by the earthquake. So now we are designing a proposal because we communicate with the Turkey university member in WACD. They need food for the earthquake people impact for the earthquake. One of the food like food menu, the simple one for the people there, and also the second one, sanitation. So we will designing the proposal of 2 priority. So for mental health or trauma healing, something like that is very difficult because they don't use English as their language. So that's very sensitive for the mental health and as a psychological approach. So we don't do that. So only food and sanitation, and also we donating. We make a flyer for donation for the people who impacted of this earthquake. So that is we do in our Universitas Erlangga for giving the meaningful of research and community engagement and development, or also services by Universitas Erlangga. We also have supporting facility, like we have teaching hospital, we have special infection disease hospital, we have also dental hospital, and also animal hospital. For this, I think this is very important because Universitas Erlangga is comprehensive university. We belong to the health, life, and then engineering, social, and humanity sciences. I think this is what Universitas Erlangga do for the local, national, or also international engagement on community development program. Thank you, Dr. Singh.
Thank you so much, Prasani. And I'd like to move on to Professor Alexander. And Alex, I would kind of like you to reflect a little bit on your experience here for the last few years that you've been at Jindal, in terms of how you see community engagement and local innovation taking place, not just at Jindal Global University, but in general in India, because I'm sure you would have traveled around the country and you would have noticed, quite a few things. So your thoughts on the same.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you very much, Manveen, and thank you, dear colleagues, for your presentation so far. I will start answering your question. So first of all, of course, India is a major, I would say, player in international relations and a state that has a lot to give to the world. And when I joined here, I didn't know exactly what to expect because my initial connection here, I didn't know anybody from Jindal. So we had a meeting in Bulgaria. So it was just exchange of words between Professor Sani and Jitu Mishra and myself. So when I came here, I saw how we are building something that a university, an institution that can stand as a pillar of, I would say, excellence for the whole of India. Not just education-wise, but also in the way that we were engaging with communities and also communities and the state. I'll give just one example. So we have in India, one of the major issues that we're seeing here is the air pollution. And this is something that it has been seen as unintended consequence because of the development of the nation. But at the same time, there are a lot of solutions that can be used and implemented. Of course, it has to be done by the government with the support and understanding of local communities. And here in Jindal, what I saw are perfect examples of what we're discussing today of global and local, which means basically using these archetypes of global and local perspectives to integrate them in one and create an instrument and a practice that serves, for example, the agricultural industry here in Sonipat, and later on, why not as a good practice in New Delhi. So I had discussions on this topic, for example, with Professor Sudarshan who is the dean of the governmental policy in our university. And we were discussing and understood that land was provided specifically from our university in the area surrounding the campus, just to test different agricultural practices and to show the communities here how they work. This is vital so that, first of all, they understand how to utilize different innovation in agricultural products. And secondly, hopefully to understand how to process and not to burn basically the residues of their soil. So in order to resolve problems, big global problems like this air pollution, which is causing tremendous damages, not only about the economy, but also the health of the people, I am aware and I know and I will advocate for finding those solutions that are practical, meaningful, and then can be communicated with the stakeholders that can implement them. It could be a simple machine that is preparing the soil in a faster way, and instead, which is going to substitute the need for burning the residues that cannot be used after that. So things like this are the examples. This is just one example that I'm giving here that I've seen in our university. If I have enough time, maybe I would share one of the main basically expose right now, because I'm not sure that it will have time to address it in a question after that. So many of you today discussed the importance of the universities in general as institutions that are not just serving their stakeholders, students, academia, but also, as you have mentioned, Professor Marvin, also serving humankind and whole planet. So one of the projects that I hope we are going to initiate soon, because it is in a very early stages of development, so we have to discuss it and refine it in the future, is the importance, is based on what Professor Ni said, the importance of conservation. So as we know, climate change is a topic that is a major issue that is present in all of our classrooms. And whatever we're teaching, we're connecting our students and we are informing them about this topic. But at the same time, all universities could serve as a good institutional example, organizational example, a community that provides a good practice for other, not only universities, but for other companies and even states. And the project that I'm talking today refers to, doesn't have a name so far, but it refers to support and conservation of endangered plant and animal species. Now, if you go to this data, you'll see that WWF right now provides information that there are around 10,000, close to 10,000 endangered species. This is the estimate of this year. And at the same time, we have around 24,000 universities. Let's say half of them are leaders in their fields and functioning properly as universities. So the idea is to engage with not with the universities, with our university and our community in the university, but university international collaborations, to use these international collaborations to engage in an act of so-called symbolic adoption of one endangered species by university. Now, it is not just a symbol, and it doesn't mean that the university will take all the responsibility for protecting this particular species, but it will provide, I'm sure, a lot of depth, understanding, opportunities, not just for the professional ecologists who are working in this specific area, but it also engage different level of resources, including the possibility for financial support, for helping students, our students and our colleagues to understand more about this specific issue. So we can engage with something meaningful when we, in my view, when we are specific enough and we are aiming to find the exact, how to say, the exact button that we need to press in order to move our machine, to move our civilization forward, to overcome the amazing, they're not amazing, to overcome the great challenges that we are facing right now. So this initiative, I hope we're going to present soon, and let's see how many partners we're going to engage with. But even if there are 100 or 500 universities doing that, it will be, I think, a real show of force and a good example for different organizations, not just universities. So this is what I would like to share today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alex. It's quite interesting. Yet at the same time, it raises a lot of questions as to how much we've done and what more could we do in terms of increasing the community engagement or the university community engagement, as well as probably address some of the challenges that have been coming the way of the universities in terms of their ability to meaningfully engage with the community. On those lines, and in terms of what we've just heard from our speakers over the last 20-25 minutes, I would like to ask firstly, Professor Paul. Professor Paul, we know that universities a lot of times have the necessary intellectual capital to innovate for creating an impact for their local communities. But what, in your opinion, are some of the challenges faced in creating meaningful community engagement, or probably some of the challenges that you have yourself observed or you have to deal with in terms of your ability to engage with the local communities?
Certainly, and I imagine a few of the ones that I will mention are common for all of us. I think typically there were, in my view, and as we look at it in our communities, both locally and internationally, these initiatives require a commitment of resources, both in terms of financial resources and time, and they also require that expertise that you mentioned to be able to be participating and being engaged for what I would say is the long journey. For it takes time for us to make these changes, and as we are trying to do that, the impact of different economic impacts, the different societal impacts, we find that both the availability of time and money is always, we're always wondering whether we're going to have it next year and the next year and the next year. So we're always doing this on a cyclical basis. And then we may find, for example, if it is a faculty member who has a research, in our case, we work with the Howe Sound Biosphere, which is a UNESCO site. We have half a dozen very dedicated faculty and community leaders, but as they then move on to other initiatives and other priorities, it is hard to maintain that. So perhaps what I would say is, I think we're all experiencing that. What is really absolutely critical as we're looking at how you can overcome those things is it's really critical. I think all of us have spoken to the need for a strategic plan for thinking about this in the long game and making sure that we have long-term goals for what we want to do. I think that's absolutely critical to be able to overcome that as we're looking at these kinds of challenges. And what I would say is that it also requires, I know we consistently say and have been saying, our students, our faculty, our researchers frankly, if the administration and the organizations aren't committed to it as well, it's not going to go anywhere. So you actually have to have that strategy, that commitment from the chancellor to the vice chancellor, right down to the faculty to be able to do it. And you actually have to ultimately get it into the culture of your communities that you want to, that we are going to, in our case, I've used the House Sound Biosphere and the UNESCO site, that we have committed as a community, locally and internationally, that we'll actually overcome it, because there are many, many things that will knock us around as we're trying to execute on that. So.
Thank you so much, Professor Paul. That's actually quite true in terms of the challenges that are facing us or have been facing us, and a concerted sort of an effort required right from the top to the very lowest possible level, so that everybody is working towards a common goal, and that's pretty much the key in achieving what we all want to in terms of a meaningful community engagement. I would now like to go to Mr. John. And very interesting that you mentioned about the Ford example, and of course the auto industry at large in the Victorian region. My question to you is, what do you think is the role that governments and universities together can play in orienting and encouraging more institutions to innovate and engage with the community? Is community engagement essentially a rural phenomena, or can it be extended to urban spaces as well? And what are the larger possibilities of collaboration that can make such initiatives by universities more impactful? There are always going to be, situations where probably like the Ford situation you mentioned, where suddenly something comes up and you probably have not foreseen such a thing or anticipated such a thing, and suddenly you have to now think, okay, how can the government intervene here, if at all it can? And is there some sort of a collaboration between the universities on one hand and the government on the other that can help kind of reset the entire situation and allow everybody to move forward? So, Mr. John, over to you.
Thanks for that question, Manveen. And I think a little bit like Paul at the outset of his answer to the last question, it would be common for many of us. But it's a very dynamic situation that, of course, as a large public institution with great capacity, we pay a lot of attention to the nexus between federal government and the national agenda, as well as state government, and the more regional and local agenda. So we work very hard on maintaining those channels, and through like the university directly, but also through our group. So we're in the Australian, the ATN, the Australian Technology Network, a group of 6 universities which have a similar sort of orientation to Deakin. They're younger, they're technically oriented, progressive universities. So we lobby government, but we're forever responding to, it's a very dynamic relationship. So we're responding, creating submissions into government policy. So it's both that formal, but the informal lines are really important as well. I think one of the things, though, that's really important is connecting it back to community. So it can't simply be a institution to government dialogue. You have to make it real for your local community. And I think a large part of that, and we've thought a lot about this at Deakin as well, and I mean, it's less a challenge for us than some of our older universities with, a century and a half history and some embedded reputation, and perhaps less progressive, if I might say. So we want to make sure that we're that we're responsive and we remain open to the community. And that's not just a factor of, making sure we're not a cloistered institution, but really working hard at creating those fora, creating the connection points for the conversations to take place. because it's only at that stage where you'll understand what is most important to the community and what you should be advocating for when you're going to government at the state and federal level. So we do put a lot of effort into keeping the doors of the university open. That can be challenging. So I described the situation in Geelong where it is still an economy. It's a healthy economy, but it's one that continues to undertake this transformation. And sometimes, and a lot of it actually is small and medium enterprises, even though it's advanced manufacturing, a lot of it is that small and often entrepreneurial family-owned businesses. Sometimes it's too easy for the university to seem locked away from or too hard to engage with. So we do put a lot of effort into making sure that the dialogue remains open. And finally, I would also say that when you're talking to government and you look here in Australia, we have, I think, a really good framework supporting the research agenda. But it's also, and we've been very successful at Deakin at winning some very major projects, thematic projects in the research field in recent years. But you have to be really careful about thinking about what you want to focus your efforts on and recognizing that you can't do it all. So I mentioned earlier about the Warn Ponds and the Green and Sustainable Energy Project. We've got parameters, pretty hard parameters around that. We know where we want to play in that space. And in other areas throughout the university, we have a similar discipline. So from my perspective, when our medical faculty was drafting their 5-year strategy, their 5-year strategy last year, I was talking to them, but, and we had a lot of activity, and we still do, but it was very clear and deliberate that they wanted to make a shift in their resources and their focus to picking up some of the challenges around Indigenous health and recognising that that would come at the cost of doing some things internationally, which, I fully appreciate. Perhaps it was a little bit disappointing that, we weren't going to be able to carry forward some of those initiatives, but they're the sort of hard decisions that need to be made. And then that brings a greater coherency and clarity, I think, to the conversations that you're having around the funding agencies, the scientific agencies, and the branches of government.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. John. That pretty much answers the question in terms of how there's a need for the government and the institutions to, of course, work together and ensure that there is community engagement at a level that affects almost everybody who is sort of a stakeholder in this equation. Since we have about 5 to 7 minutes left for the session, I would like to bring in a couple of audience questions, and that's where Alex and Dr. Nee can also come in. So the first question that we have from the audience is, can universities work with their local municipal government representatives to bring the global best practices to the city, including engaging these elected officials or bureaucrats in conversation with global role models in local governance and enhance their capabilities? Dr. Nee, would you like to address that?
Yeah, so very interesting question from the audience. So Indonesia, I think we are multiculturalism. Yeah, we have really good opportunity if then we can reach like a society or people surrounding in very unique culture, because we are multicultural, so not all area in Indonesia is simple or easy to reach the people. So why Universitas Airlangga have also floating hospital. So floating hospital is not only help or do the medical treatment for the people who stay in the remote area or island in Indonesia, but we also do by multidisciplinary approach. because some people maybe need another education or another technology transfer. So for example, Madura Island. Madura Island is next of Surabaya. Surabaya is our university location. So we are in the eastern part of Java Island. So the next of us, Surabaya, we have also bridge Suramadu bridge. So we can reach Madura Island by car. And then difficult to reach the remote, the people who stay in remote area like to can be vaccination aspect. So if when the COVID-19 is, the pandemic is also happening in our country, so the people who would have to vaccinated by our government, not so easy. Not all can we can do for the all people. For the one example is Madura people. So then we should reach this remote area, remote island by our floating hospital. So we call it Marco 19. Yeah. So Marco 19 is the our program to reach the people in remote island in Madura. We still have 44 remote island near Madura Island. So it's mean near Surabaya. So not far from us. These people need to educate it by using their culture. So we engage the chemistry among us. So then we give by their language, because we have maybe more than 100,000 local language, but we use our national language of Indonesia language, but they still have their local language. So we have to close with them by engaging the chemistry among us. So we use their local language, and then we also collaborate with the local government in Madura, the district area, and then they give a permission to us to reach their people, and then discussing and educating them. And you know that the natural resources still very rich in this island, but no one can maintaining or this conservation program like marine resources. We have the oxygen is still rich also in one island in Madura, Gili Iang the name. So we give like technology transfer by using the solar energy to them, so to maintain the oxygen content in their island. So it's not so easy. So this is the challenges of us to engage people by using their culture. So then we are to finalize this program, we can then vaccinate it around 3,000 people. So I think this is, not so really success all 100%, but this is a success to do for the 3,000. It's not easy for that. I think this is also the important thing in Indonesia. We can do the community by using the local culture, the local language, and also engaged by our psychological, So why I also understood why Turkey is not easy also for the giving them trauma healing or mental health supervision or any kind of this kind of the impact of the earthquake, because this is so really sensitive. So it's mean that we do the community, we should know the culture of the community and also what they need from us. So it will be give the meaningful and impact for the society. I think it's Dr. Singh. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prasani. I'm sorry, fellow panelists, we've run out of time. Just about a minute left. So I would like to take this opportunity to kind of thank all my fellow panelists and Of course, what I can definitely say in the light of all that we have discussed and all that we've deliberated on over the last about 59, 60 minutes is the fact that community engagement and more importantly, the university community engagement is not something that can just happen at the end of one individual. It is a concerted effort. It is a collaborative effort between different individuals occupying different positions at the university and at the community level, which also includes the government officials. So only if everybody is coming together to achieve that common goal. And that common goal obviously also includes the SDGs, because eventually what is important is to have a long-term vision. We cannot at this point in our lives or in today's world or today's date have a vision which basically spreads to about 2 years down the line. It has to be a vision document that is very much there, which takes care of the next decade of what every university and community wants to achieve. And towards that goal, towards that objective, it is important for all the communities and universities to work together as much as they can. And this need not necessarily be restricted to just the urban communities. It's also about the rural communities, and as much of an effort on the part of universities to consciously make an effort to engage with those belonging to rural communities, so that we can work towards their upliftment. With that, I would like to conclude the session. Thank you so much, Professor Paul, Mr. John, Professor Nee, Alex. It was a pleasure moderating the session, and I would request the audience to stay tuned, because in a short while from now we're going to begin the session 15 of the World University Summit. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Well, a very good morning from India. It is my privilege to welcome all to this World Universities Summit on Universities of the Future, Building Institutional Resilience, Social Responsibility, and Community Impact in G20 countries. I'm especially honored and thrilled to be part of this distinguished panel to discuss on the theme, Breaking the Glass Ceiling, Universities Promoting Equality and Nurturing Future Women Leaders. I have the privilege today of interacting with an eminent group of panelists on this theme. Let me quickly introduce our panelists for this session. I have with us Professor Dr. M. Sondan Faiz, Rector, Kadir Has University, Turkey. Professor Dr. Galina Ruseva Sokolova, Professor, Jindal School of Liberal Arts and Humanities, OP Jindal Global University. Professor Dr. Tanushree Sharma, Professor, Jindal Global Business School, OP Jindal Global University. Professor Dr. Penny Werdner, she is the Interim Provost and Vice President, Academics, University of Calgary, Canada. My name is Professor Dr. Upasana Mahanta. I'm the Dean of Admissions and Outreach at OP Jindal Global University. I welcome all the panelists and I look forward to this discussion with all of you. I want to take a brief moment to introduce today's topic and share a few brief points on the theme. Now, the metaphor of the glass ceiling, it refers to an invisible barrier or a set of barriers that prevent women or other marginalized groups for advancing to top leadership positions within an organization or an industry. The term was first popularized around 1980s, and it is often used to describe the structural and cultural barriers that prevent women for advancing to high-level positions, whether it is in business or government or academia or any other fields. Now, this glass ceiling is often the result of systemic and structural discrimination, bias, stereotyping, which can limit opportunities that come women's way, whether it is for advancement, despite them having the requisite qualifications or despite them having the requisite performance at the workplace. It is not always necessarily a deliberate form of discrimination. It can be a manifestation of a subconscious or unconscious bias and prejudices that already exist. Now, this glass ceiling can take many forms. It could be unequal pay. It could be limited access to promotional opportunities. It could be lack of mentorship or sponsorship. It could be exclusion from important decision-making processes. It can also be manifesting in terms of lack of diversity at the highest levels of organizations. It can lead to a narrow range of perspectives and ideas because there is a lack of diversity at the highest levels of organizations. So how to break through this glass ceiling? And women have successfully broken through these glass ceilings in various fields, including academia. But it requires a concerted effort to challenge and change systemic biases, practices. It requires us to promote diversity and inclusion. It requires us to create opportunities for women to advance to leadership position. In India, if I can talk about India, we can see in the past a decade or so, the number of women who have enrolled in institution of higher education to get in higher education, that has been steadily increasing. But women who have gone into paid employment, the number of them have been steadily falling. And often women cite reasons like family responsibilities, lack of flexible work hours, lack of creche facilities as reasons for falling out of paid employment. Now, universities can promote equality. It can ensure equal representation of women in leadership positions within universities. It can address issues of gender pay gap. It can work towards providing equal opportunities for promotions, for career advancements, regardless of gender. And universities can actually work towards creating a supportive environment for women. So this breaking the glass ceiling, the theme of today's conversation, it's not only a conversation about empowering women. It's about creating a more diverse and a more inclusive university community. So in this context, it will be really exciting to be talking to all my esteemed panelists today to understand their views on the glass ceiling and what role they see universities playing in nurturing and promoting women's leadership in the context of universities. I also want to highlight that this is not the only form of marginalization that exists in the context of higher education institution or any other form of organizations. There are other kinds of exclusions and marginalizations that various other social groups face. But today, we are particularly talking about the barriers, the glass ceiling faced by women, and what can universities do to address that situation. So I will keep my comments brief because we want to hear from all our esteemed panelists. I would request all our panelists to comment on the theme, reflect their thoughts and ideas, and within say 3 to 4 minutes, so that we have enough time to reflect on a few questions that we have, and also to take on audience question. With that, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Faiz to briefly reflect on her thoughts and insights about the theme at hand. Professor Dr. Faiz, over to you.
Thank you very much. I would like to take a look at this problem from the perspective of our university, and I want to give you some numbers. When you look at the numbers, the percentage in assistant female faculty member in assistant professor is 58%. And when you look at the associate professorship, it's 54%. When you look at the full professorship, it's 35%. And what you see here, we are just 25 years old university. We had enough number of years to increase the number of female professors at Kadir Has University, but something happens along the way. We lost female academics along the way. Why? The real question is it because they really want to give up? And I don't see, there is a problem there, but still it's okay if it's their own decision. Or is it because they are forced to give up? If we would like to increase the number of, administrative women in the academia, we have to first increase the number of women in full professorship, because unless you are a full professor, you're not going to appoint it as the president or rector or vice rector or dean or vice dean. So this is the real problem. So why we are losing women along the way? I mean, the pipeline is really good. I'm sure it's the same in many countries, in Eastern and Western countries. When you look at the number of graduate and undergraduate level, it's more or less the same. And at the starting, we are the same, but along the way, we are losing. Is it family? And if that is the sum, there are two problems. There are two things we can do, internal and external things. Internal, as women, we have to do our fighting in the family. It's not just the responsibility of women to keep the family together. When you look at this, 58% of assistant professors at Kadir Has are women. This is the time where they form their family. And then my next question is it just the responsibility of women to keep the family together? Or is just, and second thing, it is just the responsibility of women to raise a child? Here, these are the problems. External things, the institutional, as at Kadir Has University, there were things we could do. Number one is changing policies to provide the necessary support for the women, and also put some limitation, keeping the same academic position. And this is what we did. And my personal view, and to have the promotion for the academic administrative positions, we have to really be excellent in our own field. And that makes us a strong candidate for a leadership in academia, and to organize or to develop a supportive system every country and every institution should find their own ways to do that. And I will stop here, and then I will have the opportunity to answer the questions.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Faiz. And you actually pointed out three very important things in my understanding. One is how, it sort of filters down as you go to the top. So you have a high number of assistant professors and associate professor, but as you keep going up the ladder, the number of presence of women goes down. And the two other important things that you pointed out is the internal as well as the external barriers. So perhaps the internal one also are deeply rooted in this systemic structural understandings of women's role to be primarily within the household. Women taking the majority of the burden when it comes to childcare or elderly care, or taking care of other household responsibilities. And unless that kind of mindset is not challenged, perhaps only challenging the external conditionalities will not help. And of course, in the context of the external barriers, one would have to look at institutional mechanisms and the support environment that is provided for women to be able to grow as leaders. So thank you very much for those wonderful, insightful points that you have raised. I would now like to go to my colleague, Professor Galina. Kindly, Professor Galina, please share your thoughts and reflections on the theme.
Thank you, Pasna. It's so nice to see all of you today and to be able to talk about this problem, which of course we have all thought about in one way or the other, being academic, women in academia, all of us. Now, I guess that we will repeat ourselves. I mean, the main points are already there, thanks to Professor Upasna's introductory remarks and also Professor Faiz. So I will more or less take on the same points, perhaps from a slightly different perspective, though I'm not even sure about that. But the first thing that comes to my mind when we are talking about glass ceilings is that, well, they're made of glass. So we will be talking today, and we are talking in general across universities about policies, but these policies are fighting something which is essentially invisible, something which is part of the culture, and something which consist in ideas about realities that we carry in our heads. And things in our heads are those that takes the most time to change. And that, I think, is an essential element here when talking about the glass ceiling. Part of it is that, well, women also carry those ideas in their heads. So women tend to internalize the problem. They absorb it along with the other elements of their culture. So, and that creates an internal barrier as well as all the other external barriers that we are talking about. Now, from my experience, the glass ceiling in academia depends first on the field, because in STEM, there are much less female academics in general than in social sciences or humanities. So that is one thing. And it also depends on the positions, the hierarchy of the university. There are few women deans and even less female presidents of universities. So, of course, that can be one line of thinking would be some measures that can be qualified as some sort of positive discrimination, quotas, leadership programs. But coming back to the fact that the ceiling is invisible, I'm also a bit not skeptical, but we have to be very much aware, because as in certain companies, there can be greenwashing can be integrated as a marketing strategy. So I believe the same can be told about gender washing. By creating leadership programs for women, etc., we kind of push the problem aside. We present things, but again, the most important thing here is that attitudes, ways of thinking have to change, and that unfortunately doesn't come with policy decisions. Now, if we think about the glass ceiling in academia compared to other sectors, I would say that the pay gap is generally less of a problem because universities have structures, and the payroll is structured accordingly. What is more of a problem is that a career in academia demands a long-term commitment, and as Professor Faiz already pointed out, women, for one reason or another, may need to take breaks from it, and that doesn't fit well. So, of course, maternal leaves and childcare facilities are of the utmost importance here. But at the same time, I'm sharing here my experience in Bulgaria, and I think this is valid also for Eastern Europe, because, well, I'm from Bulgaria and I have worked for many years at Sofia University. In Bulgaria, we've had excellent maternal leaves, 2 years altogether, and childcare facilities, and still there were very few women in leadership positions in the university, because it's an accumulation of problems, part of which, of course, are a matter of policy decisions, but part of them are actually, we don't even know. It can be tricky to single out where they are exactly. Anyway, they are invisible, right? So that is, so these are two things about academia compared to other sectors. And then there is also the hierarchy, the institutional hierarchy of universities, and that goes mostly for old public universities. So it's not so much about Kadir Has, and it's not so much Opigino Global University, but the old universities in Europe have this rigid and well-established, it's a matter of tradition always, but a structure in which functions a little bit like in the army. You raise in the ranks only through seniority, through, of course, individual achievement, and there's a lot of competition. So that sort of structure is also not very friendly to female advancement. Now, the good thing is that these things are changing, although slowly, and as Professor Fay said, we are losing women along the way, so we have to figure out how this should be, or at least to diminish the loss of women. But things are changing in a positive direction, and I will end my introductory remarks with this.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor Galina, for those insightful comments. And I want to highlight a couple of things that you said, and you are absolutely right. And Professor Faiz also alluded to this, that we are losing women, and we need to urgently do something to address the situation. But perhaps what you pointed out, and it's very important to understand that this glass ceiling that we are all talking about is invisible. And the invisible, the idea of invisibility also highlights the fact that it is then often not recognized as a challenge. So many of the things, for example, you spoke about gender pay gap. which could be recognized and called out and addressed. But there are so many of it that has been deeply internalized, both in the context of the institution and also in the context of the home, that we often fail to recognize. And the example that you gave of having institutional systems of childcare facilities and policies in place in Bulgaria, but yet the number of women coming into leadership positions not matching what it should be with the presence of these policies. So perhaps policy making is not the only answer. And perhaps we have to think about what could be then the potential answer to these women falling out of the paid workforce, and particularly in the context of academia. And somehow, and I feel, and I would love to hear the thoughts of my esteemed panelists on this, is that often the conversation has become that, women need this. Women are falling out. Women need to be supported to do this, but somehow we are perhaps not putting enough stress on the conversation that not only women need this, society need this, human development need this, economies need this. So it's not that women need this alone, and it is only for women that all of us will have to come together and do this. It is all of us need it. Women falling out of paid employment, women falling out of leadership positions, women not being part of top positions in academia or any other organization is not only a women's problem. And often it gets sort of placed as a women's problem, where women will gather and talk about this problem and think about ways to address it. And perhaps that is something we really need to reflect on. With that, I would like to come to Professor Penny Werdner. Professor, if you would like to share your initial reflections on the theme.
Well, thank you so much. And I'll say good evening because it's evening here, but lovely to meet all of you and whoever's online. I'll take a little bit of a different tack just for a quick moment, because I grew up first in sport. And of course, sport is one of the last bastions of male dominance, even more so than many things. But I grew up in the beginning, questioning why I couldn't run distances that men could run. And so, thinking about how it was not equitable in sport and remains that way. And then, of course, moving into graduate school and then education, and then as a professor and a dean and so on, and really questioning how the system works. And at the same time of being in academia, we were also a number of women colleagues were also, and I'm bringing this back because to talk about developing women as leaders, because we thought it would be too difficult to change the system. And so we wanted to develop all the skills of women leaders and thought that would work. And did we help lots of women develop great skills to be good leaders? I think we did, but then they would go back into the system that didn't really welcome them in many ways or held them down. And I did love, if I could say, Galina, thinking of how that the glass ceiling is invisible, or I might say very hard to see, and yet there it is that exists. And so, one of the models that we've used a lot is Nicole Lavoie's intersectional model, where it's looking at, you look at the individual, which of course is what we did for a number of years of trying to develop those skills, but then realize that, well, that's good individually, it didn't change the system. And so it's understanding all the different contexts that I think we need to consider as women to succeed in academia. And I think, you brought up, Upsana, about, I think we talk lots about role models and needing to see women in positions, and that you can believe and have the confidence to be something if you see women in those positions. And so again, not a fan of the role model so much, that concept, because I think it gets misused. But I know that when I came in as dean of our faculty of kinesiology, there had never been a woman dean there before. as we well know, across, all our universities, I'm sure. And I think women that then worked in the faculty started to think, well, I could do that, right? If Penny can do that, then I can do that. So I think there is something to be said about that. And of course, I'm just sort of throwing out a few thoughts, because I think probably at all our universities, perhaps in one way or the other, we have developed, areas of equity, diversity, inclusion, because we're getting much better at making that argument. Again, coming back to your comment, Upsana, about, diversity will bring greater voices to the table. And it will make us all better, and making those arguments and continuing to make them. But I absolutely still believe that that ceiling, whether it's glass or cement, sometimes it seems like it's cement, still very much exists for women. And so continuing to work to change the system, and at the same time still give young women the skills to understand how to, confront what is going on without being attacked, or then, failing because they're seen to be aggressive. Because, of course, when we as women, I think, are assertive, we are often seen as aggressive because we're standing up and speaking out. And I think that works against us. And so I, in my leadership positions, constantly, and I'm not saying this is a good thing, but constantly being aware of how to interact and be strong with the majority of individuals that I work with that are men, so that they will listen and I will be able to make changes. So again, it doesn't mean not standing up and being clear, but also not trying to create conflict unless it's absolutely necessary, because conflict always closes down the conversation if we really want to make change. And, I guess also gathering women around us to try to work together to change something and support each other in these roles. I am a psychologist, so I'm talking more from that perspective. But I think it's one of the things that I've always tried to do. I mean, I had a great deal of support. I think it's a significant, primarily from women, definitely some men, certainly as I was finishing my PhD, a very supportive male, but mostly women who supported me. And so really try to do the same for younger women to I guess I will say educate them on it's not going to be an easy road, because I really think every time we take a step forward, it's almost like it's 2 steps back. That's a little negative perhaps, but it's definitely not a smooth road. But I think, the model of understanding that this is complex, there's individual pieces, there's organizational pieces, there's the system and world that we live in, and each of us live in a bit of a different world, and yet in some ways it's very similar. Maybe I'll stop there for the moment, and I'm looking forward to the greater conversation.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Penny. Very, very significant points. And of course, to highlight the complexity of the issue itself, that it is not, it has to be understood as a complex problem. But I really am very intrigued by the point of role model and solidarity that you spoke about. And I think these are 2 new points that we're throwing into the conversation. If I can take a moment, I often used to feel sometimes, being the only woman in a panel, or sometimes, being the only woman in a room talking about something because, you have a leadership position in some small way. I used to often think, should I resent this? Should I get upset about this, that I'm the only woman? Is it adding women and stirring? Or should I take this platform and make a case for more women coming into the fold of leadership or more women being part of this room. And I have often found the latter position to be more constructive. For me personally, as an inspiring position to take, a motivating position to take, and for others to be able to think that that is something that one can do in a situation like this. And of course, the point about solidarity, I think that is not talked about enough. The women supporting women, and that there is, it's not in a very parochial way, but there is tremendous power, I think, in solidarity, and we must give due importance, significance to it, and talk more about it. So thank you very much for that. Now I have the pleasure to invite my colleague, Professor Tanushree Sharma, to please share her reflections on the theme.
Sure. Thank you, Professor Mahanta. Hello, everyone who's here and all at the other side of the Zoom screen. Thank you very much for your insightful thoughts on this theme. I really like what Professor Penny has said about getting lots of support from female colleagues, which one does not get to hear that often. People generally talk about this queen bee syndrome, where generally the rivalry among female colleagues is highlighted. So I would now like to present my view on this theme. Yes, lack of diversity and gender equality is a fact. Glass ceiling in the upper echelon of organizational leadership is a reality. The gendered realities of higher education are particularly troublesome or worrisome, given that so many studies have repeatedly presented a compelling case for advancing more women into leadership positions. I mean, just like any other organization, higher educational institutions benefit immensely when women assume leadership roles. The organizational cultural fabric gets strengthened. Collective intelligence takes a boost. Innovation, they say, increases. There is increase in talent retention. There's so many benefits of having more women representation in senior leadership position, including enhanced reputation of the organization and increased corporate social responsibilities. And I think the COVID pandemic also has highlighted the need for a different kind of leadership, which is more feminine in nature, which is more collaborative, relationship, and developmental in orientation. So these are some of the similarities between any higher education institutions and any other organizations for that matter. But unlike other organizations, the presence or absence of women academic leaders have a far-reaching repercussions, one would like to say, not only for the institution itself, but beyond themselves. Far beyond from them, I mean, they hold a very critical, an important role in shaping our societies. So they need to act more of an exemplar to the rest of the society or the community. So the leadership choices have the potential of influencing society as a whole. This point is what perhaps Professor Mahanta also highlighted while reflecting on one of the panelists' reflections. So the women academic leaders serves as role models, mentors, and coach to younger women in the universities, the students who are kind of about to embark on their own leadership journeys. So thus they can serve to bring out the best among these young women of not only the present generation, but many more generations to come. So thousands of students get enrolled in higher education institutions annually. They start their academic sojourn with their previously held beliefs, biases, stereotypes, self-doubts, which are formed over a period of time as they grow up from, largely as a result of their experiences, encounters, and exposures. Now, it's for higher education institutions to make them reflect and question their biases and beliefs, especially related to gender stereotypes or gender inequality. If what they see in the institution is only what happens in society at large, instead of those beliefs and biases getting redirected, they get reinforced. They get more strengthened rather than getting shattered. Therefore, it really becomes very, very important for higher education to see that they actually demonstrate, they exemplify good gender practices, good gender behavior, right? It's only when students see these things happening in the places like higher educations, they are forced, they're compelled to at least think about the stereotypes, the biases which they carry. Otherwise, they go back to the world with their previously held beliefs and biases further reinforced. So I think for both symbolic and perhaps substantive reasons, right? Higher education must be at the forefront of advocacy for greater women's representation in organizational leadership, right? So what perhaps they need to do is they need to identify and address the barriers and the challenges that prevent women leaders emerging and executing the responsibilities well. So we all have spoken about different barriers and challenges, and that they operate at different levels. They are macro, meso, and macro. Macro at the societal level, meso at the organizational level, and micro at the individual levels. People do talk a lot about, their own image, which they absorb from society. The imposter syndrome, the unconscious bias, they're feeling a sense of inadequacy, perhaps. But there is one more, barrier, which is all the more important, which unfortunately is not given enough importance. And that is related to how women are. What I'm talking about is the barrier, which, despite being a prominent or a significant source of gendered inequalities at work, is not often discussed. It's blood work. It is considered either a taboo or uncivil topic to be openly discussed. It is generally not considered a fit topic for any public discourse. This topic merits a mention here for the age when women are actually ready to assume leadership positions coincides with the change of the life, that is menopausal transition. The higher education institutions must take the responsibility for creating accessible and equal workplaces that accommodate such problems of employees. Women are different. Workplaces have been conceptualized keeping in mind only men. Women are different. Their being different is not a disease. It's very natural. If workplaces are conceptualized keeping in mind only 50% of the world population, completely disregarding the remaining 50%, of which close to 40%, they say, go to higher education institutions, and out of that, only less than 20 or maybe at times less than 10% assume the leadership position. Can we actually lose those very few potential female leaders, women academic leaders to the change of life, menopausal transition. This is one more point that we must seriously debate and deliberate on. So with this, I would like to conclude my opening remarks. Thank you very much. Over to you, Upasana.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Tanushree. And I think you've introduced something very, very significant and actually an urgent conversation that is required in the context of women and not only higher education institutions, actually in any kind of organizational or institutional setting. And you're absolutely right. We are deeply uncomfortable talking about the body. We are deeply uncomfortable taking ownership of the body. We often think that anything related to the body, whether it is menstruation or menopause, need to be talked in hushed tones. Organizations and institutions, especially when it is largely men in positions of power, authority, and leadership, find it extremely uncomfortable to talk about it. The only thing that we talk about in the context of organizations and institutions is maternity leave, because that is a safe space. One can talk about maternity leave. We get deeply uncomfortable again if we talk about paternity leave and parental leave, and that is one conversation that one again is not very comfortable having in the context of many institutions. So I'm very grateful to you for introducing that into this conversation, and I think that this is something that we must talk about, and the fact that this is not a weakness. That this is a body reality that must be accounted for in our organizational and institutional policies and imagination. The second important thing that you talk about is to look at what kind of leadership and leadership values that we want to bring together. And increasingly, Professor Tanushree, I know you work on organizational behavior. Professor Penny talked about, coming from the field of psychology and others. And I increasingly find that in the context of organization, with my limited knowledge, increasingly we are talking about emotional intelligence. We are talking about listening. We are talking about empathy. Qualities of leadership that were once sort of pushed aside as too feminine. Women are emotional and women are busy listening, but now we are talking about as a key integral part of organization and institutional culture and behavior. So perhaps that is something, again, we can take up for conversation. So with that, I want to throw my first key question at you. Many of the things that we thought we will discuss in terms of questions have already been addressed. So I don't want to repeat those. So perhaps, Professor Tanushree, what you left off with, you spoke about higher education institutions exemplifying good practices. You spoke about the fact that this not only is for the institution, but what the students and those who are part of these institutions as learners imbibe and take to the outside world. So what could be some of these possible good practices? We spoke about the glass ceiling. We spoke about the need to break it. We highlighted the challenges. But if we have to talk about concrete steps that institutions of higher education can take in terms of these good practices, what could they possibly be? Again, I would want to go and start with Professor Faiz. Brief comments about what do you think some of the key immediate steps that can be taken by universities at this point of time to respond to this challenge. Professor Faiz.
Okay, thank you. The first thing that came to my mind is that first, we are scientists. We can be in different fields, but we are scientists. As a scientist, if we have well-defined pathway, okay, to climb the ladder, that will naturally fix the problem. The first thing, this is what I did at Kadir Has University. When I became the president of the university, I had several female faculty members who came and complained about the gender pay gap and also unfair treatment of the upper administrations And what I realized is no matter if you are a man faculty member or female faculty member, if you do not have a well-defined pathway for a young scientist to climb up the ladder, then you will have the problem. So the immediate action that we can do is have well-defined pathway for young scientists to climb up the ladder. Second thing, if you have the financial support to support the women faculty, although, we are complaining about why it is just only our job to, to raise the child. And then we are talking about, okay, we have to have a daycare facilities to take care of the child of women faculty members. If you have the financial support system to build up the care system. Second thing, to comment on what Penny said, yes, there's a big problem to be, for role model. Sometimes it might be misused, but, yesterday I went and visited 2 high schools, okay? And I was a kind of a role model for these young female, let's say, students, because they didn't see anyone before as the rector of a university and an academic person. I'm a physics professor. My background is physics. And even, number of female professors in physics is really, really low compared to the other countries. In Turkey is much better. But what they said, seeing you as the academician in the university, now I set my mind to become an academic person, and I will work hard. So we can be good role models if we find a way to make it work, okay, correctly. Second, as I said, really, this is the key in the university institutionally. Have well-defined pathway, and you have to be fair enough for all faculty members. And that will fix the problem naturally. And I see it. What I saw, Apsana, I talked to our women faculty members, but they say, I want to stay as assistant professor. I said, no, you have no such an option. You have to have associate professor and full professor. You don't have such an option under my administration. That's why I put a limit on number of years you can stay in one position. And I also set up the supporting mechanism. I said, okay, you may not know how to write research proposal. You may need help to do research. We will do that. We will provide all the supporting system. So what we did, we set up a research and development resource directorate, under which we had experts who are ready to help our faculty member. We don't make any difference on the gender. Faculty member in writing their research proposal, in finding new research funding agencies, and in managing their research proposals. So you just provide what I said, we will provide the support, and you have to take the step to become associate professor and full professor, so that we will have a large pool of female faculty members who can be appointed for this upper administrative positions. So support the faculty members, set up the supporting mechanism. Research is the key. If our women faculty members are strong in their field, then they will have the courage. Look, I will give you one example. When I got the offer, before I become president here at Kadir Has Yunus, I was vice president at Sabancı University. I was just associate professor at one of the public universities and got a phone call and got the offer. You know what my reaction was? Are you sure you want to pick me as your vice president? Can you imagine? Why? Because my dream was to become a scientist. I never had the dream of become, having an administrative position. And I didn't have any experience. as the head of department or vice dean or vice head. No. So the second thing that can easily be done, this is what I did at Kadir Has University. You have to have this experience. One point in your life, you will have this administrative duty, okay? So in all committee, I want 50% representation of female faculty members. Second, and 2/3 of our head of departments are female. So once you gain an experience, and then they will automatically feel that, oh, I can do it. You don't need to become different. You just have the gut to have this position. So let them gain this experience, and then we will see more women in the upper administration of the higher education institution in each country.
Thank you, Professor Faiz. First of all, to bring in so much of positivity into this conversation and to be so hopeful about the future. And you spoke about having a well-defined pathway. And I feel that is a very important point to make, because then one is very clear in their mind, irrespective of their gender, as to how their growth looks like in the context of an institution, an organization, or a university, and of course to have the other support mechanisms. And you brought out the importance of research support. And I think that is very, very important, especially for young academicians, young female academicians, to be able to get that support. So that is extremely, extremely important. Professor Galina, would you like to add to this and take the conversation forward?
Well, while I was listening to you, and since we are moving towards the end of this extremely interesting conversation, I was thinking that indeed, what is the most important thing at this point is, it's our students, especially our female students. And I agree very much with Professor Werther about the importance of role models, and also Professor Faiz spoke about that, but also in a more general way, we must allow our students to remain blissfully unaware of the glass ceiling. We must not permit them to internalize it as well, because if they are unaware, they will act as if it doesn't exist. And that will help the whole situation a lot. So it's very important how we address our students. And I know that it seems like, of course, we're treating boys and girls equally, but when I reflect back upon my own experience, it also seemed that way. But I also know that in subtle ways, there was a difference. Somehow in different people's eyes, I have seen this, oh, you're a pretty girl and you are that smart. That sort of attitude. So I think it's very important to have, again, our female students blissfully unaware of what we unfortunately know, and that will make the things in our head change a lot faster. On top of every policy measure that we can take, and Professor Faiz was very explicit and articulate about it. So that's what I wanted to say at this point. Thank you, Basna.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Galina. And I think the point that you make that, particularly in the context of institutions of higher education, perhaps nurturing female leadership is not only about, nurturing the faculty or the staff, but it is also about the students, because you're creating a future generation of leaders. So how do we address? One is, of course, through role models and good practices, but also how do we address this young generation who is looking at us, not only for role models, but also for context, for understanding, to be able to recognize biases and prejudices that may exist in their own lives, that they have internalized. And often 2 points. Actually, there are 2 audience questions, and because we do not have much time after this, I'm going to just throw it in, and perhaps Professor Penny and Professor Tanushree could also address it. One is the question of resilience. What kind of role does resilience play? Are women who are able to break through the glass ceiling are resilient and courageous women, and hence they're able to do it? Or 2 is the point that perhaps Professor Faiz, you also alluded to, and Galina, you speak about when you speak about the internalization, is that, do women end up having an imposter syndrome often? That I deserve this, or I got this, because of an positive affirmative action policy, or am I here for, because this one thought I'm good to be doing this, so I have to prove myself more, or I have to keep myself limited into certain boundaries, because do I even, deserve to be here? So are we constantly suffering from that sense of, imposter syndrome? So these are few things, perhaps. Professor Penny, if I can invite you in to share your thoughts.
Well, I'll just say I am loving this conversation. I think we need to get together in person and do. I want to come back to. Oh, there's so many things I want to say, but I guess I'll just say one thing. I mean, first of all, I'm not a fan of labels. So the imposter syndrome, I mean, are we always confident at what we do? No, but I really don't like labels very much. I know they help us perhaps articulate something, but, do all of us feel incredibly confident in the jobs that we're doing? I'm not sure we always do. And that's why we also need support as we move forward. And I think bringing up our female students is really important, but I'm going to come back, if I may, because I know we are running out of time, and I'll just make this one comment so that we have time for Tanushree here. But just Dr. Faiz, on your comment of, really telling those faculty members that, no, you can't stay at an assistant, you have to go to associate, and you have to go to full, and in doing that, encouraging them to do that, because we know from some research that was done in terms of people that have excelled in all sorts of fields, and this isn't just gender related, but that someone had a belief in that they supported them in that, they believed they could be. And that's just such a great example of that, I think. Like, we could enable women to move. We still can't forget the system we're working in, for sure. But it is a piece. So I love the conversation we're having here. I think it's brilliant. Yeah, I'll just leave it at that, so there's time for other comments.
Thank you. Thank you. And I do hope that a physical conversation is possible at some point, and we can really take it forward in terms of learnings from conversations like this. Professor Tanushree, I would like to invite you in, please.
Sure, thank you. I'm also loving this conversation to the hilt. I would like to reflect on resilience thing. Yes, resilience is extremely important. As I said, that we do have gendered realities in the organization. There would be many occasions when, despite putting your best foot forward, you may not be able to come up to the expectations which people have of you, and most importantly, your own, meeting your own expectations. There's one more thing when we talk about glass ceiling, that is glass cliff realities, wherein at times women are assigned to very difficult, high risk positions, and at times set for failure. There would be many things that would happen in organizations, because organizations are social setup, and people try and do so many different things to protect their interests at the cost of other, not only directed towards women or against women in general, but for women it becomes all the more difficult. So resilience actually helps. Secondly, if you are a very serious and ambitious woman who aspires to leadership position and want to make an impact, because women generally are driven by impact than profile. This is what I read some time ago. And that is quite true, at least I can say for some of us, right? So organizations, to meet those gender specific goals, they do assign female academic with profiles, decorative names, flowery designation, but with no actual substance. In that case, you are there, but then you know within your heart, you know that you are actually not doing anything which is worthwhile. You are holding a decorative ornament. In that case, there would be again a lot of self-doubts. You know, you would doubt yourself, you would doubt the system, you would be filled with lots of self-doubts, and that's again, resilience would help you overcoming those self-doubts, you know, navigating your way through many systemic hurdles in the organization. You know, so that's one thing. And lastly, just want to quickly reflect on one thing, you know, though people, my co-panelists have already spoken a lot about ways to address gender inequality or, you know, gender inequality in workplace. There are a couple of things which many organizations do, and higher educations also can experiment with. Number one, they say in management parlance, whatever gets measured gets managed. So it's a good idea to have some gender specific goals, right? Your strategy should be oriented around achieving gender equality. You need to have specific, actionable, measurable objectives and action plans to achieve those objectives. Framework, which would talk about stretch assignments, which would talk about shadowing, which would talk about structured leadership training, which would talk about opportunities to network, which would also let you be a little flexible and also let you break the organizational silence around your very specific issues. So it's important to break the organizational glass ceiling. The organizational silence is broken around very important, sensitive, women-related topics. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you, Tanushree, and there could not perhaps have been a better way to conclude this session. We are running out of time, but I just want to say a couple of things as a moderator. One is that what an incredible pleasure and a privilege it has been to be listening to all of you. It has been a truly learning experience, and I feel that these conversations are important and we need to have these conversations more often. But I agree completely with Professor Tanushree that there is a rhetorical commitment to gender equality, and equality often I find is a treacherously simple concept. Everybody wants equality, but how to arrive at that equality? What do we mean by that equality? What kind of equality are we talking about? And of course, gender is interspersed with questions of class and caste and race and religion and region, sexual identity, orientation. So many other aspects are deeply interspersed with the idea of gender. So perhaps it requires a nuanced conversation. It requires unpacking the idea of equality itself. And most importantly, it requires, as Professor Tanushree says, to set, actionable, objective, measurable, sort of goals, which we can set, which we can evaluate, so that this journey that we are on, this battle that we are fighting, can be fought in concrete terms. This is not a linear battle. It cannot be fought that, okay, let us first deal with our internal barriers and now let's deal with our external barriers. It's a battle that needs to be fought in many fronts. And therefore, perhaps actionable, measurable sort of parameters on each front are required so that this could be taken forward. I'm once again grateful to all of you for sparing your valuable time, coming and partaking in this conversation. Professor Faiz, Professor Galina, Professor Penny, Professor Tanushree, please accept my heartfelt gratitude and gratitude on behalf of OP Jindal Global University. This has been an incredible session, and I look forward to be in touch, to be interacting with all of you, and to be able to take this conversation forward in concrete terms. Thank you very much, and I hope all of you who have joined us are able to join us for our other sessions as well that will be going on through the day. Thank you once again, and lovely talking to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye, everyone.
Bye.
Hello, good morning, everybody, and welcome to this panel of on the redefining the work-life balance in a post-pandemic world. And virtually there is no room of one's own. So I have a very esteemed panelist with me, Professor Pulkit Khanna, Dr. Victoria Jones, and we have Professor Easter Christine. And let me just share very briefly about them. Dr. Victoria Jones is the first senior international officer of the University of California, Irvine, and she was previously associate provost for the global engagement and associate professor of marketing at Seattle University. And for the past 14 years, she has been building dynamic international program for the growing universities. Very, very illustrious career she has. Then we have my colleague, Professor Pulkit Khanna. She is an associate professor and vice dean and in the JIPS, Jindal Institute of Behavioral Sciences at OP Jindal Global University. And she's responsible for academic planning and management at JIPS. And her professional experience is an optimal mix of teaching, training, and industry. And she completed her PhD in psychology from IIT Delhi. And she also has a very illustrious background in the positive psychology research, education, and application in the community health at the NIMHANS, including many other very accomplished achievements. And then we have another colleague of mine, Professor Dr. Easter Christine, and who is a DPhil in Oxford, from Oxford, MSc Musicology, MA English from the University of Vienna, and she is the Associate Professor of Interior Design, Design History, and the Heritage Studies, and also the Director of the Center for Historical Houses at OP Jindal Global University. As you know, we are an institution of eminence, deemed to be university. And as a scholar practitioner, she is also inspired by traditional design and the revitalization of the historic principles of design in the contemporary setting. And her experience is the research, design, development, promotion of historical houses and palaces. And in this capacity, she has developed designs for the listed buildings, including the UNESCO World Heritage Sites, and created a lot of innovative contemporary uses for the historical buildings. She also has a very illustrative career, and I really want to welcome all the distinguished panelists on this panel. So welcome once again. So we shall be discussing about, as we know that the whole world has changed after the COVID pandemic. And that was a time when we saw that the universities are also creating very different kind of models for engagement. And almost like 2 years plus, the campuses were closed. And suddenly we have to, graduate ourselves to the online teaching and learning. Especially in India, many universities were not ready at that stage. But, the whole thing happened so fast. And now we see it as a part of life. But we have also seen that when this pandemic happened, the work from home has become like a norm. And earlier there used to be like a fixed time that you go to a university or a college, say at 9 a.m. by 6 or something. Especially I'm talking about India. And of course, in certain global level universities where attendance may not be that required, but the specific measurable outcomes they are much more important. But still, it has been a case that, you're all over. Maybe when you're working from home, maybe you're operating from the bedroom, you're operating from your drawing room, not just, from your office room. So is it like, that you don't have any room? And it has happened to your work life. And when we talk about work-life balance, we know that we all have different kind of goals in life. One is, of course, our, the monetary and the positional goals. But we also have a goal for our own happiness and well-being. And of course, we need to have time for family and friends, the personal growth, development, leisure, taking care of the hobbies, and also going for even the spiritual growth. But all that is happening only in a one-sided kind of a thing. So we need to discuss and debate about, how this whole redesigning can happen. And we as an institution of higher learning, we have to really discuss and debate about it. So this panel will be talking about such issues. And one thing which I have seen, my name is Professor Pankaj Gupta, and I'm a professor in Jindal Global Law School. And I also had a center here. There is Center of Ethics, Spirituality, and Meditation. And so I have also seen that there are a lot of initiatives which are needed with respect to inner well-being, and which sometimes are not regarded that much. But there are companies and educational institutions who have taken a very conscious call towards making a very conscious efforts towards this work-life balance. But one thing which I have noted over a period of time, it also depends on what is the concept of work you relate to. Sometimes people are relating to work only as something which is just giving them money. But there are people who just relate to it, not only the money, but meaning also. It also depends on what kind of relationship you have with your work. And at the same time, there are a lot of different issues that what the employers can do, how the employees can do at their own level. Because your own self-growth and development is also generally your responsibility. So we have experts over here, and we shall be discussing about this topic in detail. So let me firstly request Dr. Victoria Jones to please share her insight on this topic. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate your introduction. I appreciate the opportunity to join OP Jindal Global University. I actually, some years ago, was on a Fulbright in India and had the opportunity to visit. I got to meet Siraj Kumar and really appreciated the opportunity. It's a real pleasure for me to be back with you today. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
I thought it might be helpful to have a little context in the way that I'm framing my comments. So as you mentioned, I'm the Chief Global Affairs Officer for UC Irvine. And this university is 38,000 students, all in person, 25,000 employees. Our annual operating budget is $2.7 billion, a lot of that in research and our hospital. And the economic impact in the community is $5 billion. We're 15 schools, art, social sciences, humanities, medicine, engineering, computer science, et cetera. And so when I approach this topic, it is from a US university perspective. It is from a large public research university perspective. And I am not an HR professional or an HR professor. I am international management and marketing. And so these are my personal views and the place where we are through the university at this time in COVID. I have two basic points I want to make as an introduction. The first is that faculty in US universities have always been hybrid. In a US university, the faculty do not come from 9 to 5. They are responsible to be on the campus for only two requirements. One is to teach their classes, and the other is for any kind of staff meeting or office hours that they have. Most of their work is done in their laboratory, which may be located on campus, or they may be working in a library somewhere or in an office from home. So there's a lot in a university, in the US at least, that is quite hybrid always. Those same faculty have the option, of course, to go into an office and work 9 to 5 or 9 to midnight on the campus. So I think for universities, we're already a little better accustomed to hybrid work than some other industries, manufacturing or IT or others. The change for us is that now staff are working from a hybrid component as well, where the staff used to be much more tied to the 9 to 5 in order to serve the needs of students and accommodate sort of a regular business day. Change, I think, is really, really significant for management. Managing professors has always been a matter of accountable for results, not the time they spend in the office. And we have systems for measuring that. How many publications? What is the impact of those publications? What are the student evaluations like? We measure the outcomes for faculty. We are not measuring the time they spend in the office. This is the change that we're making now in a hybrid environment for staff. What are they being measured by if we're not watching them while they're sitting in their office, attending to people in person? And so that's really a management change. And the key question is, how do we measure employee performance? And again, I think we have really good examples in the fact that we work in an environment where faculty have been hybrid, and what we need to measure is productivity, output, results, not time sitting in the office. The second point I'm going to make has to do with remembering that when we began this hybrid or work from home, we were in a crisis. We've moved past that stage now, and we are making choices. And so as we approach the work from home now, it's key, I think, to always remember the choices. People like agency. We had a quick conversation before we started this session among ourselves, and we talked about that need to feel empowerment. And so what is the agency employees have now in a hybrid world? They've experienced both work from the office and now work from home. What is the choice they have? And I think at this point, we have to think about what is the choice related to the needs of the job? Does the job itself require you to be physically present if you are cleaning the office spaces or serving food or meeting with students in person for some reason? Or is there a flexibility with the job requirements that would allow you hybrid or work from home? The second would be, what does the team need? And by this, what is it that's required for the working together, for the functioning of the relationships? The third, what does the employee need? What does that individual need or want? Do they need space to get away from the family and the kids and focus on their work in an office environment? Or do they actually prefer and need the flexibility to be at home and not in an office or commuting? The one thing I think we tend to consider too much in terms of choices is, what does the manager need? And I am concerned that sometimes in this return to work, a lot of it is being dictated by what makes the manager feel comfortable in their own management style, and not what is best for the team, the individual employee, or the job description, but how do they feel comfortable as a manager? And that leads to a very uncomfortable situation where it's because you told me to, but for no logical reason I can understand, and then agency is destroyed. And so the dialogue, I think, needs to be very clear. And if in fact, for all the reasons of the job need, the team need, the employee need, it's not a good fit, employees have the option they've always had to move to some other position, to suck up and deal with it, or to negotiate for some change. I think that the fit question has also always been there. Are you well suited to the job and the requirements of that job? I think, again, that the issue we're dealing with now is choice. We have different choices, and the risk is that managers will limit choice when they don't necessarily need to, given the other criteria, the requirements of the job, the requirements of the team, and the requirements of the employee. And I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Victoria, for your very nice comment, and nice to know that you are also a Fulbrighter, and you have been to JGU. And you have already mentioned that already universities are very much used to this hybrid model. And then you also mentioned about that how you are measuring the performance, that makes a very, very big difference. And also different universities are, moving at a different level of development, that how they can include the need of empowerment and flexibility, and also the need of the team and the functional need, and creating a synergy in the employee need and the management need, and also what the managers feel. And you also said very beautifully that employees anyway have a choice to move on to some other employer if they are not so happy. So a kind of engagement and a dialogue is very much needed. So really thank you for your comments. Thank you, Dr. Victoria. Now I'd like to request Dr. Pulkit for her initial comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Gupta, for the generous introduction. And it's my absolute pleasure to be here for this dialogue today. As part of the host university, that is OP Jindal Global University, I'm only very happy that I get to interact with the co-panelists and talk about this issue. So just like the previous panelist, I think I'd also like to begin by setting the context a little. I come from the background of psychology, and as a behavioral scientist, that's the major lens through which I'd like to look at this issue of work-life balance or remote working. And as somebody who's been first a student and now a teacher in the area of psychology, I think I'd like to approach this issue through what we call the ABCs of human behavior. Or when we deal with human beings at large, be it in this context or any other, it usually boils down to their affect, their behavior, and their cognition, which is their emotions, their thoughts, and how it manifests into various behaviors. So whether it was the crisis that caught us all off guard in the end of 2019 or early 2020, to where we find ourselves at now, a lot of it has been the interplay of how we felt about the situation, how we've thought about it or perceived it, and then how we've chosen to act out in that given context. Now, when we talk about this whole issue of work-life balance, of course, there is a lot of subjectivity to it. But at the same time, when we talk of people in academia, whether it is faculty or staff or students or all other stakeholders in the education space, I do agree with Victoria that this is one profession where there's been a little bit more of flexibility from pre-COVID times as well, because people in academia are used to, in fact, often expected to work outside of the restricted time windows of a defined desk job. But having said that, one of the biggest changes was that as people, we do not live in a vacuum. So an academic may be used to working remotely or working from elsewhere, but suddenly to find yourself in a situation where everybody else around you is doing the same, or the rules of the game totally changed. One thing is where you had the autonomy or the agency to figure out that, okay, today I'd like to work from location X or Y, but now it's no longer a matter of pure choice. The nature of the job itself or the demands that it places on all of us have changed dramatically. And depending on where we come from or where we find ourselves socially, culturally, economically, people have definitely been in, so to say, the same sea, but in very different boats. They found themselves coping at different levels of efficacy as they dealt with it. So I would definitely look forward to hearing more from fellow panelists and talking more as we go along. But I'd like to leave it with one of these common adages that we've all heard, what we call the Parkinson's law. So Cyril Parkinson, in this humorous piece in The Economist back in the 1950s, spoke about something where he said that work expands to fill all the time available for its completion. Little did he know that 50, 60, 70 years down the line, this is something that will be called the Parkinson's law. And today, I think we find ourselves in a space where we say that work also tends to expand to fill all the room that it's given. So not just the time, whether it is the workroom or the bedroom, it's all fair game for work. And of course, with its little benefits, there's a lot of pitfalls as well. So I would particularly like to base the rest of my comments in this discussion from the lens of both mental health and psychological impacts of the situation. But I'll stop here and look forward to engaging further. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pulkit, for your very nice comments and giving it a complete angle from the psychological angle. And you have very nicely mentioned about the human behavior, the ABC, and also from the angle of effect, the human behavior and also the cognition point of view. And the different people are having a different kind of coping mechanism. And you have also very nicely mentioned about the Parkinson's law. And it is really happening these days in our lives also, where the work is taking a lot of time. So thank you very much for your comments, Dr. Pulkit. So I would now like to go to Dr. Mimi for her initial comments.
Thank you very much for your kind introduction and invitation. I'm very interested in this conversation, and in fact, I really love having these kind of global dialogues. First of all, I should say that the pandemic has been very good for me. Unfortunately, it sounds kind of bizarre, personally, and also for the institution that I established in 2019, the Center for Historic Houses, which is the first institution in India to be an umbrella organization for the privately owned historic houses and palaces of India. It has now been nominated as a national expert heritage body by the government of India, which makes me very proud and happy, especially as a foreigner. Being able to run a heritage organization is wonderful. With this focus on historic houses, I have a focus on rooms in this current discussion as well, because the title has, of course, a room of not of one's own is, of course, an allusion to an extended essay by Virginia Woolf, A Room of One's Own. And in this essay, Woolf mentions various rooms. She's talking about sitting rooms, luncheons and dinners at Oxford and Cambridge, Oxbridge, with a fictitious college that she mentions. She talks about separate rooms, paneled rooms, quiet rooms. And of course, the term drawing room comes not from drawing a picture, but from withdrawing. It is closely associated with gender because the dining tradition in the past was in the West was like this, that you had dinner together and then men and women went to separate rooms. In India, there's a similar situation where you have male parts of the room of the palace, the Mardana, and the female parts, the Zanana. So in a way, the terminology, vocabulary of living is very closely, has a lot of kind of meaning underneath, right? Which is related to gender and how we live and reflection as well. So, and this is the one thing that we talk about place, and we can move from the place in our house, but also the fluidity between the exterior and the interior. Now, many universities and which do exciting work in India are new creations, often in the middle of nowhere. And I think that poses a challenge for the university and for the people to work there, because what is actually the obligation of a university? And we have a lovely campus with many facilities, I think, which not many other universities have. However, it's still in the middle of nowhere. Let's imagine someone comes from Vienna, New York, Paris, and has these kind of many ways of engaging other people, having conversations with other people, and having cultural opportunities. So what should we do to have not only this kind of satellite where we just work, but where we can do other things, pursue our interests, hobbies, and other kind of conversations. So, and with the pandemic, I think that disadvantage of the universities being in isolation was overcome in a way. Suddenly everybody, not only kind of universities in India, but everyone, we had the chance to participate and visit museums and opening exhibitions in New York, in Dresden, and we were able to have so many meaningful conversations. The Center for Historic Houses, we worked with scholars from the Getty Foundation, the Smithsonian, the Louvre, the Prussian Palaces and Gardens, English Heritage. These opportunities would have been much, much more difficult before the pandemic. So, and I think this is something that we can actually retain. So things are not the same anymore. We don't necessarily need to travel. Of course, it is a lovely experience to visit a historic building, but we can have collaborations and meaningful engagements with others. Then the other three focal points, apart from the place, is the whole concept of work-life balance. That is a term that originated in the 1970s and 80s in the context of women's emancipation. So again, closely related to Virginia Woolf's book. But then the nature of work, my second point is in the Judeo-Christian context, we have the seventh day of rest. In the 19th century, we have kind of labor laws, professionalization of work, and manufacturing laws that kind of talk about this kind of, nature of work and rest. But what should the future work be? This is the discussion that is interesting. And I kind of mentioned Theodore Zeldin, the fantastic historian at Oxford, who has written such meaningful books about the nature of work and human interactions and conversations. And he provocatively says we should abolish work, but what he really means is the abolition between the distinction between work and leisure. And I think in academia, for many, we don't really have that distinction between work and leisure because we kind of love what we do. In my spare time, I visit historic houses, read books that I love. And I think it's very important to come back to what has been said by other panelists, Victoria, for example, this necessity of control in the management, curtailing individual freedoms, I think is really very much against the nature of kind of academics and in fact, everyone's happiness. So we need to have these conversations that are people that are able to speak about their work in an entertaining way, rather than the arrogance of a specialist that is unable to communicate. We need to have this kind of human engagement, and that can take many forms, including like we are doing now. We are all in different places, but we can have a bond, between us and getting to know each other, having meaningful discussions. So I want to close here and kind of just recapitulate the notion of place that can be overcome, but it is significant at the same time. Going from the room to the place where the university is, where the discussions are taking place, and the aesthetics and meaning of this place, and the future of work, and possibly the breaking of the distinction between work and leisure.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mimi, for your very nice note. And it is very nice to know that you're interested in the historical buildings and houses, business houses, and you have visited so many places. And I can see that all the time you are engaged in your passion. You're no longer working at all. So there is no question of any work in life, because in the work is also your life, it seems so. And you also mentioned about the provision of rest in whatever we do, also as being provided in the nature itself. And also, if you're able to convert, our work and passion right there, then also many of the issues can be solved. So thank you very much for your comment, and loving what you do is very, very nice perspective you have shared in this discussion. So I'd like to say that even what we are teaching and how we are teaching is also going like a big transformation. I remember when I used to be a professor in IIM, Kozhikode. Then at that stage, it was a designed way that you give a case study at 9 p.m. and then you give questions at 1 a.m. and ask the student to really make a presentation at 9 a.m. So sometime when I first joined the IIM, that Indian Institute of Management, I was just thinking, why you do it? But then they told, once these guys are actually going to be managers, they will be getting this kind of work. So we are just preparing them how to handle the stress, how to work in very tight deadlines and so on. It was part of the training. Question is that how often? If it becomes like a nature, like every time you'll be called in the night, you're getting some email in the night or some call, you have to do this, you have to do that. Then how will you do justice with your own personal life? So nowadays, I see that even the pedagogy and the whole teaching method also is going through a lot of change. Because nowadays you tell a student that, okay, you choose a job which is, and aligned with your passion, what we say like Swabhav and Swadharma, like, what is your inner nature and what is the thing which you really want to do in life. So many of that discussion is really happening. It is also talking about the seed of different possibilities. Like if you're an apple seed, then you go to a hilly terrain so that you nurture really well. And if you're like a possibility of a seed of a coconut, it's better you go to near a beach. There you have a better possibility of nurturing. So also the employees are also of certain types. They also need to find out what is a fertile ground for them. And also it depends on different type of industries. There are industries which really require you to work very hard and very long. Say, for example, the manufacturing industries, but naturally we are as a part of the academic industry, and where we always give a lot of importance to the academic freedom and work-life balance. So I believe that the point which has been mentioned about the passion and passion at work, then we do not need those, TGIF, the thank God it's Friday, or the Monday morning blues, because each and every day is like big enjoyment for you. So with this, I would like to come back again to Dr. Victoria with one question, that with the work from home becoming a part of our lives, how has the efficiency and effectiveness of the academic community has been impacted? What has been your experience?
I would say it's been very mixed. And that those who were able to perform well, units that were able to perform well, were those that were able to supply resources right away. I think the thing that's important is to make a distinction between the changes that happened during the pandemic when we really didn't have choice and we were sent home and we were isolated, versus what's happening now. And I feel that now we are back to more efficiency and working better and adjusting. But I do think it's still mixed. And again, I would go back to some of this is once people have had this taste of the option, to say that their choices are now limited has been very frustrating for many people, and not being open about truly what is the whole range of choices. So I think that the agency and the motivation has changed significantly now that people have seen what the options are and that it's important. I'd be very interested to hear what Dr. Khanna has to say about some of the psychological impacts, but I really think that efficiencies have a lot to do with how we've responded now that people have choice.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Victoria. And on the same question, the comment which you made, I'd also like to know the comments of Dr. Pulkit. And also I'd like to know that on the mental health issues also, what is her views with this particular?
So definitely, I think it's important that we draw the distinction between what was happening at the heart of the pandemic and what's happening now. It's somewhat convenient, to take it all in one go, but the situation has evolved. But I guess everybody would remember that when WHO first announced the pandemic or the onset of it, they also forecasted an upcoming mental health pandemic, which of course did not seem that urgent at that time because everybody was grappling with something which was absolutely life-threatening at that moment. But sometime in 2020, if my memory does not fail me right now, it was sometime in early 2020, they also announced the onset of a global mental health pandemic, which was all-encompassing, not just for people in academia or education, but elsewhere as well. Coming back to what Victoria just mentioned about agency and choice and how people have responded to that in different circumstances, I'd like to just bring to attention the other side of it, which is that while we all like freedom and choice, different people respond better to different levels of structure and scaffolding as well. There are always those of us who function better when there is a defined structure or who struggle with balancing things in the absence of a formal structure. The other important thing that is work only about the deliverables in terms of what an employee has committed to and what an employer seeks. I think when we look at it from a psychological perspective, work or the workplace also serves functions which are beyond just the deliverables or the outcomes. We can assess the outcomes that are linked with our performance management and appraisals and the organization's effectiveness and productivity. But for an individual employee or a faculty member or an administrative staff member, work as quote unquote work also serves other functions like the social functions of just belonging to a community, of just being part of a group of people, where for many people actually they may not have which is of course not the best or ideal situation, but a lot of their sense of self is derived from what they do. And this whole sense of who am I, is it the same as what I actually do? That blurring of boundaries, which is something that happened with the pandemic, is actually quite a bit of a reality check and a time to reflect once the crisis has abated about where we stand. This whole idea of work being a part of life, or work being pretty much what life revolves around for a lot of people. I'm actually quite weary of the remark we had about, no TGIF and no Monday morning blues, because this is something that many people fall prey to in academia. The workforce that is in the knowledge sector is very, very essential for them to step away to gain fresh perspective. The problem that a lot of people in academia face is that when they're chasing deadlines, or when there is cognitive labor involved, there's no difference between a Sunday evening or a Friday evening or a Saturday afternoon. In fact, people might reserve that for more thought-oriented, deeper work, because they are away from the mundane at that time. And I think anything that involves high brain function, it's very important to get away to gain back a fresh perspective. So I would agree with the previous panelists that how it's impacted efficiency, quite mixed, depending on the roles people served, and also depending on the context they were in, and also depending on their own personality types. Because you'll always find colleagues who say that I need to get out of the house, come to office, sit there, and only then I sort of switch on in my work mode. Of course, there are other options of getting there as well, but it's one of those classic conundrums where everybody used to hate the commute to work, but a lot of research started telling us that that commute was the buffer between your home life and your work life, and it suddenly became like an angel and no longer a devil. That commute actually helped people transition from zone A to zone B. So I think it's only when we are deprived of something that we took for granted that we started seeing the potential benefit or the purpose that it served. The second point I'd make is about the question posed in terms of the mental health aspects. So I'll tie this back to the ABC that I mentioned in the introductory remarks, which is about the affect, that's the emotion, the behavior, and the mental or the cognitive aspects. A lot has been said, printed, written about loneliness, irritability, isolation, sadness that came in. And here I would emphasize that it's not actually restricted to the pandemic, but it has percolated later as well. When the social support networks were gone, or people were just reduced to a lot of working in solitary spaces, academia anyway sometimes is very solitary in the nature of work that people end up doing. It's them and their screen, and now a lot of emails and a lot of a merry-go-round of assignments and evaluations and grant applications and funding opportunities. Just imagine that merry-go-round sort of never really allows you to step down and get on the ground. So that isolation, I think, has been very alienating for people. Then, of course, the fatigue that set in, which ends up leading up to burnout. And also this always on headspace. The APA, that's the American Psychological Association, labels certain people as constant checkers. And many of us would relate to that, where we just think that there's another notification that might have come, there's another email that needs my urgent attention, because there's no longer that defined cutoff between what's my work time and what's my leisure time. Of course, people who are great at setting those boundaries have flourished. Others have just dwindled and languished because the boundaries have been really blurred. So I'd like to add that later when I come back, but I'll stop here for now. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Pulkit. You have raised some very, very important points. And also, there has to be balance in the productivity and social circle. And also, you mentioned about the who am I? So again, it depends on that, what really keeps you on all the time And I have seen people also, like people who are always glued to their phones and the WhatsApp. Whenever any message is coming, they immediately feel the urge to reply at that moment. And I have also seen certain professors and other employees who have a very fixed routine that they will check WhatsApp only 4 times or 5 times a day. In fact, one of our very eminent university leader is not even having a WhatsApp, because many times I see that the WhatsApp and these kind of always on things are something which make you like a work slave. So it all depends that whether you feel enjoyment in doing so. Sometimes you write a mail and immediately you get a reply. So some people feel that kick also. So it depends on people to people. And going back to the affect behavior and cognition, and also some people who are having more weightage to the self-satisfaction and how you can handle the loneliness. These are also very, very important point you shared over here. So with this, I'd like to go to Dr. Mimi now. And you see that many of the technological companies, they have decided that they are going to allow this work from home on a full-time basis. And so on this, do you think that the academia also need to think something like that? So whenever you have a class, whenever you have any meeting, then only you should come there. And which naturally a university like us, they allow that freedom. And also we have seen that sometimes every faculty has to publish, every faculty has to do institution building role or teaching and executive education. But there is a possibility that out of these different portfolio, there is something which you really love doing. So how can you also create some sort of a program which can suit to the real nature of a faculty member? So maybe if you can just share some, your thought on these topics.
Yes, I'm happy to. Well, I think a hybrid model is really interesting. Sorry, just a moment. The dog. A hybrid model is really interesting. I don't think it's necessarily important to go and be there in person all the time, especially for things like faculty meetings or something like that. I come from different kind of educational traditions. I studied at the University of Oxford, and it's unique with Cambridge that you have one-to-one tuition, which is of course a real luxury and a wonderful opportunity. It comes from the medieval principle of master and apprentice. And I think there's a lot of learning that you couldn't otherwise have, because you have this direct conversation. You are reading out your essay and then you get the feedback right away. And I felt it was invaluable in my academic career. With the commute also, I understand that this can be a transition from kind of private life to kind of your work life, but it depends on the commute, doesn't it? On the nature, on the length, and again, the place where it is. Are you going through a beautiful park near the ocean or somewhere? Are you going past, garbage hills and, things like that? It's not very good for anybody. If you talk about well-meaning, or if it's very chaotic, if you drive in Rome, it's very chaotic and, different from, a country lane and so on. And the duration, of course, in India with the, 20 million people city like Delhi, it can take from 1.5 hours to 4 hours to come from the university to Delhi. And that's very stressful if you are in the car for 4 hours, right? Independent from these kind of transitions. So I think, if we talk about a place where you can experience isolation, not only in the pandemic or in this kind of situation, but if we have a campus that is in isolation, we should have conversations that are not only work related with other people outside of the kind of university, but we can't really do that because there's nothing around the university. So what can we do to overcome this? I think, again, to facilitate this, to have conversations and to bring people here, like take Kleinborn, for example, one of the most famous opera festivals in the world. I mean, who could have, it's in the middle of nowhere, right? But they brought it there and it can work. Or, Jaipur Festival, Lit Festival, and so on. You can create new festivals and opportunities, providing the infrastructure. It can go from small to bigger. So this is something that I would really recommend to avoid this kind of, let's say, artificial situation where you only have a work life and nothing else because the infrastructure doesn't exist. So you can create it. And that's exciting in itself. It's a wonderful pioneering opportunity. So this would be my answer. It's always a combination of things, right? It's not one or the other. We can learn as much and can use all the benefits from the digital sphere, but then we also need to have the real life experience. And even if we have these kind of digital conversations, it's very different from meeting someone in person. How is this person treating other people in a restaurant? Is he bossy or friendly and so on, right? I mean, these kind of things, you don't see that in these digital conversations. It can be really misleading. So we really need both.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mimi. I have one additional question to you. And you mentioned about like our university and other top universities, they are generally in a very sort of a remote location away from the city. So what they can do to promote more of a sense of well-being among the employees? Because as you mentioned that people may have to spend like 4-hour time in going to the city and coming back. So do you think that something more can be done in this case?
Is this a question for me?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, yes. So as I suggested, I think it's great to have to do more than what a university normally does. So instead of focusing only, it's a challenge, but an opportunity, as I said. So creating places of beauty and aesthetics, for example, not only the purely functional and so on, maybe a cafe where people can go, whether faculty or students, right? Or creating places on campus. And to some extent, our university does that. I mean, mainly for the students, right? We have like plays at times or musical performances, but these are really geared towards the students, right? So it's pop music, so for instance, but, you know, we don't have, let's say, a music room with a piano or so, right? So, you know, having a diverse kind of cultural opportunities for different kind of taste cultures. And, you know, we have a fantastic, you know, recently Mr. Jindal, he brought horses to the university. Really, I mean, changed my life. I love horses, and we have a polo field. I mean, what university has that? It's amazing. And, you know, these kind of things. So that's not so much the conversation. And, you know, it is this kind of rural life. Why not emphasize this rural life, the beautiful birds that you have here, the animals that you have here, you know, to have something dedicated to this, having maybe, you know, a farm, so to say, where you have organic farming in a cafe and you know, workshops where you can do things. So if you don't have these kind of things to spend your leisure, you need to create that. I think that's a real must for institutions that are remote. And invite people, bring them here, not just parade them kind of on the stage, but give them the opportunity to have conversations with the people, the faculty and the students. That's something I thought was wonderful at Oxford. There were no distinctions because you had these conversations. It didn't matter whether the professor was world famous and a Nobel Prize laureate, or just a young, you know, DPhil student who was teaching a student, or I don't know, the Emperor of Japan who came. So every student, every faculty had access to the visitors to have conversations, and that can be life-changing. Conductors, you name it. I think facilitating conversations among people, that's what's so important.
Okay, fantastic. So I think you are giving so many very bright suggestions. So I'm sure the university administrators may be listening. And very nice to share that insight. So, Dr. Victoria, let me come to you and about this lot of technological addiction and the cell phone and PC and laptop addiction is also there. And, you know, this, and also with this technology, you're always there, like always on syndrome, which Pulkitji was sharing. So what do you think that some sort of policies can be created and by the higher education institutions so that the employees in a designed way, they are, you know, towards the work-life balance, and so that they are also tempted to pursue a balanced view of their life. So can you please share your insight?
Yeah. First, I think it's important to contextualize that this device problem did not come about because of work from home. Or because of the pandemic changes. As soon as we had smartphones, as soon as we could pick up email at our homes, we were blending the workspace and the home space. I had someone comment to me once pre-pandemic, and I said, I'm taking a vacation, and I'm really taking a vacation because I'm not going to answer my email. And he said, if you're taking vacation, but you're answering email, that's not a vacation at all. It really is just working from vacation. And so this is not a new thing. So I really liked what Professor Khanna said about some people do well with setting boundaries on their digital lives and some people don't. I think what's important for the institution is that we give people permission to set boundaries, and we give people the option to say, this is a work time for you, this is not a work time for you, and allow them to figure for themselves what is their preferred mode. I guess there are resources we could add to that, like helping people learn how to manage their digital time. But really, I think it's a permission. And I think that from the institutional perspective, and also a culture. So there are some cultures where people are simply, in order to get ahead or in order to get a good performance review, again, even pre-COVID work from home kind of environment, they felt that they had to be in the office all the time. And so I think that it's a culture fit, and a permission to let people create those boundaries. Beyond that, it's the responsibility of the individual employee to manage their time and find a good fit for themselves. But you can't do it if your corporation, your employer doesn't let you do it.
Very nice, Dr. Victoria. So you have also highlighted about the work boundaries and the related things. But sometimes these work boundaries are not in the hand of an employee. Sometimes it also depends so much on the boss, whether your boss is like a self-aware or whether he or she is really having a balanced life. Sometimes it is seen that if your boss is like 24/7, so he or she will also expect you to be like that. So in this way, that also trickles down to you. And sometimes maybe you also need to have some sort of a training to the senior leaders also, that it is like not on. Like in certain countries, especially in the Nordic countries, it is like an offense that you should not be sending mail beyond the office hours, or not be calling your colleagues after a certain time. But in a country like India, or in other countries also, this kind of norm is not being followed. So I believe, some sort of a leadership training and the sensitivity to the senior people and also the bosses are also very much required, because that all impact the mental health of the people. So what can the higher education institutions can also do, to train at the highest level of the bosses, and then that will, go on trickling down, and then you create a very holistic kind of a work environment. I can share with you an example from one of the university where I was associated. They used to start in the morning with a laughter yoga. All the employees will come together, they will laugh together, and then they will do a small meditation. And after that, they will start the work and, being centered around and then starting the work. And then at 11 a.m., they all used to meet over tea. Because what happens that sometimes you send some email and say, oh, I send you email and I'm just, I reminded you, and why don't you reply? And those kind of interpersonal issues, they crop up. So they said, that, okay, let's have one time where everybody will meet everyone. And if there is any issue, any official issue, you can sort it out then and there. And also in the evening, you need to have a cleaning meditation session. So where if some sort of a thing like, you have scolded somebody, then it is your time to clean it up. So that the somebody who is going home is not going in an upset mood, so that you are, being unruly to your spouse and to your children. So those kind of, I have seen that many universities are having many such kind of caring attitude. And, that all impact, of course, the mental health of the employee. So I'd like to have some insight from Dr. Pulkit, if she would like to add something. Thank you, Dr. Purvi.
So since we are talking about technology and how people respond to it, let me begin by sharing a technology metaphor actually. Since all of us use gadgets these days, and we say that if we've got too many tabs open all the time, the gadget tends to slow down and eventually it can also just crash. The human brain isn't very different. So if we've got too many tabs open all the time where we are constantly multitasking and there are too many things happening, whether it's a reduced attention span or there's a lot of fatigue or just slower, poor decision making and eventually burnout. I think this isn't something that is very new to us. Many of us realize it. Unfortunately, some of us also experience it. But coming to Professor Gupta's question about what can an institution do or where does the buck stop? I'll take a slightly different stance and perhaps say unpopular opinion, but maybe we can't afford to just palm off all the responsibility on the institution or to the policy matter. Of course, for those of us who can afford to instantly migrate to the Nordic countries and enjoy the 4-day week or the policy that, hey, don't disturb your colleagues, that's fabulous. But for those of us who can't, we cannot just suffer because the boss isn't caring enough or the institution doesn't respect boundaries enough. In an ideal scenario, of course, there's action that must happen here. But I would firmly endorse and recommend that it's a shared responsibility at the level of an individual, at the level of a community or a society, and of course, at the level of policy and institutions as well. So before me, the remarks have already emphasized what can be done at a policy level, what can institutions do. Dialogues like the one that all of us are having today, that's a great start. Just acknowledging that, hey, this is a problem. Having a mainstream conversation about it is a great start. Also, maybe having certain defined policies and organizational cultures that don't necessarily reinforce working round the clock, that don't necessarily glorify burnout and fatigue. That's a great measure to take forward. But while the big stuff is essential, I think smaller individual level things cannot be negated. So in psychological parlance, we often talk about what we call a circle of control and then a circle of influence and a circle of concern. There's only so much that I can directly control. But if I just continue to suffer from whatever else concerns me because I have an uncaring team leader or I have a very punitive sort of a work culture, the sad, brutal truth is that I tend to lose out a lot. The suffering of mental health or physical health or physiological things, there is no damage control happening there. So while it's great to seek the larger changes, as an individual, it's important that we reclaim some control in terms of boundaries, in terms of just discipline. As a small example, to not make it sound just idealistic, a very small thing called micro transitions. This is something that people practiced even at the heart of the crisis in the COVID pandemic. A small thing like separating your place of rest, coming back to our theme of no room of one's own, really, so the bedroom, separating that from maybe just a small portable table or chair where one would dress up in a more office appropriate thing of micro transition. A small individual thing can just help separate or establish boundaries. And the influence of peers, of family, of colleagues, I think we sometimes tend to undermine the importance that it can have. Ultimately, the system is made up of people like you and I. Ultimately, policies are also in the longer run shaped by people like you and I. So while that may not be an overnight change, I would again say that some steps, some constructive measures at the level of individual, at the level of community, both immediate family, peers, or society, and at the level of policy are important. And the last thing is an important reminder to everybody at the level of the policymakers or the higher management that actually employee well-being is not a charitable thing which somebody just takes on as a social responsibility. It is very deeply interlinked with productivity and efficiency. people, I think a recent study from Oxford made it amply clear that happier employees are the ones who are more productive. And this is not something that's really brand new awakening for us. We know it. But sometimes we think that time off or a digital detox or giving people paid time off is a privilege. In reality, human beings need to unplug to come back rejuvenated. So investments in employee well-being are actually investments in better productive employees as well. So that's a reminder that is important for everybody who's in the decision-making capacity. Thank you.
And of course, retaining people as well, right? Because if this word gets out that, let's say, an environment is, toxic or something, you will not be able to retain or attract, good people. So it is in the best interest of the institution, of course.
100%. In fact, if I could, respond to that, actually, there are so many costs associated with new recruitment or when you have high turnover. So actually, any investment, it also has very monetary, tangible benefits associated with it. Yeah.
And what we can see is, of course, always, there is the structural, institutional level and the individual level. Even if you provide the kind of, structure, it depends ultimately on the individual. One example, at the Princeton Institute for Advanced Study, and at some of the Oxford colleges, you have these teas, afternoon teas, where people can just meet and there's cake and, bread and tea. And it's a lovely way to meet other people. It's not structured in any way, but it's regular. It's providing this beautiful social space. But if people don't talk to each other, or if you have a toxic environment, the people meet, it also doesn't do anything. So it depends, of course, always on the institution that provides that, and then the people who actually do it. But one thing I think that is important is there could be some checks and controls from the institutional level so that certain kind of mismanagement cannot happen. Yeah. So for instance, or some people, for instance, like to get up at 4 a.m. and send mails, but it doesn't mean that the other person has to respond at 4 a.m. right? So let the other person also give this opportunity to do the email, and the kind of admin at every time, in whatever time they choose, right? But expecting this 24-hour presence around the clock. And I think, like we have performance reviews, I find it cannot only go down, it has to go up as well. If this is missing, if we cannot evaluate our boss, something is missing in the structural level. So I don't know how that is in the US. I would presume, that the person, the employee, also has to evaluate the boss, right? Do you have something like that in the US? How does that normally work?
Yeah, it depends on the institution, but we definitely have what we call a 360 evaluation.
Oh.
Okay, so really very nice discussion. 1 hour has just passed and we are already a little over time, like 2 minutes over time. So though we would have loved to, carry on this, because now we are just getting a live discussion and a very nice way the discussion is going on. But I think with the interest of the time, we have to stop here. So I would like to just add towards the end that there is a company in India, a very, very big public sector company, which is name is LIC. There is a Life Insurance Corporation of India. It has a motto, which is having a Sanskrit word. There is a Yoga Chimum Vaham Vaham. Maybe that you will not understand that word, but the English translation is, your welfare is my responsibility. So if you extend that further, all the senior bosses and the leaders, maybe you are a dean or a professor or maybe a vice chancellor. So, the buck is stopped at, how productive and happy employees you have at the workplace. So people talk about not only the intellectual capital, the financial capital, but also you talk about the heart capital, where the people who are not supervised, still they will work on their own, and then who will feel a lot of pleasure and happiness in working, even beyond the scheduled working hours, fixing very nice performance metrics, those very well-defined KRA and KPIs, aligned with, the people's Subhava and Swadharma, like the inner nature and where you are at best. So if those kind of goal and work goal, which are related with one's passion, having very good HR policies, and also a conscious aim at developing our heart capital all the time, and also not only that your welfare is my responsibility, but also my welfare is also my responsibility. So not really going for any kind of a victim mindset. If you're really having so much trouble, then you search some other job. So in this way, I believe that the employee welfare, productivity, work from home has now very much become a reality, and maybe certain, the performance structures and other things we have to really work further on this. So in this way, we can always take care of the work-life balance, and together we can be very, very productive for the institution, and also having access to our own multiple goals. Not only is it the financial goal, not only the money, but meaning also. So with this, I think I would like to thank everybody, Dr. Pulke, Dr. Mimi, Dr. Victoria, for your very, very great insights, and administration of the JGU for this great opportunity to us. And also thank to the audience who have attended this panel discussion with a lot of patience and interest. So thank you once again. Thank you and namaskar. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Okay, so a very good afternoon, good morning, and hello to dear participants, to everyone.
Hello.
Hello, can you hear me? Yes.
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Yes. So nice. Nice to meet you, Esther and Ben.
Nice to meet you.
So I welcome you on behalf of Jindal Global University that today we are here on this session number 17, and we are having this 5-day virtual World University Summit on universities of the future, that is building institutional resilience, social responsibility, and community impact in G20 countries. So this is the conference, this is the theme that is going on from this Monday onwards, 5-day theme. And this particular summit is organized by Jindal Global Center for G20 Studies and International Institute for Higher Education Research and Capacity Building within OP Jindal University. So this was the background that I was trying to make. And we are having this session. The theme is Beyond Brick and Mortar, Quality Assurance, Accreditation, and Benchmarking. So this is very relevant in this particular context of academia, that we are looking for this quality, accreditation, and benchmarking as per our respective universities, academic institutions. So on behalf of the campus, on behalf of the university, myself is Professor Sachin Kumar Mangla, and I would like to welcome our speakers, our panelists of the day, Essa and Ben. So as per instructions received, let me brief first of all what we are going to do. So this is a 60-minute session, and first of all I will be introducing our panelists, and then I will be giving a very brief introductory remarks on the theme of the panel of the session that we are going to address. And then let's say I will invite our experts, Ben and Esra, just for a very brief remarks on the theme. And then there will be some questions that I'm going to ask, that I'm going to take their views. Okay. And then at the end, we are going to take maybe a very few questions from the audience if they have any doubts or queries, or maybe if they would like to comment something. So we are going to compress the whole knowledge session within 1 hour. So I hope it is clear. Now, let me first of all provide an introduction to our speaker, to the panelist member. And today in that I have two guests, again, Ben and Esra. So first of all, I would like to introduce Mr. Ben. So Mr. Ben Swatter is the Senior Vice President, Institutional Performance at QS. He has led the team behind the QS World Ranking for over a decade. He leads the QS Intelligence Unit, a global team that has developed into a world-leading think tank on the measurement and management of performance in universities. This team has also provides distinctive business intelligence to over 200 client institutions worldwide and operate 2 major international conferences every year. He has been invited to hundreds of universities in over 30 countries, where he has spoken about the research work carried out by his team. Mr. Swatter is an authority on comparative performance in the international higher education. He is also a board member of QS Simons Limited since 2015. So I will welcome Mr. Ben Swatter on the behalf of the campus, on the behalf of institution. Thanks for joining. Now, the next panelist, Professor Dr. Esra Hatipoglu. Dr. Hatipoglu completed her PhD in the field of European Studies in English from 1994 to 2001 at the European Community Institute of Marmara University. While continuing her doctoral studies at Marmara University, Hatipoglu was accepted by the London School of Economics from 1995 to 1996 and completed her second master's degree in the field of Russian and post-Soviet studies. She has done her academic studies on Russia, Central Asia, and the European Union in general. Dr. Hatipoglu started her academic career as a research assistant while doing her master's degree at Marmara University. She continued her academic career by entitling the title of professor in 2014. She has also held various admin positions at Marmara University. In 2016, she was appointed as the rector of Nastasi University. In 2020, she has started to work at Becessier University as an advisor to the rector in charge of international cooperation. Hatipalu has been working as the director of Becessier University, Almer School of Government and Leadership since 2021 and has been appointed as the BAU Global Chancellor as of January 2023. So on these words, I will welcome Esra. Now, we also have our another speaker, our another panelist who has recently joined, Professor Dr. Beshki Sipo Twala. So Dr. Twala is Deputy Vice Chancellor, Digital Transformation, Twasane University of Technology, South Africa. He is a prolific researcher with over 20 years of experience in putting mathematics to scientific use in the form of data comparison, inference, analysis, and presentation to design, collect, and interpret data experiments surrounding the fields of transport, medical, artificial intelligence, software engineering, robotics, and most recently in electrical and electronics engineering. At TUT, in his current role, he is responsible for leading the university's continuing digital transformation agenda. So I will welcome Twala as well, and these were our panelists. So thanks for joining for this afternoon. Now let me give a concept note to introduce the theme. So the theme is Beyond Brick and Mortar, Quality Assurance, Accreditation, and Benchmarking. So I think academic institutions, like we all are looking for quality, we are looking for accreditations, and we all are looking for this benchmarking. So it is the heart of every university to build a sound quality assurance infrastructure, which includes focus on the design of academic and admin systems benchmarked against international norms and standards with strong stakeholder feedback systems. As universities strive to be globally relevant and role models for institutional excellence, so it becomes important that to measure up to global quality and standards of excellence. Therefore, universities, they must promote a globally diverse perspective through faculty, courses, and programs. They must adopt adaptive benchmarking practices, which is very important, and which should meet internationally recognized standards. A key feature of achieving institutional credibility is to be accredited by different national and international accreditation agencies. This plays a significant role in enhancing confidence in the institution, and that is very important and need of the hour as well. Educator Richard Prin, in one of his articles, mentions that often while using the term standards in students' learning outcome, we fail to ask this question, like, what do you mean? So often we fail to ask this question, but it's very important. Similarly, we need to stop and reflect on what benchmarking and accreditation really means, because this is something that is very important. This is just not important for the university, but it is also very, very important for other stakeholders like students and faculty and maybe other policymakers as well. Accreditations processes are important for having a competitive edge, because we, as an institution, we need those academic accreditations. But we should be mindful that it doesn't take away our focus from the quality of education being imparted, because accreditation we need, but we should not compromise with the quality. In this context, the panel will deliberate on the various facets of university level accreditations, ranking, and benchmarking. So this was something that was a very formal introduction for the theme and what we are expecting from the panelists and what we are probably discussing for our audience. So this was something that I have provided. Now, probably I will invite maybe our panelists just for a very brief remarks, maybe one by one, on the theme. So maybe I can first invite Ben for his views.
Thank you very much, Professor Sachin. It's a pleasure to be here today, and congratulations to JGU for pulling together such a spectacular virtual event again. It's good to be here to discuss some of these things. I would like to zoom out a little bit. You know, I have been running the world's most popular university ranking for 20 years this summer. We're about to release our 20th edition. The QS rankings have become very influential. A lot of institutions are adjusting their behavior accordingly, mostly positively, sometimes not necessarily quite so positively. And the same is true of many accreditations and benchmarks. Now, obviously, accreditations and benchmarks have their place, but there's a danger of two things happening. Firstly, there's a danger that we propagate a race to the middle, or even a race to the minimum in some cases. And I'll come back and talk about that in a moment. And the other is that there's a danger that we flip the sort of slave-master relationship. And the reality is that rankings and accreditations and benchmarks should be led by the sector, should be led by institutions. All too often, institutions allowing themselves to be led by the benchmarks or the accreditations and the rankings. And that's not what we set out to do back in 2004 when we began the rankings. It's not what all of the accreditations set out to do. Now, talking about that sort of race to the middle or race to the minimum scenario, here's a good example, right? So pretty much every country in the world, some under more duress than others, have set themselves a net zero target for carbon neutrality. India, 2070. And there are a variety of reasons why India's target is a little bit later than other countries. It's got a bit of a bigger situation to deal with, and I understand that. But like institutions in many other countries, many of the institutions in India have by default set their own net zero target to 2070. But universities are where the science exists. Universities is where the enlightenment exists. Universities are not industrial organizations with a lot of emissions to offset. It's not as expensive for universities to get to net zero as it is for many other organizations of equivalent size. So if the country is going to achieve its target, universities need to get there 10 years, 20 years, 30 years before the country as a whole does. It's an example of everybody saying, okay, we can relax now. There's a benchmark, and therefore we don't necessarily need to move as quickly. Another story I'll tell before I hand over to everybody else, because I'm really keen to get into the questions and the conversation. That's the good stuff. So I was recently at a couple of events, one in India and one in the Middle East that we ran, summits with groups of influencers from across the sector in those cases. In India, I met somebody from the UK, actually, from a leading university in the UK, who said that they're trying to evolve their courses. They're trying to innovate. They're trying to use new technology in the classroom. And one of the biggest blockers to them being able to do that is the professional bodies who accredit their courses, who are too traditional, too fixed in their ways, and won't allow the university to continue to innovate and still bestow their accreditation. In the Middle East, I met an institution who was putting themselves through one of the US regional accreditation standards. And in order to do that, they'd been instructed that they could do nothing new for 5 years. 5 years, no new courses, no new offerings, no changes to your existing curriculum. You have to freeze in time for 5 years. Now in 2023, 5 years is a very, very, very long time. And when we look at what universities have got to do, what the values and the character we need them to do a better job of bestowing in future leaders, the skills development that they need to develop in the future workforce, and the problems in the world that they need to contribute to the research of, there is no time for any institution to wait 5 years just because an accrediting body tells them to. So I think there's a real danger, and I'd like to get into this, there's a real danger that much as benchmarks and accreditations and rankings are seen as a driver of quality, and in many cases they are, in just as many cases, they're an excuse not to move. They're an excuse not to change. They're an excuse not to fulfill our complete potential. And whilst they eliminate the worst, they also constrain the best.
Wonderful, wonderful, Ben. And I really appreciate your thoughts on this benchmark, ranking, and accreditation, the examples given by you. So without any further delay, I will move to our next panelist. So maybe Tuala?
That's fine. That's okay. Thank you very much. I mean, thanks also for the invite. Thanks to the other panelists and to all the participants. I think this is a very kind of like useful discussion. It's not just about the panelists, it's about having kind of like a conversation so that by the end of the conference, we could sort of like implement whatever discussions that we go through. My approach in quality assurance comes from the digital transformation sphere, whereby we have seen in recent years where, especially during COVID, where we were to change the game in terms of how students learn and also how staff, they sort of like teach. So the teaching and learning kind of like portfolio had to change because of that. So digital transformation has come into play in it because it all talks about all the technologies that we had or we have, which were there, but now how are we going to utilize them in transforming the education kind of like sector? For example, in our university, one of our strategic pillars is to have future ready sort of like students. In other words, our students, when they complete, are they relevant in industry? Are they relevant globally so that they could able to sort of like tackle the real world problems that we're faced with, which include quite a number of things, climate change, which include food, which include health or medical care and other things, or finances as well. So that's where we start with. So our curricula becomes also important because you can't say students are going to be future ready, but you don't revisit your curricula. I think Ben just made a very good point to say he heard that there'll be no change in curriculum for 5 years. That, I mean, even if it was 2 years, you're getting a bit worried because of the way that technology sort of like changes within a blink of an eye. So your students and also staff, they have to be ready for that. I mean, it's not even about academic, it's about non-academic as well. Even the staff, they have to be part of the game as well. As Solar University of Technology, especially in Africa, our focus is not just on staff, it's on students as well. It's also on senior management as well. Who are the ones who come up with all these decision-making kind of like policies? So accreditation has also become important for us. We believe that accreditation should be more kind of like adaptive. During COVID, our accreditation was done off campus. So now we've developed systems whereby even if there's a crisis, whereby visits are sort of like off campus, we can able to deal with that. So that's where the digital transformation has come up into play as well. And also in terms of the adaptation of quality, sort of like assurance for us has become sort of more kind of like critical in terms of that. So there is need as well for multi-stakeholder perspective and kind of like a multi-level approach in quality assurance. Of course, each and every continent has got its own standards and guidelines and considerations. For example, digital learning, e-learning, whereby it provides a framework for quality assurance. So those are the things that much as we approach this digital transformation wise, we still follow the guidelines of our continent or the South African kind of like context as well. And also the benchmarking, e-excellence benchmarking instrument has been able to provide tools for quality benchmarking and manual with guidelines for improvement. So that has helped us a lot as well. And also the model that we are currently developing will be able to assess mature decision making, because what we have done in the continent now, all our decisions are data driven. So the issue of data has become key in whatever we do, whether it's quality assurance, whether it's impactful research, whether it's teaching and learning with technology, whether it's having a digital advanced university. Data has been the core. That's the thing that we're driving it. We've come up with strategies, like, for example, data governance strategies, whereby they didn't exist before. But if we want to forget about taking gut feeling decisions, we need to readdress the issue of data, whereby all the decisions that you'll be making will be sort of like make a contribution. Also, peer review. I mean, it's very important for us because it has contributed a lot in our quality before even a course is started, whereby we engage with industry, we engage with stakeholders as well to see whether our programs can contribute to the quality of our educational system. So at the end of the day, as a higher institution, universities, we should be able to adopt sort of like an education cycle parallel to the research cycle in which the best course and program designs are shared and published. So in a nutshell, that's what I believe that is the way forward. It's not just in the context of South Africa or Africa. I think even other universities in the first world, that's how they've been approaching this. Of course, we benchmark with those universities, because as Africa, you know that we have lagged behind in terms of infrastructure, in terms of funding as well. We've sort of like been battling. But I always say that it's better to start small and grow rather than to try and do so many things and be able and struggle in the long run. So that's my take on the quality assurance, that it's high time we utilize the technologies that we have in order to transform the higher education institutions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Twala. Thanks for your remarks. Because on this digital transformation and this data driven, so these are the future. Now I will move to our next panel.
Thank you very much.
Dr. Esra, please.
Yeah, thank you.
Please.
Thank you. I am very happy to be here. Let me first say that this is the most organized organization I have ever seen until now. So thank you very much for all your efforts. And I cannot remember how many emails I got from you in the organization. So thank you very much for all these, just thinking all the details of everything. So thank you very much. This is also a sign how we are doing the things in these days. So related with the topic, I also look at the situation or the topic from education point of view and changing nature of education, which have already started even before COVID-19, but after COVID-19, we really saw lots of changes in many aspects of the education, including the instruction, attendance, testing, funding, role of technology. So these were very important things that affects also accreditation, quality assurance, and everything, because we are talking about now dynamic situation and everything is changing so quickly, and all these rules and rankings and everything has to adapt the changing situation in some aspect. It's not only the change, because change starts with the change of minds, which is very important in many senses. It's the change of mind of the leaders, the change of mind of students, change of mind of instructors. And it's not only change of minds, but also digital infrastructure. Also reskilling is always needed. And learning preferences of students, as Twala said, are also changing all the time. We are talking about artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, etc., etc. So everything is changing, and we even started to talk about all these whilst discussing Education for Zero. And we focused ourselves on learning anytime, anywhere, remote, self-paced learning, student-centered learning, individualized education. So we are, or personalized education, or project-based education. And when I see all these counting of research articles and everything, starting, concerning with these evaluation processes of accreditations and benchmarking, quality assurance, I think we should also rethink about the methods of assessments of the universities or any educational institutions in this sense. Definitely, we all believe that accreditation and rankings are tools to improve the quality of education. Definitely, this for sure. But it should not be only just checking off the boxes, right? Okay, we did this, we did this, we did this, and now we have the best quality. So they are necessary for self-reflection, for improvement, and just to understand the position of your institutions within the world educational system. This is for sure. And it also gives you some continuous improvement culture. Culture of continuous improvement. This is, again, very important, because if you are in the process of accreditation, then you really try hard just to improve yourself and just to somehow organize yourself, because in many universities, it's not, you are doing so many things, but you cannot just prove it. So accreditation processes just help you in organizing all the things that you are doing, just to appreciate yourself from one side, because you are doing and you never realize that you are doing that much of things. So this is also very important for self-assurance as well. And also, it's very important to get the feedback and just to somehow review yourself, assess your program, trying to stick on more effective teaching methods, tools. And from the other side, it also gives some motivation for everyone within the university, from leadership to the students. It gives some motivation just to reach these excellence points. And it's really pressure them just to do much better in many senses, to do in a much organized way. And also, from our point of view, if we are talking about Turkey's position within this system, it's also important for our students, families, parents, employers, as a valuable information. If your university is accredited, or if your university is high in the rankings, then it means something for the students, for the employers, for the parents. So it gives some confidence to them, so that they can really understand that the institutions definitely meet some certain standards and offers a quality of education, because this is one of the signs that you are having that kind of education. Definitely, it also gives some improvement and motivation for everyone, every partners within the system. But at the same time, we cannot say that none of the system is perfect. So there are lots of critics about rankings, accreditation systems, and they are being biased, or having some standards, and they are focused more on quantitative nature, etc. But anyway, all these critics never really make them something which has to be abolished or something like this. So this is very important. We believe in that, but it should be much more a holistic approach in general, just to include everything, because self-assessment is important, but a third party's inclusion in the system is something else. So it's necessary. It has some, I don't want to say deficiencies, but it has some, we may criticize it in from various points of views, but this doesn't mean that they are useless. So definitely they are useful and they are necessary. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Thank you so much for your lovely remarks. And I must say that it is going to be very exciting because the introduction or the remark that have been presented by our panelists. So I'm going to go with the first question of discussion, or the first point that we are going to discuss, because I have a couple of points to discuss, and I will pass on each point to our panelists one by one. So the first point is, how can accreditation and ranking be more than just a compliance measure? How can it actually improve quality of education? I think in the introductory remarks, already something has been covered on this particular aspect, but still I will pass on this question one by one to our panel for their invaluable insights. So maybe Ben, first of all, you can take.
Okay, thank you. I think first and foremost, the key driver of quality in education is the focused leadership of the institution. And, in an ideal world, accreditations and rankings performance are a byproduct of that drive to excellence rather than a driver of it. Rankings in particular tend to fail almost entirely to evaluate the quality of teaching specifically. It's just not a workable paradigm. How do you sit in every class? Maybe in a few years' time, AI will be able to sit in every online class and give you a sense of how good the teaching is. But we're not quite there yet. And they can't sit in an offline class. I think we're a few decades away from that possibility. But obviously what's happening in the classroom is only one part of the educational experience. The quality of the facilities, the qualifications of the faculty, the availability of laboratory equipment, the well-being of the students, the diversity of the students, the social and environmental sustainability of the campus. These are all things that influence amongst others, that influence the educational experience and that are a little bit easier to measure. So in a rankings context, we are looking at a lot of environmental factors, a lot of things around the educational experience that enrich it, but are not necessarily measuring it directly. I think that's helpful, and I really enjoyed Ezra's perspective. We often launch our presentations with a quote from the American statistician George Box. Essentially, all models are wrong, but some are useful. And I think that's true of pretty much all accreditations and rankings, that you can bring a combination of them together to be valuable and useful depending on what your individual institutional priorities are, and layer on top of that your own character, your own drive, your own values, and your own higher objectives. The accreditation space is an interesting companion to that, because typically in many accreditations there is a site visit. There tends to be a lot more qualitative input with professors from other institutions, either other institutions in the country at a national accreditation level or from other countries in an international accrediting body. And they can sit in on a class, they can examine the curriculum of a particular program, they can look at it in a little bit more depth and detail. So that brings a certain dimension of value that can drive the quality of education up to a point. But the difference between a ranking and accreditation is that a ranking tends to get you looking at the best in a domain. It tends to get you looking at the top of the table. In the global context, it gets you looking at MIT. In the Indian context, it gets you looking at IISc or the IITs or Delhi University, or the leading private institutions, if that's more relevant to your benchmark perspective. An accreditation tends to make you look at a standard that is at this level, And it's a lot of work for some institutions to get to that standard. So they work sometimes for years to get to that standard. And when they get to that standard, there's this big sigh of relief. They're like, oh, okay. Now we're as good as those hundreds of other institutions. We can relax. We just need to sustain it now. And that's where I say no. That's where maybe the ranking potentially kicks in. You get to the accreditation level and then you see, no, let's keep going further. Let's keep understanding what our own ambitions are and how we can drive standards to new heights, how we can help redefine the standards rather than simply meeting them.
Great. So I will pass on it to Dwala.
I think for me, the accreditation and or ranking, sorry, in as much as it's important, but we have tended to focus on rankings rather than transferring of knowledge and skills to students. Because rankings mainly they focus on research. I'm not saying that teaching and learning doesn't play a key role. It does, but mainly it's research. So most universities, what they've done now, their focus is now on research outputs. And as a result, that has impacted the teaching and learning side of things, which is why we are called universities. That should be the driver rather than, of course, research is important. You want you want research to have an impact. But for me, that's why I've always been worried about rankings. They are very good. I mean, it shows how you have gone, I mean, as a university, but at the same time, it shouldn't be something that, as one of the panelists, Ezra, said, the ticking of boxes. I always say some of the things, they should come natural. It's like when you're applying to be a professor and you just want to meet the minimum requirement. To me, that's what worries me. It should be just someone has proven himself, he's produced, he's supervised students, he's teaching well, he's attracted funding. And when he applies, it comes natural. I mean, he qualifies without shade of doubt. But if you start now figuring out just how do I reach a 75% mark to be a professor, that becomes a problem. Same with rankings. Universities should still have strategies of impactful research, strategies of having future-ready graduates, strategies of resource allocation, optimization of resources and stuff like that, strategies of digital advanced university. It should come natural. The strategies are there. At the end of or after a couple of years, then the university should show where they stand, where they've achieved that in terms of the strategies that they came up with. But I've got nothing against rankings. But it's just that other universities, they're sort of like obsessed with the rankings, such that you'll hear a colleague saying, or a colleague saying, "Oh, I don't believe that we are 5th yet. I thought we were number 10." So, but when they are putting number 10, they query that. No, man, I think we're good enough. We should have been at 5, because that's where the game is now, rather than things coming natural. Of course, you are great if you are ranked high, but at the same time, we should continue sort of like doing things natural. And at the end of the day, you'll be surprised after 5 years, the amount of work that you would have achieved. Yeah. So that's my take on it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dwala, for your take that you mentioned about that teaching and learning is also very important apart from research. So I will give now next question to Esra, because otherwise we'll be having shortage of time. This is more on online learning. So the next point is where I would like to take the opinion of Esra. Like, as online learning begins to become more than just a temporary response. So what criteria do you think will be most important to measure this quality of online learning system? Because now these days we are talking about digital transformation and all these things. And in this arena of this open, you could say open AI, while engaging with the students online, we will need robust mechanisms. So what do you think, like how we can ensure a balance between quality regulations and autonomy and maybe pedagogy, so maybe creativity? So what is your take on this, please?
yes, online learning is not only a part of education anymore, but a necessity. I mean, just this is very important. That's why we have to refigure how we will just measure the quality of online learning. I mean, I can just pinpoint some of the points that I want to emphasize to be as short as possible because we are running out of time. Definitely, many in conservative, I mean, the other types of educations, learning outcomes are the most important thing, and definitely, even in online learning, the learning outcomes should be defined very clearly and measurable. This is one of the most important things. The second thing is students should get the maximum support. And the assessment can be done over this criteria. Students should get adequate support services, academic advising, counseling, technical support, everything. So this is the online learning can be assessed through this. The other thing is about the instructors. I mean, the instructors has to reskill themselves and have a different types of maybe approaches like student-centered. They have to try to get students engaged, interactive. They may want to use much more multimedia sources, interactive assessments, etc., etc. So instructors' assessment should be done over these criteria. Another thing about faculty support, which is also important because faculties are also have to have adequate training. They have to improve their skills, and they have to teach. They have to, I mean, to adapt themselves to teach more effectively through online learning. And definitely the technology. Technology is one of the most important criteria here, I think, which is reliable. Technology should be reliable, accessible, and easy to use. This is the most important thing, I think, because of the accessibility, and there should be technology that will ease the communication between the instructor and the students. So there should be a collaborative or cooperative approach among all these parties, so that they can communicate, because there should be some sort of regular evaluations, but we should also change the methods of evaluations about the online learning. And I mean, the institutions should definitely design the curriculum the way they will give the lectures, but regulatory bodies are also necessary for seeing the effectiveness of the online learning. Thank you very much.
Great. So point to be noted for online learning. So it's more on technical support, student support, on instructor or maybe faculty support, collaboration, or maybe the kind of, you could say, engagement that we are giving to the students. So that's very important. So let me move to the next point. So the next point is like, already I think this has been discussed, like because most of the time institutions, they are assessing their benchmarking as per the quantitative criteria. Already our experts have discussed about that, maybe the kind of number of research articles published, faculty count, or maybe international collaborations. So this is something like we have already discussed, but still like I think quality is very important. So the quantity, that's maybe it's not so important, but still for accreditation, I think we need quantity as well. So already Mr. Twala has mentioned about the importance of this quality, that it should not only be the quantity, but the quality is also very important and we should not compromise it. Yeah. So the next point I would like to discuss. So by being of those, let's say, arguments on quality and quantity, so what role these national and global ranking agencies, they are going to play in quality assurance and benchmarking? And what are probably some of the innovations in the assessment of institutions that we can take into consideration, probably the online format or maybe the offline format of the education? So I can float it to maybe to Mr. Ben. Is it?
Thank you. I guess there are different dimensions to this. Firstly, and maybe I can link from the last question. Some of the aspects with online learning are quite obvious. We can improve the quality of provision, the quality of technology. One of the things I don't think that universities are looking at enough in an online learning context is what happens in a campus experience scenario outside the classroom. Now, what about when I'm an employer, I'm looking for people who've engaged in sporting activities, who've engaged in student societies and activities like that, who've found a cause, who've met new people, who've gone through a number of experiential moments during their course that they don't necessarily get from an online environment. But what if they could? And when you move that into thinking about quality and the role of rankings and accreditations, you recognize one brutally obvious truth, which is that we cannot be the ultimate driver of innovation and quality. An accreditation has to embrace all of its target institutions. It drives, if anything, a degree of homogenization rather than a degree of distinctiveness and excellence beyond that standard. A ranking, by the same measure, it has to draw on data that it can pick up for all of the institutions it ranks. And it can't say that institution is fantastic at this and that institution is fantastic at this, so let's put those together and decide which is more important. It has to simplify the templates. And therefore, the message to institutional leaders is use the rankings by all means, use the accreditations, but define what success looks like for yourself and be ambitious and go far beyond that which the standards suggest. That being said, we have noticed, and thank you for calling this out, Professor Twala, that in some cases there's a bit of an obsession with rankings, and for some institutions, unfortunately too many institutions, they're inclined to follow us rather than lead us. I encourage all institutions to lead us rather than follow us, but for those who are following us, we are going to continue to make innovations. That's why we're placing a stronger emphasis on employability and skills in the next edition of the World University Rankings. That's why we're introducing a stronger measure of international collaboration. And that's why we are introducing into our main rankings, not as a sideshow, not as a separate thing, but into our main rankings, a metric to focus institutions on sustainability. Because for all of those institutions who lack the courage to lead, well, we're going to give you some important things to follow as a thin substitute. But what really excites us is the institutions that go so far beyond our imaginings and do incredible things and really think about their students and their communities and the impact that they set forth and were established in the first place to create.
Wonderful. So thanks for your comment about this. Don't follow and please lead. So I will also advise to all leaders that probably we need to lead without following them. So taking it further, I would like to pass on the next question, the next aspect to Professor Twala, that we are talking about innovative methodologies and we are talking about probably what universities can do. But how about these other quality assurance standards? For example, students' feedback forms, because they provide crucial feedback from the student perspective that what they are looking for, or probably what is their perspective for the institution, or probably for that quality, or maybe for the standards they are expecting. So please could you throw a light on this aspect about how crucial is the student feedback forms and probably what institutions they can probably learn or they can do better on that particular aspect. So please.
Excellent question for discussion. The issue with feedback from students is critical. It shouldn't start when you're on the roads. What do I mean by that? Already you've come up with a strategy, it's already in motion, and then a student is stuck and he doesn't know what to do. When we develop the strategies, we should always engage with students and staff and stakeholders. For example, our digital transformation strategy, after we've crafted it, we send it to students. Of course, a sample, we couldn't take it to all the students. We send it to staff, We send it to stakeholders for comments so that they are involved and they're part of it. Same with quality assurance and assessment. When you develop all these quality assurance strategies, make sure you involve students as you develop the strategies. Don't develop a strategy and then ram it on the students' throats because they're not going to respond. So that's point number one. The other part is analytics. I call this learning analytics. For me, it's got a big role in the higher education sector. In terms of, I've already spoken about this, that in terms of just being data-driven in managing our systems, which allows quite a number of things, gathering of large amounts of data generated by students in order to predict their individual learning outcomes. So they're part of it. The information you gather, you have the same information you use to be able to predict things. So for me, I always go by some steps that were set out by Campbell, I think in 2006 or 7, whereby he said for learning analytics, you need to capture, report, predict, act, and refine. Those 5 things are very important and students are involved in it. Of course, we still have to use teaching evaluation, whereby each and every module, because some of the institutions here, I think they do it every other 2 years. For me, it's important that you do your teaching evaluations every year because students differ from time to time. The comments you'll get from students will differ as well. And the comments you get from students also are critical in terms of improving the program or improving that module and also coming up with new ideas. Of course, the advisory committees, universities that we have, they do play a key role because most of them, they come from industry. Industry, they also play a key role in the development of our programs because they know exactly what's going on. As a university, we might, there are things that we might overlook, but industry, they're in it. They know exactly the skills that are in demand and the programs that will help utilize. For example, in South Africa currently, we were struggling with automobile skills. We've got a lot of motor industries, Ford, BMW, Nissan, but they always tell us that they just can't get students with the right skills. So what we've done, now they come on board, we craft the modules or the programs together so that they are able to be accommodated along those lines. Because as students themselves, they're busy doing other things as well. Even if whatever feedback they give, it will be related to the module and how the instruction is carried out. So for me, it's important that we sort of like bridge that gap to say, okay, let's involve the students from the beginning when you craft your strategies, and also as you now teach and learn the students with all these new technologies as well. Another aspect that I want to highlight, which is very important, practical experience has become critical in this day and age. Gone are the days where we just teach students signal processing, theory, then they leave. Now for me, it's important that as you teach them the signal processing, I'm giving an example because I used to teach signal processing. They also have the practical experience as well, because that's what industry wants. Industry doesn't want all the theories. But how are you going to be able to accommodate that? It means our labs have to be state of the art. The equipment that we have in labs should be top. So it becomes important that as a university or higher education institution, the students becomes hands-on. They're able to experiment with all these things before they even complete, because once they complete, it's game over. Industry, and in as much as they're prepared to teach students, they've got no time. They assume that universities are able to provide those skills in terms of theory and also backing up the theory with implementation. So for me, it's very important that our students, they're hands-on. Some of them, they say it in their evaluation, teaching evaluation, that they leave without any practical experience. All they do is just to learn theory, or they learn about programs that will be irrelevant when they complete. So that's why we have to keep on revisiting as to how our curriculum from time to time, so that our students, they're part of the game and they're able to enjoy what they do. At the same time, industry benefits as well. Thank you.
Great, great. So thanks for your remarks on hands-on, teaching evaluation, industry role, analytics, and probably the more and more participation of the students. So the next question or the next point that we would like to invite Esra for about meaningful collaborations, because student learning, student feedback we have understood. So what do you think like about of these meaningful collaborations to exchange the best practices? Because when we are talking about collaboration, so there is also a collaboration between maybe senior or maybe younger universities or institutions. So what do you think, like how is it going to help different universities? I will request to be a bit short because we
okay.
have,
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
First of all, I would like to say that now senior institutions and younger institutions, I mean, it's very difficult just to differentiate between these things in terms of experiences in the new changing educational system. So some young universities may be much easily adapt themselves to the digitalization, etc., etc. So, I mean, first of all, we should say this. The second thing, we may have various collaborations methods, but the most important thing, they should be meaningful and they should be implemented. So you may have network building, you may have lots of universities coming together, but if it is not working, then it should be working. I mean, this collaboration, it should be really taken as something which has to be worked on. Collaborative research or coming together joint research projects are important. PhD students are very important and very crucial in this sense, I think. We have lots of faculty exchange, student exchange programs, some joint degrees, 2+2, 4+1, or designing a unique program together with inclusion of the various institutions. There may be some online learning collaborations plus certificate programs. If it is possible, there can be some funding opportunities from senior universities to younger universities, or partnership programs, or coming together, or related with some workshops and just dealing the transfer of know-how, plus there may be some mentorship programs. So there are various methods of having collaboration among universities, but the most important thing, if you are signing an MOU, it has to be implemented.
Great.
You may have hundreds of MOUs, but if it is not working, then there is no need to have that amount of MOUs. So the numbers again is not that matter in this sense. Thank you very much.
Great, great. So as you mentioned, number is just a number, but the implementation or the practical application is very important. So the next aspect is, I would like to ask again, Ben. So how about this culture? Because we have talked about students' feedback forms, digital transformations, or maybe expectations from accreditation bodies. So this culture, like the culture of this internal quality assurance, so how it can be created within academia so that we can promote that excellence and benchmarks. So please. I will be requesting you to be very short because we are just having, I think, 5 to 10 minutes. Yeah.
Yes, just a couple of minutes. I think that in most institutions I visit, the culture of quality assurance is emerging in a relatively structured way. You know, most institutions recognize that in order to even get in the game, in order to even do the bare minimum, they've got to meet some standard somewhere, and they might be selective about which standard they pursue. But you know, more or less, that culture is embedded. I think, though, the problem, the danger, and this is where I started really, is the perception that culture is enough. That somebody outside is going to tell me what good enough looks like, and when I get there, I'm done. No. Nobody outside your institution can tell you what good enough looks like. Only your own leadership, only your own people can establish what good enough looks like and can craft and drive the culture required to realize that potential. And the accreditations and the rankings will fall into line along the way. I'm not quite with Professor Twala's viewpoint that we should let it be natural. I think you absolutely got to drive hard with fierce ambition. If you let it be natural, a lot of things don't happen. But you've got to decide what the destination looks like and not leave it to us or an accrediting body or anybody else to decide that for you.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thanks for being being very short and precise. Thank you. So the next point I would like to throw into Twala about the scope of this inclusion, diversity, and transparency. Because when Ben is already saying he's making a remark on that we need to be driver. We need not to let each and every point or probably the expectation to be driven by those ranking associations. So the thing is like, or the accreditation bodies. So we need to be driver. So for that, let's say, what do you think about the scope of this inclusion, diversity, and transparency, and how they can play some important role in driving these accreditation systems, or probably how they're going to be measured, and so and so. So I will again request to please be very brief and short. Thank you. So Twala, you are muted.
Oh, thank you very much.
Yes, please.
Okay. I think for me, for an effective quality assurance in universities, I think it now means increasing the use of ICT in the education process and establishing a feedback mechanism with students. I'm just going to summarize, and assessing information resources. So that's, for me, it's quite critical. So in order to provide, for example, an effective quality assurance, of course, digital transformation is a factor, in the sense that it's become more important to use resources more efficiently, adapt to modern requirements, and also gain a strong advantage in the global competitive market. So once we get that right, then things will be will work. The transparency, the governance, the independence as well, will also, especially the independence, which always worries me, because most of the time we're working in silos in universities, whereas each and every portfolio now plays a key role in terms of an effective quality assurance, and also in terms of driving the unit forward so that it can be highly recognized. So for me, it's important, just effective and increase the use of ICT in the education process. For me, that's the way forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your remarks that we need to be effective, and there should be a kind of collaboration, and there should be a kind of transparency, because each department and each function is important for building the quality, for building the high quality standards. So the last point probably I would like to discuss with Esra, because then I would like to take maybe one or two questions as well. So how about this bias? Because at the beginning of the note, so you mentioned about bias, so that come into accreditation, maybe based on culture, resources, or geographies. So how do you think about this kind of bias, and if it is going to be a kind of role in this accreditation, or how we can make it probably more and more transparent, or maybe more that, and maybe we can take care of this particular biasness, or maybe unbiasedness as well. So please.
Yeah. I mean, there can be some precautions that can be taken for being biased or whatever. I mean, if a human being is involved, it's really not possible. It's not possible to have a neutral type of understanding of the situation. But the most important, the first criteria is standardized criteria, which can be uniformly somehow applied all the institutions. The other one is having diverse, maybe evaluation teams, having different backgrounds, cultural backgrounds, experiences, different perspectives, etc. The other one is the training of the evaluation teams, just to teach maybe not only the criteria, but also the peculiarities of some institutions, some countries, etc., etc. The other one is transparency, definitely, and proper feedback. And maybe the most important thing is the review, and to take the opportunity of the institutions to contest evaluation outcomes. So these are, I think, the main necessary elements that may eliminate bias a little bit more. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So I think it is very difficult to remove bias or the biasness, but at least we can reduce it. We can manage, we can overcome it by keeping some measures. So now we have some questions from the audience. I will take probably 3 questions, one for each. So the first question is for Ben. When we are talking about artificial intelligence, so probably because now it's all about OpenAI, we are talking about the application of this chat GPT or maybe other AI tools. So how we can see any path-breaking technology or maybe processes, those are emerging out soon, and how these accreditation bodies or maybe these, you could say ranking associations or probably the governance, so they are taking care of all these moves. So is there any changes? Is there something happening, or probably what are you looking for from your perspective for some instructions to the institutions, to the leaders, or maybe to the institutions, please?
I mean, everything is potentially changing, and maybe not so much is changing. There's been a popular meme going around that you're not going to be replaced by AI. You're going to be replaced by a person using AI. And I think that's really the truth. You know, I mean, ChatGPT and what it can do, we've all had a play around, I'm sure. We've all read and seen some of the demonstrations of its capabilities. And, you know, it does do some incredible things. And it challenges almost every aspect of the educational process. How are you going to be able to tell the difference between an essay written by a student and an essay a student has asked ChatGPT to write? And given the orientation towards future skills, which one deserves more credit? You know, so, I mean, if you're looking at it even in that context, then we're going to see it affecting all sorts of things. Now, obviously, ChatGPT has drawn a bead on generative AI, you know, one specific dimension of AI that we can all see and play with and touch and feel and be amazed by. But the truth is that AI is creeping into all sorts of different dimensions. You know, one of the tools that we've built using machine learning, for instance, helps a university understand the propensity of their applicants to actually go all the way through the process to enrollment. So, for instance, for an Indian institution that receives 120,000 applications, how do I filter that through and focus on the best possible students that will actually enroll, that are less likely to have applied to a whole range of institutions that are ranked higher and more prestigiously than me alongside me, and therefore will likely drop out of the process if they're successful elsewhere? Well, AI and machine learning tools can manage volume very effectively. They can, you know, filter through hours of video content and find some of the highlights. They can look and identify what the right content is to meet a particular gap in a skills profile. So I think we're going to see universities, employers, and individuals using AI-powered tools all the more. And the pressure on anybody over 35 is going to be to try and keep up with all the kids using these fancy tools to do incredible things. But ultimately, I think it comes back around. You know, if you've used ChatGPT at all, what you realize pretty quickly is that it takes some skill and some capability in terms of how to ask it the right questions in order to get out meaningful answers. You don't turn up at that page and it reads your mind and immediately gives you what you want. You have to have a conversation. You have to learn how to talk to it. And therefore, that notion that it's people using these tools that are going to change the world, not the tools themselves, I think is a real opportunity for universities because it's a new brand of upskilling that they've got to adapt to and build into their approaches.
Oh, wonderful! I really like your quote. Like we are going to be replaced by the tutor probably who is AI driven. It's not only like AI driven mechanism. No, wonderful. And I think you're right. That's upskilling, and it is going to be giving an opportunity for the institution, for the leaders, and even for the students, like so that they can excel probably in their future career. So wonderful. Thank you very much. The next question is for maybe Twala, because he is more on that digital transformation. And again, because he's from Africa, so the question is about in case of developing nations. And also probably the question has been cited in terms of India as well. Like the quality or the accreditation, these cycles are, you could say, going on each and every year, or maybe sometimes several times in a year, or maybe after maybe a definite time period of time. But still sometimes we can see there is a huge maybe kind of bureaucracy, corruption, or a kind of maybe that kind of I don't know, manipulation, or that kind of you could say just doing some kind of unethical things or measures just to get those kind of accreditation. So how we are going to establish probably those kinds of checks, or maybe those kinds of you could say maybe a kind of precautions, or maybe kind of checks and balances, or maybe kind of thoughts on that perspective, maybe for any of the developing economy?
Yeah, I think the most important thing now in this day and age is to automate our systems. The reason why there's a lot of bureaucracy, it's because most of the stuff we do, it's done manually. It's always difficult to catch up. So for me, automation has become so critical that we need to start looking at automating our systems, even in relation to quality assurance and other aspects of things as well. But there's always a catch for developing countries, which include IT infrastructure or lack of IT infrastructure. Because if you talk of automation, you need a sound IT infrastructure. So that's where we're lacking as Africa. And also, when you think of Africa as well, in fact, even funding for some of these projects. I mean, we're talking of GPT now. We're talking of systems adaptive systems. But at the end of the day, they cost a lot of money. I mean, in Africa, we know that we have cut funding on critical things, whereas the developed countries, they are putting more money on this kind of things. That's why they're kind of like far much more advanced. But you can't blame Africa for that. I mean, it's the state of our economies. We're just battling. We have to take money somewhere and put it somewhere else where we feel that in terms of priorities. So for me, it's very important that we need to start with our systems have to be automated. It's either quality assurance or automate our systems, because you can figure out where the gaps are easily. And also you could be able to do things much more quick. But as it stands now, I'll give you a good example. To have a program in South Africa up and running, let's say you want a BSc in big data analytics, it will take 4 years for it to be finalized. You ask yourself, why is that? Because you've done your proposals, you've done everything is in place, but it's the bureaucracy, you see, because things are done kind of like manual. But then you need a shortcut to say, how can we overcome that? Then we have started to introduce short learning programs, which are not, I mean, they're good, but not good enough as compared to a full kind of like program. You can have a small program on data analytics, a module and stuff like that, but it doesn't train the student well. It doesn't give them a much more extensive kind of like knowledge. But you need to do something. Don't give up and say, oh, it's going to take 4 years. That's it. We're not going to be part of this. So you need to, as I said, it's better to do something small and then grow than just giving up and say, oh, we don't have resources, we don't have the expertise and stuff like that, which is another thing that's costing us in Africa, the expertise part of things. We lack expertise in the critical kind of like programs. For example, if you look at AI, if you look at digital transformation, if you look at programming, we're lacking. We don't have those expertise in Africa, I mean, compared to other continents. So we need to start introducing that gradually and see how things take off as well. Thank you very much.
No. So nice of you that, and I really agree with you. Like there's a lot of bureaucracy, and the digital aspect, the automation is very important if you are looking to overcome such kind of bureaucracy, or maybe those kind of manipulations or those kind of corruptions. I don't know, maybe in that particular system. So the last question of the day from the audience side, I will take it for Esra. People are talking about like entrepreneurship within organization. So entrepreneurship, you could say, or maybe intrapreneurship. So how about this skill? Because most of the time accreditation bodies or maybe those, you could say authorities or those systems, they're not taking care of this entrepreneurship within an organization. So as a teaching skill or probably as a teachable skill to students, so probably it is very important, but somehow it is not an important skill that to be considered within those accreditation systems. So would you like to put a remark on that, like that entrepreneurship within an organization and its relevance to that accreditation systems?
I think when we are talking about accreditation systems or benchmarking rankings, I mean, we should just forget about its usefulness for the institutions themselves. I mean, it's not something which is an outside pressure, but it should, I mean, this desire has to come from inside the institutions. All the institutions and universities have their own strategies and everything. That's why while we're talking about all these issues, universities try to take all the precautions for themselves, not directly for just related with the requirements of the accreditation, whatever it is. So it's an insight issue that makes all these things work together. So that's entrepreneurship, that's skills, students, everything comes. I mean, institutions themselves try to take necessary precautions because students are the most important part of the education, right? I mean, but so it's so much interrelated with each other. So institutions themselves take all the precautions, even if it is not any requirement, whatever it is. But definitely, I mean, institutions really like to have all the precautions, all the necessary requirements, and try to get rid of all these issues. Thank you very much.
So nice of you. Thank you very much. And finally, so we are at the end of the session. And I can see we have exceeded already 15 minutes, but I think I can really say, like by virtue of three panelists, the great panelist members who are sharing their thoughts. So I think we can keep continuing maybe for the day period, for the remaining day period as well. So on this note, probably I would like to thank Ben, Twala, and Essa for sharing their valuable time, for sharing their thoughts and perspective on this valuable, on this very timely theme that when we are talking about accreditation, ranking, and quality assurance. So quality assurance, as probably I will like to summarize all the things, all the aspects that we have discussed in 1 or 2 minutes, and then I will close. So like you have talked about, like, or we are talking about this accreditation and ranking, and at the same time we are talking about quality. So I believe as an institution, the focus should be on quality. And as Ben has mentioned, so accreditation bodies, so they are expecting institutions that they are going to drive themselves, yeah, and then probably they need to be the drivers, and then accreditation bodies probably they are going to be the follower, because they are ready to change, but they should have some criteria to change, to implement. So it is something that to work on the other side of the table, that as an institute, as a leadership, so probably we need to focus on students, we need to focus on the students' learning outcome, their engagement, employability, their interaction, and how we can improve their skills and how we can make them ready for the future. The second aspect could be for the faculty, maybe faculty support, engagement, what is their role, and how the relationship between a faculty and a student can be established, and how it can be improved, and how again it can be tackled in such a way that if there is any challenge, of course there is a challenge when we are talking about offline and online system, because today we are having in this digital transformation when we are talking about again open AI and all those tools. But still, I think the mantra is like students, faculty, leadership, governance. So those are the key measures, and whether it is offline or online system, but still I think we can't escape from those valuable measures. And of course, there is a role of that transparency, there is a role of that culture, there is a role of those qualitative criteria, there is a role of those quantitative criteria, benchmark institutions. We also discuss about younger and maybe the older institutions, but again, it again depends on the level of adaptability, on the level of management, and the drive that probably one institution is ready to go, whether it is maybe young university or a campus, or maybe it is an older university or a campus. So there should not be any resistance to change. If there is a resistance to change, then I think it is very difficult to adopt to these measures and to fill the criteria for those QS rankings or maybe other accreditation bodies which are very much looking forward to improve the overall quality and education systems in different parts of the world, across the world. So on this behalf, I would like to acknowledge a very huge and warm thanks and you could say gratitude to all the three panel members. And I believe it was a highly valuable session. At least for me, it was very valuable because I have learned, I have listened, or probably I have learned a couple of very important aspects. And of course, our audience, they must have learned, or they must have been listening your views, and those were very, very highly, or maybe the precious moment for all of us. So probably in the future also, we would be taking care of your services, and by the time being, we are going to organize such couple of events. So then again, we are going to contact you. Thank you very much for your time, for your presence. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, we're live now. So good afternoon, everyone, and a very warm welcome to you all to this panel on academic freedom and democratic leadership, autonomy versus accountability. I'm Gitanjali. I'm the moderator for this very, very wonderful panel. And I'm going to cut very quickly to the chase and lay out a few questions that I hope will sort of be the kind of broad canvas for which or on which our various speakers can come in on whatever they wish to speak on. So very quickly, because we expect to have a very diverse audience, I think it would be helpful just to be clear on what we mean by academic freedom and the different steps we'd like to take to ensure it, provided we all think it's a good thing. Is it an absolute thing, academic freedom? Second, what ought to be the relationship between a university, public or private, and government-led regulatory bodies? Our experience in India, of course, has been one of extreme closeness. A lot hangs on that relationship. And going forward, as universities, states, societies must, what should that relationship look like? Third, what is the role of the university in promoting democracy, democratic values, and producing democratic or democracy-minded citizens, as it were? Fourth, what is the role of all stakeholders in promoting academic freedom, from students to faculty, university leaders, and administrators, of course? And finally, in a time of crisis or an era when democracy is being eroded in various parts of the world, sometimes all around us, what is the role of the university in keeping democracy alive through its practices of academic freedom? So now I'm going to quickly introduce each of our five extremely accomplished speakers. I'm going to, provide a very short bio, but actually all of them have bios very worth going through. So please look at their web pages. And so our first speaker today is Professor Sabu Padmadas, who is Associate Dean International at the Faculty of Social Sciences at the University of Southampton, United Kingdom. He's also a professor of demography and global health at the Department of Social Statistics and Demography. He's been at the forefront of internationalization at the university in steering major academic partnerships and research collaborations with top universities, research institutions, and think tanks in Asia and Africa. He's also been recognized by the university for his contributions. Our second speaker today is Professor John Clammer. He is Professor of Sociology at the Jindal School of Liberal Arts and Humanities and has been on the faculty of Jindal Global University for 4 years now. Prior to this, he was Professor of Comparative Sociology and Asian Studies at Sophia University in Tokyo, and then Professor and Advisor to the Rector at the United Nations University. He has taught and researched all around the world, and just to name a few places where he's had posts: Oxford, Weimar, the Australian National University, Buenos Aires, and many other places besides. Our third speaker today is Professor Alexander Fisher. He is Professor of Law at Jindal Global Law School. He specializes in comparative constitutional law, and before joining Jindal Global Law School was a lecturer at SOAS, the School of Law, University of London, and at the South Asia Institute at the University of Heidelberg. He's also been a visiting scholar in several institutions, including University of Wisconsin Law School, as well as a Center for the Study of Law and Governance at JGU in Delhi. Our fourth speaker is Professor Shouvik Bhattacharya. He's currently Principal Academic Advisor, TCG Crest, a research institute. He's actually trained as a mechanical engineer and has held a number of faculty positions, notably at IIT Kharagpur. He has also served as Vice Chancellor of Jadavpur University. He's been Dean and Deputy Director of IIT Kharagpur and Vice Chancellor of BITS Pilani. He's also a very well accomplished researcher, having published more than 250 articles. He's a member of a number of research bodies as well, recognized research bodies. Our final speaker today is Ms. Linda Brown. She is president of Torrens University at Australia. She's also CEO of SEI ANZ, Strategic Education Incorporated. She has a background a very diverse background, incorporating leadership experience in the areas of private, public, government, social enterprise, commerce, and education. So I think we are set to have a wonderful conversation. I would ask all the speakers to restrict their comments, at least their opening comments, to 10 minutes so that we can have a discussion after. As I mentioned earlier, at around the 9-minute mark, I'd probably remind you that you have a few minutes left. So without further ado, I hand the floor to Professor Padmadas for his comments.
Right. Thank you, Gitanjali, for that wonderful introduction and for organizing this panel. And my thanks and congratulations to JGU for actually coming up with this exciting, I would say that, well, this is really truly global, and I think you have really made that landmark to actually bring all of us together to this platform. And also, I think the admirable leadership of Professor Rajkumar is extraordinary. I think in terms of how he manages to bring together people to one forum to discuss issues that are of paramount importance in the kind of across global universities. So today's topic, I think, academic freedom. I think I should really start by saying that it's all simple as driving a car on a motorway. Well, it is. You have to drive carefully. You have to drive, responsibly, and you're also at the end accountable for any errors that you make. So that's exactly the best way to start an analogy of academic freedom. Well, I would certainly say that 99.9% of the academics, globally, I think they follow that ethical standards. They follow the moral responsibility. They also follow the social responsibility, and they are also academically accountable for their actions. But there is actually sometimes 1% or less than 1% of the academics, sometimes because of circumstances, they tend to really break that circle. So it's just like for every boundary there is for every space there is a boundary and limit, and I think here this is important. But for universities, I think that's actually the kind of epitome for producing scientific knowledge. And I think we are responsible for this. So we have to really be careful, and we have to be accountable. But having said that, sometimes, you have also circumstances where people are forced to really break that ceiling, and that's where the trouble starts. But more generally, I think the freedom is required actually to produce new ideas, innovations, and also, I think, sometimes we forget how much science contributes to the society, in today's world. And today, exactly as we speak about sustainable development goals and so on, it is a scientific community that brings together that knowledge, that wisdom, experimentation, and so on. So that, I think, none of these would have happened without that freedom. One best example is the COVID pandemic, that how the world struggled and also managed to kind of tackle this pandemic. It was mainly through collaboration, and I think that collaborations and also that freedom of sharing results and so on. So I think we'll have to look at it from a holistic perspective of how the academic kind of freedom brings innovations and ideas and imaginations. And I also sometimes think that a world without Albert Einstein or Thomas Edison, or you name it, Newton, or even Sir Tim Berners-Lee or Steve Jobs, I think then the world would have been different. So these are people who have really taken those risks and came forward with ideas, and they were probably aware of the potential risks that involve, in terms of all these innovations, etc. But we also have a very important responsibility of current and future generation, because we are transferring these knowledge to our to a cohort of young people, and therefore we need to really make sure that we impart the right knowledge and so on. But again, I have personally confronted some circumstances, especially, for instance, when I was teaching global health issues. I have actually said that, look, anytime a pandemic could occur. That was exactly the thing that I mentioned in probably about October of 2019. And then here comes in January, we had a new pandemic. And then some students started using social media, for instance. Now, social media, I think, and also other means like of promoting these the academic matters have created also challenges, because that's where you have to draw the line. And if you don't draw the line, then I think we could end up in trouble, because you're not just destroying the reputation of the individual academic, but also the institution, and more generally the society as a whole as well, because sometimes there are ethical standards to follow, and also sometimes things go beyond our control. One classic example is actually a study. I don't want to name the individuals or anything. They in England, they established an association between autism and MMR vaccine. So what happened is that a cohort, I mean, that was a study that was conducted following their own ethical standards. Probably somewhere it went wrong. And the result was that, here is a huge, big conclusion, that is that there is a causal relationship between, vaccine and autism that led to a cohort of mothers and their children. They didn't really, vaccine their children, and then you had an outbreak of measles and so on. So the point here is that, well, you will have to really take care of all these, I think, particularly scientific research with caution, and so that and also responsibly. That responsibility comes because it's natural for any academic, I think, especially researchers, to really find pathways to impact in, probably sometimes through shortcuts, saying that, well, look, I found something, let me reveal this to the world, let me generate that impact. But sometimes we forget the fact that there could be ramifications of those reflections. So I would say that, well, in more generally, I think, everyone sort of behaves responsibly, but sometimes, there are certain occasions or circumstances we cross the line, and that's where we need to really, be careful. So there was one instance, one example of actually freedom of expression, because in academia, I think that's where we have all the freedom to express ourselves, and also that's what we encourage our students to do as well. So once there was actually a campaign regarding anti religion, or so for instance in the Israel context, anti-Semitism. I think that a conference was actually sitting up within the campus, and we had to stop that, because I think that regardless of that, that's where that's where you cross the line, and because any outcomes of that conference could potentially lead to political disasters, or even sometimes wars, as we see. So therefore we have to be very, very cautious. And also with students, I think we have a moral responsibility. We are actually educating them. I mean, of course, we are actually empowering them with knowledge, subject knowledge, technical knowledge, etc. But more importantly, we have to also impart the values. That's where the institution plays a key role in bringing certain values. So if the academic members or the students follow those values, then I think you are very unlikely to really go off the rail. But I would say that, well, sometimes institutions don't oversee these things, these matters. Sometimes we have to really look at it on an ad hoc basis based on depending upon circumstances. But there has to be a systematic way of handling or managing academic freedom, for which actually the institutional leadership is very crucial. I think I'll stop at that point and hand over to the next colleague. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Padmadas. I mean, you've brought up a lot of points, and maybe there are many interesting points, but the one that's striking me just at this moment is that, well, we wouldn't have really got through this pandemic without, some practices of academic freedom, which I think is a very good and important reminder. Can I invite now Professor Clammer to make his remarks?
Unmute myself. Yeah, thank you. I hope my internet. Well, thank you so much. A few thoughts. They're not perhaps random, but I hope.
Have we lost John here?
Yeah, I think he's frozen.
You know what? Why don't we just move on, and hopefully John can join us a little bit later. Professor Fisher, would you like to take up? And I'll just write a message to John.
Okay. Well, thank you, Gitanjali. Thank you for this very kind introduction. Thank you for putting together the panel and inviting us. I'm very grateful to be here and really look forward to the insights that our conversation will reveal. So the first thing that came to my mind when I was invited for this panel was a big alarm bell that said, Alex, as a constitutional lawyer, don't make the mistake and bring in too much law, legalize the conversation, the whole thought patterns then usually get expressed in terms of rights and violation of rights. So I want to make sure that although I will be speaking about law cases, it's not that I want to encourage a legalization of the topic. And I don't want to bring legal, administrative, or regulatory questions into the foreground. I actually think the most important word to describe academic freedom for me is the word trust. Trust in the individual and trust in the institution. And then there are also other words I'm thinking about which are explicitly non-legal, like community, curiosity, or civility, which can be exceptionally important for framing our debate of academic freedom. So my ideal type of academic freedom would not be a world without boundaries for academic freedom, and certainly not a world without disputes about these boundaries. I just would hope, or sort of the ideal type of academic freedom would be a world in which those boundary disputes are resolved through civil communication, mediation, and processes that reinforce our trust. Once the university administration gets involved, or even worse, lawyers and courts, already a lot has been lost. Okay, two stories I wanted to narrate. One is from the Constitution of Germany, going back in history and time, and one from the University of Berkeley in the United States. So please keep in mind this caveat that I want us to go beyond laws and constitutions, but now I'll talk about the field that I feel a little bit competent to speak about. So if you think about Germany, you can think about Imperial Germany from the 1870s to the end of the First World War as a country which was exceptionally successful in terms of its university and research output, even if academic freedom in the social sciences, etc., might not have been high on the agenda. So there might have been a very high degree of scientific freedom or support for specific research institutes, right? And don't forget that Einstein wrote the general theory of relativity during the First World War at the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute in Berlin, which later on became the Max Planck Institute. Yeah, but we wouldn't think of that time period as committed to academic freedom in the sense that we understand it today. And I think that's also interesting that the Weimar Constitution, which comes after the First World War, guarantees scientific freedom and freedom of the arts. It's not expressed, they don't use the word academic freedom. Neither does the German Constitution after the Second World War. Every German constitutional lawyer will say what we take away from Weimar is sort of, there was too much freedom. There was no protection against the enemies of the Weimar Constitution, and the political scientist Löwenstein, who had to migrate to the United States from Germany, he coined the term militant democracy. And so this idea of militant democracy really informs German constitutional experience after the Second World War. So there's a lot to be said about this, but in Germany, political parties can be banned. It's a highly complicated process that involves the Constitutional Court. And in the 1950s, they banned a right-wing political party that understood itself sort of as a neo-Nazi party right after the war. And they also banned the Communist Party. In that sense, there is an important limit on academic freedom in Germany, since a lot of professors are civil servants, that you cannot be a professor at a regular state university if you are a member of the Communist Party. And I think this ban is still in place today. Okay, so that's sort of the story in Germany, where the limit upon academic freedom, or the most, this maybe sort of the key point that we can take away from this, is that it's the membership in an organization. It's not so much a question about the sort of speech or your scholarship or something that that you might, or what happens in your classroom. It's really that membership in that Communist Party, and the process for banning the groups where membership then leads to your ban, to be, your teaching ban. That process is highly elaborate. In the United States, we have something that we can compare. In 1969, the Board of Regents of the University of California fired Angela Davis. Angela Davis is one of the leading scholars with respect to racial theories, integrative race, gender, class studies, and really emerges as a powerhouse for academic innovation in the United States. But she's fired because she's a member of the Communist Party. She was also a member of the Black Panthers, and she had experienced racial segregation growing up in Alabama. That was ruled as illegal by the court. That's sort of a time in the late 1960s when, but then 2 years later, so first she's fired, that is declared illegal. And then 2 years later, her contract is not extended. And then is the question why her contract is not extended. And the University of California, they don't give any reasons. But it's pretty obvious that her political activism and the content of her lectures were highly relevant for that. So what are the lessons that I draw from this? I think the lesson that I draw from this is that it might not be wise to look for the regulation of speech, right? That could be really counterproductive, because we cannot regulate our way out of that. Academic speech, if we try to classify it through a regulatory regime, and Pratap, here I borrow from Pratap Banumeta, he said this really well in a recent lecture, what you would have is that you have a competitive politics of mobilization, asking for more and more regulation. So in that sense, I don't think the pathway is the regulation of speech. What we maybe can take away from the German case is the very high level of process of who do we sort of ban from the pluralistic debate. All the Constitutional Court judges have to get involved. And then membership in these groups is not a one-off. It's not, it's not something, a wrong tweet or a misleading lecture or a hypothesis with nuances that you try to explore. It's sort of a repetitive conduct. You might pay membership fees and everything else. So that would be sort of a key lesson that I draw away from this. And this also leads me to my conclusion. You can construct academic freedom as an extension of regular freedoms like free speech, political and civil liberties. I don't think that's very helpful. Institutions to the pursuit of truth. This is a very complicated concept in itself, or maybe we can say truths or our commitments to specific types of methodology and falsification. I think that could provide a justification for academic freedom. Thank you.
Wow, thank you, Alex, and for providing something of a history as well of academic freedom. I was just thinking as you were saying that, so there seem to be different kinds of freedom at play here, right? So what is that? Academic freedom seems to be a bunch of freedoms. So freedom to do certain things in the classroom, freedom to do your own kind of research, freedom to have your own politics and to be part of political institutions, freedom to be, there's a lot going on there. So I hope that we get to discuss some of that during the question and answer session. But thank you so much. So we've got John back. So John, can I ask you to
those questions, and I think many of us, of course, are on a daily basis familiar with these questions about the freedom to think, write, teach, And indeed, as Alexander points out, I think many of us do have extremely privileged positions in which we do have, in fact, a great deal of freedom to do exactly that. But when I think about the notion of democracy in relation to universities, I always think of two slightly different things. One is, in fact, the autonomy of universities as institutions in themselves. That is to say, the extent to which an individual university is, in fact, a democratic institution in which its members, whether they be faculty, administrative staff, students themselves, in fact, do have a voice in the way in which the institution functions. And in my own experience over the years, I've been in really very different universities in various capacities, from those which are extremely open to internal debate about their structure and organization, what they might teach and how they might teach it, and those that are really the other end of the spectrum, and actually where there's very little input from faculty or students to shaping those kind of things. That's one aspect. The other aspect is, I think some of you are probably familiar with the work of the distinguished American philosopher Martha Nussbaum. Of course, has written about the role of the universities themselves in promoting and maintaining democracy in
We seem again to have lost John at a very critical moment. Perhaps we hang in here for about 30 seconds more and see if John can keep going. No, I think that we have lost him, unfortunately.
Yeah, he's back.
There you are. There you are. John, we lost you in between, and you're on mute now.
Sorry. Okay, where was I? So, yeah, I was talking about this relationship, in other words, between the kind of internal democracy of an institution and the broader democracy of the society. And I think that's an important interface that we should also explore. When we talk about the stakeholders, I mean, again, this notion that Alexander's just raised about, in a sense, responsibility. We're paid by somebody. We have a constituency that we should be addressing in various ways. And what I would want to suggest at this point is that our notion of that constituency and our responsibility has broadened. And it's broadened in relation to some of the issues that Sabo raised. For example, if we think about the SDGs as forming a kind of framework about wider responsibilities to the kind of global community and to the kind of planetary society, whatever we should call it, which we're a part, I think to some extent this redefines the nature of the university. That our constituency is not simply our local stakeholders, whether they be government or our private capacity, or whether in fact it's a much more planetary notion of what we should be addressing. And I really would like to introduce that issue into the conversation a little bit. In doing that's one issue. But I think when we talk about our own responsibility, as we're all teachers or administrators or both in some way or another, it's to raise a question which I don't know, again, is much discussed in this context, which is the notion of trust. And I think this is a multi-dimensional thing too. I mean, I would like to think that as a teacher and researcher, I'm trusted to be responsible about the kind of nature of the themes that I take up, the way I present those, whether it's in research findings or in my teaching. And at the same time that I can trust the management of my institution to allow that kind of work to take place. I mean, I'd say universities are actually one of the few institutions, I think, left in modern society in which, imagination has relatively free play. There aren't many places, and I think that's an incredibly important thing. And I think therefore it's a question on the one hand of being responsible to expounding that kind of imaginative possibilities in ways which are conducive to social outcomes, to social benefits, but at the same time to be trusted in certain cases to allow imagination to kind of free play in such a way that we don't know what the outcomes will be necessarily. given the movement towards research outcomes, what can you show us that there will be a definite goal, a definite outcome for this in terms of social policy, or I guess in the sciences, in terms of technological or scientific results from this? I think we should accept the idea that we don't always know, but that the responsibility of the use of that space in which we can try out ideas which may or may not prove to have a practical outcome is incredibly, incredibly valuable. I say, because I think we are in a position where we're in one of the few, possibly only institution, which still allows that kind of freedom. That is, in fact, a very important part of the way in which conceptualize academic freedom itself. There are, of course, boundaries to that, but I think those boundaries should be fairly broad because when we look at the nature of any kind of scientific or discovery in other non-science subjects as well, they are often the unexpected outcome of something else. And I think allowing that space to function in such a way that gives us a kind of lack of closure is something I personally find incredibly valuable. I mean, I sometimes think it would be terribly hard to give up a career in universities because I can't think of many other places where I'd be allowed to do those things without anybody breathing down my neck all the time asking, well, what are the results? And say, well, I don't know, but let's wait and see. They may not appear immediately, but hopefully they will appear in the long run to prove valuable, not only in the narrow sense of utilitarian applicability, but in a much broader sense of the expansion of our kind of intellectual universe. So let me stop with that thought. Thank you.
Thank you so much, John, and for putting that back on the table, that the university is really one of the last places where you can allow a certain kind of imagination to really, run. So may I invite Professor Bhattacharya now to make his comments?
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Good evening. Freedom in academics, we believe that they go hand in hand. I personally, I wouldn't be in academia if we didn't have the priceless autonomy or freedom that we have enjoyed throughout our career. I'll start with some generic views and then later I'll move on to some specifics. And I'm sure Gitanjali will stop me somewhere. We all have expressed this already that new knowledge can't be developed unless we, the academic community, we enjoy freedom and institutional autonomy, of course. So again, we add to that only a culture and atmosphere of democracy that can foster quality higher education. That's also a given. I don't think we can debate on this. It also plays a key role, the freedom that is in allowing societies to innovate. Today, innovation has taken a huge shape. Particularly in India, there is huge energy in that. And we want to elaborate on that, to innovate, to, if you will, understand and grow intellectually, to critically reflect, all these attributes and resolve issues. You need these are the bread and butter attributes for any good university, if you will. And without university, I think a lot of people have commented this way, that the universities would become sort of ivory towers of doctrine and dogma rather than research, where academics cannot fulfill their role in society. That's also connected. So if universities or the faculty members of the universities, researchers, non-faculty researchers, everybody, if they have to fulfill and play a role in the society, they solve societal problems and make an impact, this attribute is a given again. Otherwise, students can't develop independent minds either. I mean, we have seen results in not so good universities. Some, John mentioned at the other end of the spectrum, right, in his experience. So here are a few observations and a few enabling thoughts, if you will. But most of my comments are with India as the context. I restricted myself on that. And autonomy and accountability. This some people have described, I've seen in the literature, as complementary functions and so on. There can be a debate on that. But obviously, one has to strike a balance, a decent balance between the two. But what I say now, I mean, in my humble experience in this country as a faculty member, as an educator, as well as an academic administrator, the Indian regulatory bodies appear to have overdone it to ensure accountability. That's a general experience. If you more often than not, you will get that impression. The surprising element in this opinion is that everybody seems to agree on that, and nobody seems to do anything about it, including the ones who are supposed to do something about it. It seems to be an impossible job. I don't know why. It's a very confusing and perplexing thing, etc. Both Alex and John talked about, you mentioned trust, and so there appears to be a huge lack of trust between the academic institutes and the regulator, at least in India. I mean, you can't do a policing job in this relationship, can you? And that's what we see. And I'm probably using harsh words, but you get the sense of it that you can't just do sort of standing in the tall tower and watch, the sort of a watchman job, etc. This is very sad in my experience. This is very sad, particularly for good institutes. Fortunately, I have been associated with excellent institutes in my short career. Let me draw an analogy, to, if you will, private capital. It flows. A lot of people talk about it in business when you have ease of doing business, right? A lot of state governments give advertisements, full-page advertisements in newspapers that we are number one, number two in ease of doing business in this country, and so on. Because it fosters competition and product quality improves and so on. That's in business. But when it comes to higher education in India, everybody seems to agree, as I said, that we need less regulation, but it seems to be nearly an impossible task as to how we can ease this sort of stifling regulatory measures that we have presently, at least for the good institutes. Again, quite baffling in my humble opinion. So how can you do a bit of ease of doing education, ease of doing research? I think we need to create some parameters on this, quantified. And if you turn it around and see what happens when you have ensured much less regulation, even in this country, as I said, relatively, the picture is quite encouraging. The proof is right there. The accountability is nicely evident as well. So there are some type of institutes. I have worked for 30 years in one such. The success of the IIT, I don't know how many of you are familiar, Indian Institutes of Technology, which is one of the brighter spots of higher education in this country. That model is often, the success of that model is often attributed to the lovely autonomy that they have enjoyed compared to the universities. And the funding, of course, but that's a different story. Universities, sadly, they fail to enjoy that level of autonomy, and the results are not difficult to see. Let me share a bit of statistics on this. If you take very quickly, I'm not a great believer in ranking, but I'm using this to my advantage now. NIRF, National Institutional Ranking Framework, the government ranking process in India, not QS, not THE. And if you look at the top 100 in that list, a significantly larger, so you have IIMs, Indian Institutes of Management, the IITs, the ISERs, IISERs, the Science, Education and Research Institutes. These are all government, good cream institutes. You'll see that 45% of the IIMs, 70% of the IITs, and nearly 60% of the ISERs. The numbers are not important, but the level at which it's around and more than well over 50%. They are in the top 100, and they enjoy great autonomy, these institutes. I know this firsthand. But if you move to the other side, the central universities, they're also government. 24% of the central universities in the top 100. Deemed to be university, 20% in the top 100. State universities, 6% in the top 100. Private universities, 2% in the top 100. So you clearly see that, 60, 70 range, and then 20 and below, even single digits. So the over-regulation didn't help, did it? We believe that we have done an absolutely fabulous job of policing, and then we ended up hurting the system, didn't we? Of course, there are other. I'm oversimplifying the process. I'm not saying that regulation was the only culprit to hurt this, but to a great extent it is, from my experience. So, if you look at post-2009 established institutes, the newer institutes, 2009 and later, those who came about, there are 16 central universities which are established, and only none of the 16 are in the top 100, right? So again, the university model. But if you look at the other ones, the IIMs, the IITs, 3 IIMs are in the top 100, which are established in post-2009. 3 new IITs are in top 100. And, 4 of the ISERs and 1 NIPER, again, a pharmacy education research institute, again, all government. These are new institutes post-2009. They are in the top 100. I think there is ample evidence where statistically, valid sampling size and all that stuff, you almost get to the conclusion that, yes, seems to be, that we have a point. So the conclusion is pretty obvious. The higher education, the regulation is almost assaulting the autonomy of the good institutions. I'm not talking about poor institutions. So that's one. And let me take another observation that's not often heard. I'm raising a very, very sensitive issue now. I might lose my job. And let me see. Why don't we ever audit the regulators and the accreditation agencies? Why do we assume that they are perfect? Why don't we do some disruptive reform there? Why don't we review their SOPs? Why don't we look at the quality of individuals who are involved in the operations of these? This is, I can go on and on, but Gitanjali won't permit, not just the time, the content as well. So we need superior intellectual inputs in the design of such systems, operation of such systems. I think we need cerebral inputs. We had enough of it already. Let's look at a few other countries. Of course, in the interest of time, I'll just mention USA. Some of you have worked in those countries. I have studied only in that country. And, the public universities are administered by the individual states. And the central regulatory mechanism simply doesn't exist. Accreditation does, but no regulatory body, if I understand it correctly. Correct me if I'm wrong. So does a typical US university spend so much time in interpreting new regulations that almost seems like coming one every week or one every month or so, and in such a rapid frequency? I also mentioned the role played by AAU, Association of American Universities, in the USA. It works closely on one hand with the federal government, on the other hand, it works with the universities, with the government to harmonize, to streamline, to whenever possible eliminate unnecessary regulations and reporting requirements. It's just so, it needs to be, very light and all that. And also helps the member universities to review their existing policies and procedures. So it plays a very positive role. Can we expect AIU to play that same role? Will it be allowed to play that role in India? That's a question I raise. So let me quickly briefly, I don't know how much time do I have. I think almost, yeah.
Can we wrap up in a minute?
Yeah. So there is this report, so the German and the Swedish institutes publish Academic Freedom Index Update 2023. So there it's kind of very disappointing and discouraging results that they study 179 countries and over academic freedom is in retreat for over 50% of the world's population, 4 billion people, considering those universities. So 22 countries, and unfortunately it includes India, China, USA as well, and Mexico, where universities and scholars, they enjoy significantly less freedom than what they enjoyed 10 years back today at end of 2022. So that's not good. Everything it seems to have progressed. It has improved in only 5 small countries, which benefits a mere 0.7% of the global population. That's not good news, but it's a good alarm for us to wake up and take some action. India is in the bottom 30% of that population. So I stop here. Maybe we'll get some other opportunity to add to it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Bhattacharya. Among the many, I think, wake-up calls you issued, I thought the one that I was very interested in was, if we're going to think about universities of the future, and we're thinking about universities as important to the future, then why aren't we also thinking about what regulatory bodies should be looking like in the future, whether we should have them at all? Let's move on to our last speaker today. Ms. Brown, I invite you to make your comments.
I think before I go there, I just want to answer the last question. We're currently going through a higher education accord, which is really looking at the whole premise and necessity and purpose of higher education and universities in Australia. I'm delighted to say they've just put me on the panel to look at the regulator. So I'm going to be on the panel that actually looks at what the regulator should look like in the future, and how that should be agile, and how that should mirror what we want the university of the future to be look like. So I think that's a good start off, Gitanjali, saying that different countries are at different stages in the evolution of looking at universities and their role in the future, and I'm delighted to be part of that. I'm going to very, very stick to time. In fact, I might give you some time back because it's really important. We've got time for questions, and I've actually found it really useful. So thank you for inviting me to listen to my colleagues and what they're saying across the board. But I think I would want to say straight from the start, we're all talking from the same premise. We're all talking from universities that are in countries that are democracies. So we're all talking from countries that fundamentally believe in their political system and the right for freedom of debate and the right of diverse opinions. And if we were probably involving a few other countries that didn't have that right, far less the right to access to higher education, we might be having a different debate. So I think it's really important, and I think a few of my colleagues have said that, to recognize where we're starting from and the privileged position that we are starting from around the debate, not only the debate about academic freedom, but also the debate around autonomy versus accountability. And I believe, being Scottish, you can have both. You can have autonomy and you can have accountability and you can have freedom of speech. But it's how you meld that together, and you're very upfront about that, is really important. So after saying that, Australia is really interesting. Australia never had any legislation, which is crazy, around academic freedom until 2021. Can you believe that? 2 years ago was the first time that we actually had legislation that legislated for freedom of academic integrity in universities. And really that only came about because of 3 or 4 different situations that we had, which ended up in legal situations. So again, thank you to our colleague there taking the legal perspective, where we had some situations which were political, where people were in teaching. Interestingly, the legal situations that we've had in Australia aren't research. We haven't had a lot of issues around freedom of speech around research, because it goes through the ethics committee. It's so well monitored. It has a set of standards that need to be adhered to. So we've not had many legal situations around research and free speech. We have around teaching and free speech, okay? So the 3 that brought to play, I suppose, our legislation in October 2021, where there was a public lecture on incidences of rape by a commentator at Sydney University. There was concerns about academic integrity being compromised, as a private foundation, the Ramsay Foundation, wanted to create a centre on Western civilization. And the third thing was really around, I suppose, debate around Taiwan being an independent area or part of China. And therefore, we saw a lot of funding being taken out of Australian universities because of that debate. That really brought two things into play. The first thing that it brought into play was in 2021 was a free speech code for universities, which all universities didn't have to, under legislation, sign up for. I think out of the 43 universities, all universities have now signed up for that. But it was part of their charter and part of the individual university to sign up, not government legislated. And the second thing that happened was that there was actually a case held, which was amazing, in Australia, where an academic was sacked because at one of our regional universities, they rejected a link, which was a scientific link, that showed that human activity had been diminishing the barrier reef. So there was a sustainable debate about human impact on the barrier reef. And the academic was sacked, and the law actually withheld that sacking. They said they didn't have a right to opinion in that point of view. So it was a really interesting time for Australian universities. From 1957, we always had a law around independence of universities, but that was only around politics. That was only around political statements and was about a political environment, and that universities had to be truth-telling. But I find it absolutely amazing that it wasn't until 2021 that we actually had any legislation or any drive to ensure that free speech was supported in universities, which is incredible when you actually think about all our other colleagues on this debate who absolutely have driven forward the case for having free speech in universities, being an academic, the free right to opinion, and our debate and what we're trying to engender in students around curiosity, knowledge, and independence. So I suppose I want to go back to the purpose that we were talking about today, which is about autonomy versus accountability when we look at free speech. I actually think you can have both, but I really want to be upfront about saying there has been a few cases in my own university and in other universities where people have hidden behind free speech due to bigotry, racism, sexism, all the isms that you and I would not find acceptable. So I really believe in free speech, but I don't believe in it when you diminish something of a higher order around diversity or respect or ethics. And I think there's a very fine line there where we have had some instances where people have hidden behind free speech around trying to drive a particular agenda that is very damaging to community or damaging to individuals. And we just don't condone that. So if I go back to our perspective on free speech and institutional autonomy as the first proprietary owned private university in Australia, and the only one out of 43, it's even more critical for us that we ensure that we are supporting autonomy and accountability. Yeah, that we are making sure that it is really clear. And I think freedom of speech and also institutional autonomy is essential in building the character, ethos, direction, and purpose of a university. Now, they aren't all the same, okay? So one of the debates that we're having here is around free speech and is around autonomy and is around accountability. But my view is there is a baseline for a university around knowledge, around wisdom, around application of knowledge, around commercialization, around social impact, that everybody has to be a university. But then on top of that, there is differentiation. And we should celebrate that differentiation and not celebrate mediocrity. So autonomy for me is about differentiation. It's about making sure that you're really clear what your impact is, where your areas of expertise are, where your areas of expertise are around research, and more importantly, what your purpose is. And that is really critical in ensuring that when an academic joins you or a researcher joins you, they know the ethos of the organization and they know the strategy and the purpose of the organization. And it's really important that that fits, you know, especially if we're talking about things like ethics. Okay, so I also think that if you like, the perspective around institutional autonomy is it does provide the opportunity for the university to define itself. And as I say, that's a baseline for all universities across the world, but there has to be focus and priorities in that. And sometimes I think it's really, really clear, if you look at the situation that I talked about with James Cook, they have a particular research expertise around sustainability and environmental impact. That's very clear and very upfront. Should that academic have been allowed to have a different opinion? I do believe they should have. But when it went to court, the court then backed the university because they had been really clear about what their ethos was, their mission was, their purpose was. And the academic viewpoint, without any substantial backing, it was just an opinion, which we all have, was detrimental to the university and the university strategy. So that's, I think, part of the problem around academic freedom is that universities need to be much clearer in defining their boundaries, their ethos, their purpose, the things that they are clearly curious about, debating about, research about, not the outcome, not saying what that should be, but certainly setting some parameters to be really fair to people who join them. Or else you get that conflict, and that conflict can be detrimental not only to the institution, it can be incredibly detrimental to the community and to the academic, because no academic wants to get in a fight legally with their institution or with their community. I think also universities claiming this opportunity, the opportunity to have autonomy and accountability, need to establish that basis, as I've said. So it should be acknowledged that it always manifests in a specific context. Yeah, it's not something you can talk about across every university looking the same and being administered in the same way. I think it's really critical that it's a really important part of the manifesto, if you like, about the university and the strategy about the university. And they're really, really upfront about that, because that's what creates a need for accountability. I don't think the accountability necessarily is just the regulatory domain, although they obviously have an important part. But I think it's really, really important that the institution creates the context for which it expects to support, to fund, to promote, to help academics really, really research and have a particular point of view. So for me, I think the thing that I would want to finish on is I don't think they're mutually exclusive. I don't think it's autonomy versus accountability. I think you can have both as long as you're super clear about what your purpose, your structure, your ethos is. And for me, academic freedom is a given. It's been something that's been important in universities since universities were created, although governments are getting much more clever in tying it into things like foreign security. I don't know what's happening in India, but certainly in Australia, universities now have to declare all research projects that could be seen as national security projects with certain countries. It's happening in America that they're looking at funding for research, etc. So it's very easy, I think, for government to intervene in freedom of speech by hiding behind foreign investment and foreign security. But I think it's really up to the universities itself to define its purpose and its objectives, not its voice, but what it stands for, to make sure that we don't get in situations where academics, unfortunately, find themselves in court fighting with their institution around different opinions. So I think that accountability is not just the regulator, it's also the institution. And I think it's incredible to me, having looked at this for this talk this evening. So thank you for that. To recognize that 2021 was the first time ever that Australia put into legislation academic freedom. Isn't that crazy? When universities have been around for how many years? So interesting debate. Thank you. I really enjoyed listening to my colleagues, and I've learned lots, which is always good. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Torrens. I think what I really learned from your talk was just how clear, what the responsibilities of the institution as well, especially in terms of putting across what the goals are, what the values are. I think sometimes a new university might sort of be figuring it out as they go along, and in which case that process too might need to be thought through a bit more carefully, perhaps, how they would do that collaboratively, if at all. But also a strong sense of what the goals are. So thank you very much. We have had such a wonderful set of comments here and a lot of ground covered. I thought before we kind of look at the questions we have already thought about, we could look at our audience questions. So the first question is, and I'm just going to read it out verbatim, if that's okay. Regulators are appointed by government. Even university VCs or vice chancellors are appointed by government for a lot of public institutions. Governments are thin-skinned, unlikely to tolerate much criticism. Can we realistically expect any academic freedom in these circumstances? Not even sure that that's strictly an India-related question, but maybe I could ask Professor Bhattacharya to sort of take a stab at this one. But anybody could feel free to comment.
Who is going to give me protection after I respond? No, I'm just kidding. I would like to take a very hopeful and positive view on this. We have had great leaders in the public system. I know large number of IIT directors who are some of the best minds in the country. They were appointed by the government, and but if you see that the process is being interfered with, etc. That has happened, and I'll wait for a turn of events, and then the next one will be better, and things like that. So there is no assumption in the fact that if government appoints somebody, there will not be any freedom, etc. That's not a given. And there are wonderful examples, but of course there are bad examples, which the person who has raised this question must have faced that or experienced that. I agree, but those are, I would like to see those as aberrations. Don't you think that, there are bad examples in the private sector also? There are large numbers. So there are excellent appointments in the private sector. I can't comment on the regulation part of the regulator appointment, etc. Because let's say debate it. So, but let me just restrict myself on that. So there are bad public universities and there are bad private universities. The ownership doesn't really matter anymore. There are wonderful trains today. We maybe, if we have opportunity to answer other questions, there are wonderful trains today in the private sector where the ownership is of different kind, and that makes me very, very hopeful for the future.
Yeah, I think sometimes the fact that we're also tiptoeing very carefully around questions like this itself reveals something about the nervousness of our times and reflects on that academic freedom issue. Our next question is the love for publications and rankings pushing the faculty to ask questions that are publishable, but not ones that are important? And can I ask, I'm sure we all have comments on this, but can I ask Professor Padmadas to maybe comment?
Sure. Thank you. Thank you, Gitanjali. I think, well, that's a very good question, because I think there is actually that drive towards, excellence. And I think sometimes, people do find certain, routes which can be shortcuts. And I think, but most of the funded research, as you may know, I think that's increasingly happening everywhere. I mean, in India as well, I think very much so, is that when you submit a proposal, let's say a research grant proposal, then you are obliged to really comply with certain formalities that are also particularly includes that ethical, it has to go through the ethics and so on. So I think there is actually definitely, there is a framework in place where you will have to tick all the boxes and to make sure that, well, whatever you're doing is actually, there is an academic integrity that is followed into that exercise. If something goes wrong, then I think going back to previous point, which I have been, first of all, I think I should also mention that I've learned a lot actually from our distinguished speakers and colleagues. I think, it's been enlightening. And I think what we need is actually, we need forums like this to really bring out. This is the first time I'm hearing that there is a forum to discuss autonomy versus accountability. And I think, so coming back to the point that at the end, who is responsible is, of course, the individual, the researcher who is actually taking that course of action is responsible, but also equally the institution, particularly the vice chancellor or the director of whoever is responsible for that institution has to take the accountability, because that's where it becomes very sensitive and critical, which also brings to one important point that we have a responsibility to educate our community, our academic community more widely, and then make everything transparent. Like, in terms of you have certain areas that you need to be very careful with, but at the same time, I think you have to follow certain procedural or certain regulations which have been entrusted by the institution. I think once we break that, then I think, at the end, I think the individuals will have to bear the consequences. Of course, the institutional damage, it'll take some time before we can actually rectify it. But I have seen that, well, in my own institutions, people resigning from the post because of certain, it's not the malpractice, but because of circumstances, they are forced to commit certain, behaviors which are unacceptable, which are socially unacceptable, which are politically unacceptable, and so on. We also have a responsibility towards our students. I think, well, for instance, when we talk about, I think one important thing is regarding Ukraine situation. And I think people who are involved in this global security, so you will have to really bring in a balanced view to really present that. Any papers that is written on this particular situation in Ukraine will have to really bring that balance. Otherwise, what will happen is that there is already a bias which can be a conscious or unconscious, that will have huge implications. So coming back to the research publications, I think it's very important that, and that's why I quoted the example of MMR and autism. It literally affected children, at the end. So these actions can have long-term consequences in the society, and it can actually damage the reputation and also damage a country as a whole. There was actually, one quick kind of reflection is that, well, one of my colleagues, I think, who's a very, he unfortunately passed away, but he was the head of statistics office, UK government statistics, and he was actually going to release an important finding that could have potentially brought the government down. And well, it almost brought it down, but you have to exercise caution. And then you have to have consultations. You have to have internal consultations. You have to have probably legal consultations before you take those steps forward. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a bunch of questions and not a lot of time left, but let me just go ahead and ask one more. Anybody could feel free to answer this. So, one of the questions on our list was how can we protect academic freedom in a polarized society? But maybe one of the other ways to think about that is also to think about how, given in light of what you've all said, how do we think about the responsibility of academics in a society, in a very diverse society, which may or may not be polarized, but which may be divided on many other lines, caste, class, gender, just region, just to name a few in India, for instance. Would anybody like to Can
I say something on that? And I want to come in
please.
and speak. Academic freedom doesn't mean neutrality. Okay, so I think we've got to get past the view that it's about neutrality and being totally independent, totally data-driven, totally research-driven. Academic freedom is okay if you state your opinion. So like any conflict of interest, if you're starting, and everybody is, from a certain point, if you declare that point of interest, it totally changes the debate around academic freedom. Do you know what I mean? So if you have a particular point of view and you put that up front and you declare that, and then you go on to have the conversation or the debate or make the input, I feel that is a lot more genuine and takes away the any lack of integrity for non-disclosure. So it was an interesting thing when I was thinking about the Ukraine situation, and we were talking about that a minute ago. People will have an opinion, they will come from a particular stance. Is it our view, because it's certainly my view, but it might not be all our view, that there is a way to deal with that in the way of the declaration of conflict, because it is almost impossible sometimes to put that aside.
Thank you. And also sometimes it occurs to me, sometimes it's also about the tone in which you convey some of your arguments and your sort of points of view and your research that makes an enormous difference to how it's received as well, you know. Being open
could I
to
please come in
engagement.
to add one more point? Just a quick reflection is that I think there are circumstances that, you know, there are situations where we have these challenges in place. So I think one of the things that probably the academic community in general could do is that, well, to kind of cross-verify and also create address the problem collectively, because, you know, well, what you need is actually collective leadership, collective governance, so that you know, it's not just that, well, one institution or another institution really standing up on this. So once you mobilize that academic community for a larger public good, then I think it is possible that you know, and I believe that, well, that is, you know, that freedom of expression, or that freedom has not diminished yet, I think. So I'm very positive and confident about that.
Thank you. You know, sadly, we don't have any time left. And I really feel like with a panel like this, the wonderful issues, all the things that you brought up, the many issues, some of them are not that wonderful, that were raised. We could have had a longer panel, but we could have had a little bit more time to discuss. But I'd like to thank you all for being so thought-provoking in your comments. And I'm sure that all of the people who've been here besides me to listen to you have learned a lot and have a lot of food for thought. So thank you so much for taking the time out to join us.
Thanks, everyone.
Goodbye.
Yeah. Thanks, Gitanjali.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, welcome everyone to the keynote address and fireside chat. This is the second day of the World University Summit hosted by OP Jindal Global University. With me, I have Dr. Ashwin Fernandez, who's Regional Director for Africa, Middle East, and South Asia at Quacquarelli Symonds, one of the world's leading academic ranking agencies. And he's also an ambassador of the quality movement in education. He works very closely with institutions across the regions to support the drive for excellence and capacity building. My name is Arya Majumdar. I'm a faculty member at the OP Jindal Global University with a keen interest in institution building, benchmarking, and rankings. Ashwin, always a pleasure to have you with us at a JGU event. Now, I mentioned that you're an integral part of QS, which is one of the world's premier ranking services for universities. Could you take us through a little bit of what QS does and on what parameters QS runs its rankings?
Very well. Thank you so much, Professor Arya, for this opportunity. And it's so great to always participate in your annual World University Summit. And I hope that one day we'll go out of virtual into a physical form on your wonderful campus, which I can see in your background. So for those who are not aware, QS is, in my simple words, is a global higher education intelligence agency. We do a lot of work with data, and that's everything we do actually is connected to data. And at the heart of our operations is the interests of students, and primarily students who would like to study abroad or make an informed choice on their study destination or study institution. So we do the entire work is based on data, and of course with data comes rankings, and rankings is something we have been doing for the last 20 years. This year, Arya, is really very interesting year because it's the 20th edition or the 20th year of our World University rankings. And it's an exciting time because when rankings first came out many years ago, the internet perhaps was not as widely used as it is today. And the amount of data which is consumed now and the amount of decision making by not just students who are at the heart of what we do, but also parents, governments, leaders, alumni, funding agencies is remarkable. We of course have several rankings, and if you're talking of the World University ranking, which is in the 20th year now, there are 6 simple indicators which make the QS World University ranking, which is academic reputation, having a weight of 40% with the highest, employer reputation, looking at employer feedback with a weight of 10%. We are also looking at citations or research in this case per faculty member with a weight of 20%, a faculty-student ratio with a weight of 20%, and internationalization, which is, I think, a key part of what as well you all do at JGU, with the 5% each for international students ratio and a 5% for international faculty ratio. However, that is set to change this year. Every year we've seen slight changes. Of course, the world is moving forward. The mindset is changing. There are different upgrades happening everywhere. And then, today when I started Zoom, it took a few minutes to come on because there was definitely an upgrade there. So we are definitely doing that. And this year we are set to have a major shakeup in the QS World University rankings, and of course make it more relevant to the times, and have institutions compete for the positions which they've always have been in the World University ranking. And of course, the various other rankings, including the Asia ranking, or if you're in the Middle East, the Arab University rankings, or the Latin American rankings, or the European rankings, and so on.
No, so you mentioned the 6 major parameters that you use for World University rankings, and you also mentioned that the QS is going through a major overhaul sometime this year, maybe an update. I'm going to come back to that in a bit. But I'd like to talk a little bit about the parameters that you mentioned. And you mentioned academic reputation, employer reputation. Now, employer reputation, I can understand because, well, a lot of students go to universities for the sole purpose of, jumpstarting a career. Could you talk us through the rationale behind academic reputation being, so relevant? And you mentioned that the weightage is 40%, which is the highest weightage that QS gives. So what's the relevance of academic reputation in QS rankings?
Right. I mean, you probably have many of your students as well, Arya, who might come to JGU, of course, for the JGU brand, but also perhaps for you as a professor who have heard some great work you have done. So similar goes for maybe Professor Catherine, who's in the liberal arts or so on. People definitely follow the professors. And I think the academic reputation is an extended version of what the students have heard, but looking at expert opinion here. So not just students, but looking at academics, what other academics have heard, and how do they place, in their perception, the best institutions for a particular research. So in this case, academic reputation covers the reputation for an institution in a specific subject area. And this comes not just from the institution, but from the professors, from the people who are at the institution who create that reputation. So while you can be a top institution, you could be Harvard right now, and over the next few years you might lose all your professors, and students still want to go there, employers still want you, but of course you might have lost your shine. So that is, I think, the academic reputation covers current or contemporary relevance of the work you do, by having another check and balance besides just students to the faculty-student ratio, or the industry from the employer reputation, or perhaps from the research which is published many years ago. So it is really current relevance and the current reputation of what your faculty members are currently doing and the impact they're having currently in the world. So that has a long way to go for institutions as well to build the reputation, harvest that, and faculty members become an integral part of academic reputation.
Right. It's interesting that you mentioned the impact that faculty members had, Ashwin. And I just wanted to, would you be able to, does the QS ranking system, does it take into account the impact that a faculty member's research might have? I know you mentioned citations, or there is a parameter that delves into research. How does QS measure the impact of research as far as its rankings goes?
So again, when we're looking at research, we are definitely not looking at what the institution or the professor did in his glory days when he or she was young and out of PhD and still produced a lot of papers. But we're looking at, again, contemporary relevance of these professors and what have they done in the last 6 years. So in this case, when we're looking at reputation, that covers, of course, the perception, but also we're looking at a global database, which is, of course, Scopus in this case, which indexes work you do as a professor in the various journals. And in those journals, what we do is we look at the affiliation, so wherever the professor is, and which institution they are based at that particular point in time. And that work gets affiliated to the institution, of course, but it's an actual reflection of the good faculty members you have who actually have been publishing, but also what true reputation other faculty members from other institutions have actually referenced that work for their work. So that is where we look at the impact of it. So just not academic reputation, but do actual people cite your work and have referenced you in their own research.
Right. Okay, so you mentioned that QS is going through a couple of updates. Are you at liberty to share what these changes are?
Absolutely. And I think this information is already made public. A lot of people already know about it, and those in rankings, I think you probably have read some snippets of it. But one of the major change we've been going, I think this is very relevant. I know when we're talking of the world, we also have relevance here with India. And one of the strengths we have in India is the employer reputation of the institutions, and how the last many years institutions, both public and private, have been able to create, become powerhouses for companies to come and recruit, produce some of the best brilliant students for technology, for computer science, and several other global industries. So what we are doing as part of this is it's actually very relevant to India, but we are not doing it particularly just for India. Is that we are increasing the weight of employer reputation from its 10% to 15%. While academic reputation is important, we also want to introduce other rigorous measures which will come into play. And I'm not saying that academic reputation is not, but we're looking at measures which will further complement the work what institutions are doing and showcase that to the world. So we are reducing the weight of academic reputation from 40 to 30%. Okay, and we're introducing a couple of new indicators. So we have to thank Greta Thunberg for motivating all of us into looking at sustainability, looking at climate change, and as you're aware, and for those who are probably not aware, we have the QS sustainability rankings, which is not just looking at the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, but looking beyond that into governance and other policies to do with sustainability at your institution. So it was a special ranking developed by QS. It's available online. And what we've done, the decision was taken that we will use the sustainability rankings, the outcomes from the sustainability rankings into the QS World University ranking. So that's going to come in at a weight of about 5% in the upcoming ranking. An area which India doesn't do very well is the faculty-student ratio, and you probably see class sizes in India. Despite having brilliant students going out, we still have a problem with the faculty-student ratio. And again, it seems that India is in luck with this time, where we are reducing the weight on faculty-student ratio from 20 to 10%. So that's a proposed change that's going to happen, which will benefit India. And we are introducing another 2 indicators in this case, which will highly benefit, I think, India and also the world, and also institutions which support partnerships and employability. So one of them is employment outcomes. We're looking at employment rate of the institution, and we're also going to be looking at notable alumni. That means where are your alumni in the world, and where have they been placed, and how what's the impact they're having in terms of CEOs or government or several other important positions. So that's a 5% there for both of them together, and another 5% for measuring partnerships in your research, because we wanted to have a really objective parameter there. And we found that if you're looking at partnerships and that's formalized into research, then we can pick it up from Scopus as well. So that's with the International Research Network in Scopus. There are much more details in the workings of these indicators. So I'm just going through very, very bird's eye view here in this case.
Got it. Understood. So I really do look forward to these changes coming up with QS this year, and we'll see where the chips fall over the next couple of years, I suppose. I wanted to move away from a more generalized sort of overview of what QS does and its parameters and why they're relevant. And I wanted to bring the conversation a little closer to home. Now, I've been following rankings for quite a few years, and obviously big fan of QS, and other ranking agencies, of course. And it seems to me, as it is to most people who are following rankings in India, that apart from a handful of IITs and the Indian Institute of Science in Bangalore, very few other Indian universities make it to the top. In particular, private universities, such as ourselves, seem to struggle to make it into the top 500. Is there any specific reason that you would ascribe to this?
For a nation, I think, which is growing, which of course had challenges, if you've read my book, India's Knowledge Supremacy, The New Dawn, you can see that we've always gone through some challenge or the other in the past. Now, I don't want to blame history. I don't want to blame invasions. I don't want to blame colonization. I don't want to blame partitioning. I don't want to blame the challenges faced by the past government. But there have been challenges, and I think the lack of funding. Of course, what Jawaharlal Nehru tried to do was create an MIT system in India, try to create the IITs, which were very successful. Today we have IITs doing really well. Some of the biggest 10 out of the 20 US tech companies, or 10 out of the 20 companies in the US right now who are in tech, have Indian CEOs who have backgrounds from an IIT or an IISc. So we have really done well there. But for a nation which struggled through so many phases, and of course had to reel under the pressure of partitioning, there was a bigger challenge to educate the people. And as our higher education has been regulated to a greater extent, private higher education came, of course, at the university level. We had colleges, and we had this the system of affiliating colleges for a long time. But of course, private institutions really came with the change of policy, and the state private education and institutions like OP Jindal, who can aspire to emulate a model like in the US, happened much later. But still, it has not been able to meet the demand. Every year we have thousands of students and millions of dollars going out as forex. But I hope that changes in the near future. But while we are trying to undo things which happened 800 years ago, there is the space is definitely slower. So while we would like to blame the past, I think we should acknowledge that things are changing. We can see today many Indian institutions are marching towards the top 500. The mindset and the policies by the current government led by the Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi has been positive. We've seen how various policies, including how people perceive Indian higher education, has been different. So let's look at the positive outcomes of what has happened, and I think give us another 5 to 10 years, and we will see more Indian institutions in the top 500. And one more area which I think, when private universities we've seen so far, which have never been able to make it to the top 500 because research was never a priority. It was only about getting the student out there, and I wouldn't blame these institutions because that was a priority. We had to educate the masses. So now we are at the level, when there is no, there's a saying in Hindi, kapra makan and
roti kapra makan.
Roti kapra makan. So when there's no basic essentials, you're asking our institutions to do beyond that. So we have the basics right now. Give it time, Arya. I think we have a bright future with the leadership.
So Ashwin, you're suggesting that it's just a matter of time, right?
And I think we have to have the same momentum what we're going on right now. Sure. So we have. I think the world has started to take India seriously. We were not just seen as the factory of sending undergraduate students out abroad for other purposes and for foreign institutions to, of course, take on from their own and supply them to some of the world's best companies. But I think we are become also now a very serious destination for postgraduate education as well. We can see that how the gift city as well. And I would like to go to that area where we've seen Indian institutions now coming to set up in India, not because students don't want to go abroad, but they've seen great synergy in the future. There's a bright, I think the future is bright for our country.
Right. It's interesting that you mentioned your book, India's Knowledge Supremacy, A New Dawn, which I'm yet to read, I must confess. But I believe your book also sort of tackles the national education policy of 2020. And you mentioned that this present government has taken a number of steps to sort of bring a bit of quality back into Indian universities, right? And we see this quite often, right? I mean, we've got the NAC accreditation, we've got India's own governmental ranking, the NIRF, the efforts made by this government to create institutes of eminence, and Jindal is one of the few institutes of eminence. But all three of these, the NAC, the NIRF, and the IOE, they all serve different purposes, I suppose. But they also have their own parameters, right? And I'd like to bring that initial conversation that we had about QS's parameters back a little bit. You mentioned academic reputation, employer reputation, research, productivity and output, internationalization, faculty-student ratio, international research network, etc. How well do you think these new measures of NAC and NIRF and IOE, do they align with QS's parameters, or is it that these measures being brought in by this government are fairly, national-centric, whereas QS is a far more internationally recognized system?
So when we have this, and I think the national education policy would try to consolidate all this into one authority in the future, under one possible ranking rating combination. There is, of course, thoughts for doing that. But in a country which, of course, had to, one is regulate the quality, while regulating the quality, had to also ensure that the private institutions which are coming in, or new institutions which are coming in, are able to offer the minimum standards required for the student. And then while still aspiring the IITs to go out and be in the top 500. So you can imagine why we have so many systems, of course, is for various of these reasons. Now, while we can say there's so many regulatory requirements in the country, I think the purpose of having them was different. They serve different purpose, and it's not the NAC is not mandatory for the IITs in this case. And well, we are benchmarking internationally. I think QS cannot come up with a system like NAC, which says submit the 1,000-page report on something, because not just India, we have to do it on an annual basis. So we have to find indicators which are relevant, which are feasible, and which can be validated on an international or as a transnational benchmark. So while we are rankers, I think what we are trying to do is try to pick up where NRF has left it. Of course, NAC is basic; it's the minimum standards. You look at the UGC grading, which probably maybe one step above that. Looking at the next minimum standards, and then the best institutions, allowing them to compete. And when you're doing on a national, and as you see that, the indicators keep getting lower as the standard gets higher. And then you have the international rankings, which covers countries around the world, which even looks at a much bigger number of countries and institutions, where we look at between 6 to 15 indicators, depending on which ranking we're talking about. But it picks up the best from the lot and tries to move them up. And it, of course, does the kind of assumption that as they have moved up, they have held minimum standards to the process. But there's no point of having a NAC for the entire world, because we'll never be able to do an annual ranking then. I have to admit, and the National Institutional Ranking Framework, which of course came as a motivation for Indian institutions to be readied to take on the world, and not basically to have our own standard in India. While I work for QS, I do believe that this ranking readied India for the world. The mood of institutions saying, yes, we have to submit data, we have to work, has been different. So right from our former Minister of HRD, Smriti Irani, when she came up with the idea, onwards to Ramesh Pokhriyal and now Dharmendra Pradhan. Last week, there was an announcement that there is going to be a strengthening of our rankings and ratings of the country. And I think we probably would be seeing some positive steps in this case. But of course, when it comes globally, I think let QS do the global work. You set the minimum standards, you allow institutions to compete on a national level, and then send them to the World Cup, which is QS.
It's interesting. You mentioned this point earlier that where NIRF and NAC and IOE stop, QS picks up from there. So are you suggesting then that this is more of that QS and NAC and IRF and the national level things, they're more complementary rather than at odds with each other?
Absolutely, Arya. And I think I forgot to mention our new baby, or I think it's 5 years old already now, QSI gauge, which kind of connects the dots in India as well by preparing institutions, by taking a little bit of NAC, taking a little bit of NRF, taking a little bit of international, strengthening the system, getting institutions perhaps who have just done NAC but not done NRF, giving them the flavor of what it takes to compete on a local level, global plus local. So that as well, I think all of the systems, both the governmental system in India, the QS iGauge system, which is developed specifically for India with the methodology, evolving again very fast, looking at the national landscape, and then transitioning them into our global rankings, and maybe even beyond that into QS stars as well.
Right.
Because stars has become an international benchmark for students to understand which institution would they like to go to, and it just gives the student more information. And that's what we are doing, is empowering and not saying which is the best institution. We're giving you more data.
Right. I'd like to shift gears a little bit now, Ashwin. We've talked about the QS rankings and their parameters. We've talked about how they're relevant for India, and how the Indian ranking system sort of dovetails neatly with QS. But I'm going to ask you something that could be considered a little bit controversial, if you don't mind. Do you feel that international rankings, and I'm not just saying this about QS, there are plenty of others, there's the ARW, there's the THE, etc. Do you feel that these international rankings are inherently sort of Euro and American centric because of the emphasis on research? And I know you mentioned this earlier, that how can you expect a country which has a severe literacy and education problem to also produce quality research, right? Instead, what India and many other developing countries have been doing since decolonization, for many years, I would add, is to focus on student impact and intervention. Because once you have a white collar worker in the family, that family is now pulled out of poverty, right? So in terms of relevance for a high population density country like India, Bangladesh, China, Indonesia, and so on and so forth, would you still feel that the parameters of QS and perhaps other ranking metrics are inherently Eurocentric or American-centric?
So I'm going to still keep my QS cap on.
Okay.
And, I would love to have my nationalist cap on, but, for the sake of this discussion here, of course, when I'm off platform without the QS hat, we will discuss that in a little bit more detail. But why not? And why not we use international rankings as a benchmark of how the global system is evolving? If we want to become globally recognized, if we want to, of course, the global north has already set some minimum standards. If that is what the world has been using to measure, and we can look at the the UNESCO data for GDP by purchasing power parity, we find that almost 1,200 universities of the 1,400 in the QS ranking are from 20 countries.
Right.
Now, is that a coincidence? It's not a coincidence. It's data speaking there. And of course, we could make a case that having institutions which are which have a good ecosystem, there are good industries there, employability is great. Institutions over the years have been well known. People are making more, of course, are well to do. Has an impact, and that's why we have good universities in those countries. And we could also argue further that when we're looking at research and development, of course, the current spend on research and development in India is low. And of course, it is high when we compare in numbers, but in terms of percentage of GDP, it is low. And when we look at the top 20 countries of spending by on R&D of UNESCO data, we've seen that about close to 900 institutions are from the top 1,400. So more than 80% are from there. So countries that are spending more on research and development are there. So there's hardcore data to prove that if we want to be top in the world, we need to have good universities. We need to have internationally recognized universities. And despite us wanting to kind of sway and say that, well, this is the West speaking, this is this is probably institutions in the global north saying this is what the minimum standard is, but it is the minimum standard, and this is what will help India regain the Vishwa Guru status.
Right.
And what is the Vishwa Guru is people
Right.
think India is great in this case.
Right. I'm going to prod you a little bit more on this, Ashwin, if you don't mind. The point I was trying to make, I think, was that how do you expect, and I'm just echoing an earlier sentiment that you made, that if a country has to spend a substantial portion of its GDP on poverty, malnutrition, sanitation, if a country has to spend a substantial amount of its GDP on armed forces to deal with conflicts that, incidentally, the global north created, right? Especially on the northwest frontier of India, then in that case, how do you expect Indian countries or Indian universities, Indian universities to actually contribute that much more of a percentage of GDP to research? I'll just put it another way. While QS is a fantastically democratic platform, everybody gets a say, right? While democracy asks, does everybody get their say? Colonialism asks, who built the table, right? At the table where we all sit down and speak, who built the table? So again, has there been any conversation around, measuring career interventions or student impact? What was a student, or what would have been a student's livelihood prior and post going to university? Right? Because historically, we've seen that most Indian universities cater to students who want to get a job, not necessarily to do research. Any thoughts?
So I am of the thought, Arya, that there are indicators, for example, the cost of education in India. We are not talking of the debt crisis in the US and other places where students have undergone and are unable to even repay back their student loans. When we look at India, we've seen that the cost of education has been so low. A whole year can go off at an IIT in a couple of hundred rupees if you're fully funded. So, I mean, I agree that we do provide it. We need to work on, of course, getting those indicators, as you mentioned. How do we in the student intervention? But globally, when we look at data, we should be able to verify, validate that data. It should be relevant to the whole world. And while we're producing this ranking with institutions across over 100 countries, about 5,000 universities are being evaluated at a time, it is difficult to do that, and we have to use simpler and verifiable metrics. And that is, of course, measured through the employer reputation. And while we could still, argue and we can of course be very patriotic and say that India is doing far better, but the international rankings are not. We can probably look at the latest happiness index which came out, and some of these metrics perhaps are not able to capture the real picture situation in India before various other challenges. And I think we've seen the good thing is that for the last 3 to 4 years, and particularly for the last 2 years, the government is actively looking at how this can be changed. So that my point is, let's not worry about the past. Every year we can see Indian institutions marching ahead. We can see a bright future. And while we can complain, that the rankings are set by the global north, it is the case. It is what globally people are doing, and I think the future is bright. That's what's most important, and we should be able to see changes and positive changes in the near future.
Right. No, I completely agree with you, Ashwin, and it's with a sense of sort of acceptance that we know what the game is, we know what the parameters are, and one just has to play the game, I suppose. But I'd like to, and this is almost my last sort of question to you. We know the rules and they apply equally to everyone, right? And yet our neighbors, including China, Indonesia, Malaysia, and others, they're far ahead of India when it comes to international rankings. Is there something else that, and again, these are countries from the global south, not the global north. Is there something that India should be doing or Indian university should be doing to compete further? Or is it, as you mentioned earlier, simply a matter of time?
I would comment on, I think Indonesia definitely not better than India. India, on an average, when you look at all the countries this year, when you look at India, China, Malaysia, Thailand, and a couple of other Asian countries, India is the only country to improve its score in the top 500 and generally in the rankings, so it has done better. And that's a sign that if you're looking at long term, if you're looking at how to be consistent, you'll be able to take on the challenge and do better in the future. But of course, we can see the powerhouses like in China, massive amount of research, and you can see that through the number of publications. But is it sustainable? Of course, we see, and we will be able to now see the difference between this year, last year, the year before, and before COVID, whether the paper production kind of producing numerous amount of papers just as a factory is actually efficient or not. And are you producing that which has an impact? Are you producing it in partnership with other institutions? And I think if you look at India, we have got some good institutions. I have to name IISc, which is the work is actually reference. It is not just paper production. IISc is ranked #1 in the world for citations per faculty. Some of the private institutions, and I would not name them because I'm on the JGU show here, but in the north have done really well, almost the similar standards like IISc, smaller institutions. So it is not entirely true that China perhaps may have in the past, but they have to come back to reality sometime, and you have to, of course, the pandemic has hit everybody badly, kind of reset the switch on certain spendings who were so artificially having those progress. So I think we will see the real picture in a few years, and India, as in this year, is our presidency to host the G20, which is remarkable. I hope this gives an opportunity to increase partnerships with Indian institutions. And the Make in India campaign is also important at the same time. And these all will contribute, support the higher education ecosystem, and both private and public institutions will do better in the coming few years.
Great. I'm so very glad that you've kept up that hopeful sort of vibe throughout the last 40 minutes, Ashwin. Well, thank you so very much. Before I let you go, I've got a couple of questions from the audience that have come in right now. So there's a question that, in your opinion, which parts of the NEP should be immediately implemented to help the Indian government and universities to achieve a goal of at least 50 Indian universities in the top 200 by 2025? Well, I can assure you that 50 Indian universities in the top 200 in 2025, I don't know whether that's achievable. Ashwin?
Top 500, you said.
Top 200 global ranking.
Sorry, top 200.
Yeah.
We are already in 2023, and
Yes.
from what it seems like, I think while we have to be optimistic of the future, that's probably the work to implement the NEP has just about begun. Karnataka is the first state which is implementing it. Some of the tasks, the consolidation of institutions, I think the power of our affiliating systems, allowing these institutions to blossom on their own and try to become bigger institutions, have their own research agendas, would support us having, of course, more institutions partnering with each other in the country, the bigger institutions mentoring them as well. And I think the interdisciplinary research, which I think we've talked about so many times, and that is also going to support Indian institutions. But beyond that, the internationalization bit is going to be really well. We become a hub for higher education. We really need, if we want to be there at the top, we have to start to attract those brilliant minds from abroad to come in here for various purposes. It might not be science and technology. It could be Ayurveda, or it could be for other things. But we have to become the destination and eventually go on there to replicate our rich past. So I don't have any prescription here, because I wish I had a prescription, because I don't think it's the implementation which is a bit slow. But we hope that after Karnataka we can we leave aside differences and look at the NEP as a document which will guide the whole country.
Right. No, I can tell. I can completely echo your sentiment, Ashwin, because I mean, speaking as a lawyer myself, we often hear this term that India is a place of great laws but very poor implementation. Right. So I agree that the implementation will take its time. There's no set prescription. There's no set parameter. But certainly having 50 Indian universities in the top 200 by 2025 seems like a very, very far-fetched idea as of now. Perhaps in the top 500, perhaps.
Perhaps the top 500, yes, possibly.
All right, I've got two more questions from the audience. The first one being, can you discuss any trends or changes in QS ranking over the past few years and how this has affected universities in India?
I think what is the biggest change I've seen is a mindset change.
Sorry, Ashwin, I think I've just lost your voice there.
Can you hear me? Hello? I can hear you very well, Arya.
We can hear you now. Thank you.
Yes. So the mindset change from leaders is really remarkable. And I think that's more than anything else. I started my journey with Indian institutions 12 years ago. And from visiting several institutions at that time, several presentations, not many people interested to understand the metrics. When, of course, I had a lot of time to travel at that time, to now that people are so eager, want to do things, want to understand, have understood the importance of rankings, not as the end goal, but as a mechanism to capture what they're doing, so that they of course, everybody aims to be internationally recognized. And they understand that the QS rankings in the case, one of the most, I think I can use the word, one of the most credible, because various governments, various agencies using it, and a huge amount of respect for QS rankings. I think that it's a matter of, again, time where this mindset would, which was already fueled by NRF and other players coming in, and of course the messaging by the leaders of the country saying that, we have to compete, we have to start looking at international benchmarks. So I think that is the biggest change and positive thing I've seen, is people more eager, much eager than before, than in the past.
Right. No, I completely agree with you, Ashwin. I think the acceptance of university rankings, not just for the sake of rankings, but looking at where we were a couple of years ago and where we are now, I think that sort of internal discussion is something that even universities have within themselves. One last question we've got, is administrative staff and their role in university management overlooked in rankings? Because you mentioned all the parameters. There was, I don't know if there was any mention of administrative staff over there, though. That is an interesting question, though.
That is really interesting, and I believe that when we talk of the employer reputation, when we talk of everything, it doesn't discount the work of auxiliary and administrative staff in the institution, because that's all what makes the institution great. Your facilities, and especially when it comes to JGU, right from the security at the main gate to the facilities, to the mess, to the various other laundry and every other service, it is clearly visible there. Unfortunately, the rankings doesn't quite cover that, because of course it's based on limited indicators. But you have been previously rated under QS stars, which is a rating mechanism, and also the QSI gauge rating, which you were previously recognized under, and which you have to undergo right now and a re-audit. These are the audit systems which are built to look at every other element in the institution to give individual recognition to those components of administrative units which support the entire ecosystem. So while I have to regretfully say that we don't have something directly measuring administrative staff in the rankings, but definitely look at the QS stars rating. And I think that gives you, Arya, and also Professor Raj, the impetus to push forward with doing the re-audit, so you can start to use that to recognize your administrative staff at JGU.
And just to mention that the last time we did the QSI gauge exercise, we got a diamond rating, I believe. That was the highest at the time, I believe. No, but I completely agree with you again, Ashwin, that, I mean, even though there isn't a direct parameter that speaks to administrative staff or auxiliary staff and their role in university management, there's no direct parameter as such. But I don't think that we as faculty members or as university management, we could do what we do without our, our administrative staff, right? So even so, for example, another parameter that is not directly measured, right, is that what is the educational qualifications of your faculty? Now, I know that is a parameter in your QS Asia rankings, percentage of staff with a PhD or a terminal degree. But for the global rankings, QS does not take into account the education of the faculty members. But that sort of as an indirect effect on academic reputation, on research impact, right, and many other parameters that are important to QS. So while we have, I think we don't have a direct indicator as such, but we wouldn't have been able to get where we are in terms of rankings without our administrative staff. Just in the last couple of minutes, I've got another question this time. It seems that, our audience is very reluctant to let you go, Ashwin. So I have a question from Professor Nisha Nair at JGU. Do you think the realities of COVID-19 has given all of us reasons to rethink the ranking metrics? Or let me just rephrase that. There are plenty of indicators and parameters that were completely, somewhat irrelevant during the COVID-19 years. Do you think the COVID-19 pandemic has sort of rejigged the imagination that QS has had?
I believe, I mean, if it was a year ago, I would have said possibly yes. But today, I can comfortably say that whatever we have thought that COVID-19 would do and would leave an impact has been given a resounding no from our students who want to get back to campus. Of course, technology will continue to play a role. You definitely would have aided systems in the classroom, the flipped classroom model, whatever is there. But I don't think COVID has or would change the ways which we have been measuring the quality of higher education. Of course, there is a need to be rigorous at this time for us, as we have been in the past. We have to look at indicators. It's the 20th year. What was relevant 20 years ago might not be now. But definitely, I would say the modifications we are doing today for this edition and what we have proposed is not because of COVID. And I can't think of a single indicator in there because of COVID. And of course, that's thanks to the students who are the heart of what and why we produce these rankings.
Right. I've got one last question that has just come in the last few seconds, but I think we can close this out after that question. So do you think there is a need for ranking agencies to allow SDGs to affect the parameters of ranking in terms of the initiatives that higher education institutions are taking to contribute to achieve the SDG goals? Now, I'm happy to sort of take that on myself. As I'm sure many of us are aware, QS runs the sustainability rankings, as do many other ranking agencies, which measure the university's impact and efforts towards meeting these SDG goals. Now, as I'm given to understand, these are completely separate from the main academic rankings or the main World University rankings. But perhaps, Ashwin, you mentioned that the SDG ranking will be brought in as a parameter in the main WUR, right? Is this sort of a way to tell the world that, well, academic reputation is good, but you also need to work towards your sustainable development goals?
I would say that it is not your sustainable development goals at all. It is sustainability, governance, and environmental impact. It is beyond the sustainable development goals. And we don't want you to become a university that's only filing paperwork saying, I'm doing X, Y, Z, A, B, C, D, but we are asking those tough questions in the ESG ranking, environment, sustainability, and governance ranking here, which is what is the impact are you having with all those policies, all those plans, including sustainable development goals. So it is not just SDGs, and it is the impact of it. And if you'd like to learn more, just for the audience as well, of what is that, what is our ESG or our sustainable rankings, please go on to topuniversities.com or qs.com. You'll be able to find it on either of the portal. It is a remarkable masterpiece of work we have done. Really very proud to be working with QS, because we are not just checking the boxes here saying, oh yes, you have 5 dustbins with the separation of plastic and paper. Okay, we want to know what happens after that. How are you recycling those materials? What's your energy conservation process? And how much have you saved last year? Not just the process, but actually the policies and the actual impact that has in the future. So I think you should look at the sustainability ranking which QS has. And of course, feedback is always open. The next edition is coming out in December this year, for which, for those institutions which want to submit data, we will start opening the submission by next month sometime.
Right. Okay. On that note, and I'm very, very excited to be working alongside QS on these matters. On that note, we do look forward to the sustainability rankings every year.
I have a question for you, Arya, and this is my final question today. And I think institutions like OP Jindal Global University, everywhere in India you go, people know about you. So my question to you, and this is probably the final word question here, is what can institutions like JGU do to mentor the small colleges to kind of emulate the JGU model? Do you think there's a moral responsibility for institutions like you all, well-funded philanthropic institutions, to do something for the smaller institutions of India, institutions which don't know the way but aspire to be JGU in the future?
Well, that's a very good question, and perhaps I'm not qualified to answer that, but I'm going to give it a shot nonetheless. Yes, of course. We as educators, we wanted to change the world one student at a time, and perhaps we will do it one college at a time as well. So yes, I do believe that we have a responsibility to guide or mentor or work with other smaller institutions to sort of find their vision, right? JGU was founded on a vision. That vision need not be the same for every other university. But what we did very well was we worked very hard towards our vision and not letting our sights off, right? So different universities will have their own visions, different colleges will have their own visions. As soon as they've realized it, we're happy to help in any way that we can. There might be at some point of time a case study made on Jindal. Maybe it is being made right now. And perhaps this could be a model for the future as well. I'm not so sure. But JGU as an institution has a number of parameters, idiosyncrasies, if you want to call them, that make it what it is, right? I don't know if it can be replicated, but yes, we're happy to sort of inspire and guide other universities and other colleges. All right, with that, I will quickly close out this session, lest I get asked more difficult questions. But thank you so very much, Ashwin, for your time and patience, and for our engagement for so many years. Ashwin, you've been a great friend of the university. We've met on so many occasions, and I'm so very glad that you could find some time throughout your busy day. I know you're somewhere in the Middle East, and we will see you hopefully on campus very, very soon.
Thank you so much, Professor Arya. Really enjoyed this. This 1 hour just seemed to have passed with the blink of a few eyelids there. So for this, I'm really glad to do this for you and for India. I think that's.
Thank you very much, Ash.
Thank you so much. Bye.